Chapter 346. After the jade cocoon was cut open, an object was revealed that shot out dazzling nine-colored light. It was only the size of a chicken egg and perfectly round. There were 9 holes on its surface that cried out when the wind blew. This type of music was extremely wondrous, making one couldn't help but become intoxicated. They really wanted to hold it in their hands and listen carefully. There was a type of demonic power to it. Its entire body was sparkling with 9 different colors. It was exceptionally beautiful and dazzling, as if it was the world's most precious treasure. At the center of the island, the deity-like elder under the ancient tree shook his head and said, "What a pity, it was born in the secular world." "Senior, may I ask what this is?" Many people asked. They didn't understand at all, and even those old men didn't know. They looked towards the protector of Ji family's sacred stone garden. This is an immortal melody. If there is immortal energy to nourish it, one can carve a portion of the Tao imprint. It is an immortal book born from heaven and earth. Ji family's elder shook his head and said, "In this world, it is unknown whether or not there are immortals, so how could one find immortal energy to nourish it? In the end, it is only a treasure within a musical instrument. It has nothing to do with cultivation. It's actually an immortal melody. I've heard of it before." A few old men cried out in alarm. It was indeed as the protector of Ji family's stone garden said. This object was born in the secular world. If it was born in the immortal realm, after being nourished by immortal energy, it would become a heavenly book, engraving a portion of the heaven and earth's patterns. Now, it only produced great Tao divine sounds when it was about to appear. However, it stopped there. Without immortal energy, it would never appear again. What a pity, or else this really would be an ancient scripture. It might even be a world-shocking immortal scripture. Why is it like this? It was born in the secular world. There was no one who didn't feel regret. Otherwise, this would be a heavenly Tao immortal book, a great opportunity. Yi Fan held the immortal melody in his palm. It was sparkling and warm, flickering with 9-colored splendor. If it was given to a mortal emperor, it would definitely be a national treasure. However, it was useless to cultivators. The immortal melody he cut out was the same as the strand of draconic energy in the stone bead. It was of little value and didn't have much use. It could only be considered a rare object. Tuoba Chang used 100,000 kilograms to cut the dragon head stone, and he used 80,000 kilograms to cut the immortal sound stone. Little brother Gu Feng, Miaoyi is very interested in the immortal melody. "Don't give it to others, you must keep it for Miaoyi." And Miaoyi secretly transmitted her voice. This was how rock gambling was. Even if one's Genesis techniques were astonishing, it was still possible for one to be deceived when encountering a rock. Everyone sighed in their hearts. If even these 2 Genesis technique geniuses had made such a mistake and spent such an astronomical sum for no reason, one could imagine what the others would think. The Holy Land's sky-high price strange stones bring them a lot of profit every year. They have always earned it steadily and never lost money. If they could cut out rare treasures, the dragon head stone and immortal sound stone wouldn't have been left here for so many years. Many people shivered and warned their friends around them. The Holy Land established the stone workshop to maximize the benefits. If they had the slightest confidence, these strange stones wouldn't have been sent here. The great sage's land doesn't lack stone masters. At this moment, both Yi Fan and Tuoba Chang were very calm. Moreover, they reacted quickly and charged toward the other guardian treasures. Yi Fan arrived in front of the peerless beauty stone in a dozen steps, while Tuoba Chang rushed to the 8 trigrams Tao diagram stone. "I choose this stone." Yi Fan directly threw out 150,000 kilograms of Genesis and bought the stone. "I don't have any more Genesis on me, but as the number 1 successor of the Tuoba clan, I will write a contract here. I will definitely send the Genesis over in a few days." Tuoba Chang had just spent 100,000 kilograms of Genesis and was now empty. Everyone was dumbfounded, not knowing why these two were doing this. It was as if they wanted to snatch the stone. That's right, they seemed to be fighting over a peerless sacred object. Strange stone, peerless beauty. It was over 2 meters tall and silently stood beside the flowering tree. The falling flowers gave it an ethereal feeling. It was worth 150,000 kilograms of Genesis. Strange stone, 8 trigrams Dao diagram. It was as big as a table and looked simple and natural. The Dao imprint seemed to be embedded in the stone. It was worth 120,000 kilograms of Genesis. Are they crazy? Why are they snatching stones after cutting nothing? Everyone didn't understand. Only the people of the Ji clan were calm. If they cut a few more stones, their profits would be even greater. The two quickly started to cut the stone. Their blades flew and the stone chips danced in the air like snowflakes. This old man's horizons have been broadened. A few of the garden's greatest treasures will be cut open in my lifetime, fulfilling one of my wishes. Facing the peerless beauty stone, Yifan wasn't gentle at all. He slashed with the black gold dragon mark sword as if he was fighting for time. If there was a rare treasure inside, this speed was already the fastest under the premise of not injuring it. Almost in a moment, the huge strange stone was cut open. Unfortunately, the peerless beauty stone was empty. This time, there wasn't even a chicken rib, there was nothing. At the same time, Tuoba Chang also completely peeled the 8 trigrams Dao diagram stone. Other than leaving behind a pile of stone powder, there was nothing. In an instant, the two were as fast as lightning as they pounced towards the other stones. There were still 5 gardens' greatest treasures. Their target was obvious. They quickly rushed over and each took one. The stone Yifan chose was called Immortal Pot. It was over 1 meter tall and shaped like a gourd. Some people speculated that there might be gourd seeds inside. It was a peerless treasure worth 50,000 kilograms of Genesis. The stone Tuoba Chang chose was shaped like a male tiger that wanted to break through the sky. It was called White Tiger Ascension and was worth 120,000 kilograms of Genesis. Little Yi, are you crazy? Li Heishui didn't understand and secretly transmitted his voice. This was too crazy. Just now, the Immortal Sound Stone and the Peerless Beauty sure had paid a total of 230,000 kilograms of Genesis, but in the end, it was all for naught. And now, Yifan didn't seem to care at all. He threw out another 50,000 kilograms of Genesis as if he was under a spell and didn't care about the consequences. It's not that I'm crazy, it's just that there's a crazy stone here that definitely contains a peerless treasure. If it's cut out, everything will be worth it. Yifan replied. Brother Tuoba, what's wrong? Wu Ziming and Li Chongtian also asked. However, the genius of the Tuoba clan didn't care at all. After carving his debt on the stone again, he quickly began to cut the stone. The Ji clan was naturally not afraid that he would renege on his debt. In the current world, no one dared to extort the Ji clan, not even ancient Genesis technique families. What's going on? Li Heishui didn't understand. Yifan had already spent 330,000 kilograms of Genesis and was rapidly cutting the Immortal Pot, making everyone feel crazy. I can't explain it now. I'll explain it later. He and Tuoba Chang both sensed that there was something strange about this place. There was definitely a stone that could make people crazy. Their Genesis techniques were exquisite and had a trace of the Yuan Daoist master's elegance. Whether it was the heavenly source treasure wheel or the heavenly source divine sense, they were close to the Tao. However, they had been deceived. A strange aura had interfered with their judgment. It was extraordinary. The two immediately thought of a situation mentioned in an ancient Genesis technique book. This place definitely contained an astonishing treasure. Whether it was the Tuoba clan's treasure book or the peerless Genesis book left behind by the Yuan Daoist master, they both had clear records. A peerless spiritual treasure that could interfere with a Genesis technique master's judgment, making them cut the wrong stone to protect themselves. This was the legendary Stone King. It must have given birth to an unimaginable divine object. One of them had cultivated the heavenly source divine sense, while the other had cultivated the heavenly source treasure wheel. Their unimaginable sharpness allowed them to sense the abnormality and capture the strange aura. If they could cut out such a spiritual treasure, they would be able to recoup all their expenses. Thus, they cut the stone that was most likely to contain a divine object. Now, it was no longer just a battle between Yifan and Tuoba Chang. They were also fighting with a peerless stone. Crazy, they've really gone crazy. Everyone was tongue-tied. The two had already spent more than 300,000 kilograms of Genesis, but they didn't care at all. It seemed like they wanted to continue. The prince of the great Xia, Jianghu, and the others were from immortal empires and eternal families. They were also shocked when they saw this scene. Even they couldn't afford to pay such a price. And Miaoi's beautiful eyes flashed. She smiled faintly and said, "This is indeed an Genesis technique battle that will shake the entire divine city. This is too shocking." Even the quietest little nun in white was blinking her big eyes, full of puzzlement. "There's a Stone King here?" Some old men were very sensitive and immediately guessed this possibility. Heavens, if there's a Stone King, it's not impossible to cut out an ancient scripture, an emperor's divine object, or a young true dragon. The group of old men's expressions changed. They immediately scattered and searched everywhere, as if they wanted to join in. After the Celestial Lake and the White Tiger Ascension were cut open, they were still empty. There was nothing inside. Everyone was shocked. The stone square of the sacred ground was indeed a deep pit. It was very difficult to get out after jumping in. One would sink deeper and deeper without being able to cut out anything. "Little Yi, don't be crazy. You are still choosing stones?" Even Li Heishui was shocked. Yifan threw another 120,000 kilograms of source stone on the ground. It was sparkling like a small mountain. He began to choose stones again. There were still 3 Garden Guardian treasures left. They were all priced at 120,000 kilograms of source stone. This time, he didn't act immediately but chose patiently. Tuoba Chang was also crazy. He carved the price on a limestone slab and quickly rushed over to choose a stone. "This is crazy, he's really crazy. I haven't gambled like this in many years. Throwing out hundreds of thousands of kilograms of source stone, it's really frightening." Everyone was shocked. All of this was too crazy. Everyone was flabbergasted. At this moment, Yifan had spent a total of 450,000 kilograms of source stone. He didn't even frown. In the end, Tuoba Chang chose a stone. It was one of the extremely expensive stones called Divine Moon. This stone was like a crescent moon. It was very special. It was more than 2 meters long and had a sparkling luster. The stone material was very smooth and smooth. It was a rare source stone material. Under the sunlight, it flowed with radiance like a divine moon. Tuoba Chang quickly cut down without any delay. The stone skin fell off and the jade-like stone skin flew in all directions. This extremely expensive stone named Divine Moon continuously shrunk. Suddenly, a divine radiance rushed into the sky and illuminated the entire island. The light blue lake became sparkling. The radiance was resplendent and a divine aura rushed into the sky. Everyone's pores opened up and they felt comfortable as if they were being embraced by immortal spirit energy. "What is this?" A divine item came out. At this moment, the small island was in an uproar. Everyone found it hard to calm down and went crazy. This thing was too astonishing. Just a strand of divine radiance from the crack in the stone was already like this. It was easy to imagine that it was a peerless treasure. Tuoba Chang was incomparably excited. He slowed down the speed of his blade and was very careful in case he cut something. A head-sized stone ball was cut out. Rays of divine radiance shot out from the crack. The thin layer of stone skin could no longer block the divine radiance contained within. This stone ball actually floated in the air and didn't sink at all. Heavens, divine source, it's actually divine source. That's right, divine source, it's the size of a human head. Even the older generation was in an uproar. This kind of divine item was rarely seen in the world. All the Holy Lands yearned for it. The most conservative estimate is that its value is definitely above 500,000 kilograms of divine source. When an old man said such a value, everyone sucked in a cold breath. This was divine source. The size of a human head was comparable to a mountain of ordinary pure divine source. Tuoba Chang didn't peel off that thin layer of rock because he was afraid that he would be blinded. Even so, the dozens of beams of light that were shot out were enough to illuminate the entire island. Even the blue lake water was sparkling with brilliance. Ha ha ha. He couldn't help but laugh. The appearance of divine source was something that hadn't appeared in the sacred city for many years. This was definitely sensational news. Hey brat, let's see how you turn things around. You want to compete with the Genesis technique aristocratic families? Li Zhongtian laughed loudly. Don't even think about it in this lifetime. What can they use to compete with such a piece of divine source? Wu Ziming also said sarcastically, I've been looking forward to seeing your faces turn green for a long time. Finally, it's time to see your faces turn green. Everyone went crazy. They were all shouting and discussing. The divine source was too shocking. Li Heishui was also in a daze. He didn't have any temper at all. The appearance of the divine source stunned him. At this moment, only Yi Fan was still calm. He said, in this world, divine source isn't the most precious thing. There are even more sacred things in precious stones. Hearing him say this, An Miaoyi, the Xia prince, Jiang Yifei, the little nun, and the others all looked over. The older generation figures also turned around. Even more people shook their heads. Some were sympathetic, and some were gloating. Such a piece of divine source had been cut out. To turn things around was definitely more difficult than reaching the heavens. Wu Ziming laughed presumptuously. Then cut out a sacred object for me to see. Alright, I'll try today. Maybe I can really cut out something even more precious, Yi Fan said calmly. Once he said this, the stone garden quieted down. Everyone's gaze was focused on him. And Miaoyi's beautiful eyes turned in astonishment. The little nun in white blinked her big eyes and opened her mouth wide. She looked like a cute swallow as she stared at him in shock. Even Jin Qishao, the saint child of all beginnings, and Yao Yuekong, who had strong wills, revealed an indescribable expression. Huh, you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. You're already at this stage and you still want a miracle. I think you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Li Chongtian laughed. Can you really cut out something even more precious? Someone muttered. Almost no one believed it. Divine source was too precious. Everyone present thought that a miracle was almost impossible. At this moment, the news of the divine source's appearance spread like wildfire. It shook the entire divine city, and more people rushed over. Yi Fan was very calm. He was seriously hammering on a priceless stone. Even at this stage, he was still unperturbed. Little Yi, you must cut out a shocking treasure. Otherwise, we'll be in trouble. Li Heishui secretly transmitted. We'll wait for you. Let's see how you'll shed tears when you see the coffin. Wu Ziming mocked and laughed loudly. Yi Fan heard this and stood up. If that's the case, why don't you join in and gamble with me? Then, he looked around and said, of course, if there's anyone else who's willing, there's no harm in joining in. I don't believe that you can still turn the tables at this stage. Chapter 347. I don't believe that you can still turn the tables at this point. Wu Ziming sneered. Not to mention him, even the others didn't believe that a miracle could happen. What was divine source? It was the most precious of all sources. It was formed from the world's most primordial essence, and even the Holy Lands desired it. The divine city hadn't been cut out for many years. This piece was the size of a human head and was priceless. Who could turn the tables in such a situation? What else was more precious than it? It was almost impossible. Today, I will bet with you even if I have to sell everything I have. Wu Ziming sneered. Not long ago, he lost several tens of thousands of kilograms of source to Yi Fan. Now, he finally had the chance to take revenge, so he borrowed source from Li Chongtian. Their connections were quite broad, and they knew quite a few people. More importantly, their sects were great sects in the North region. Five Elements Palace and Illusion Destruction Palace were quite famous, and they both had older generation figures here. The two of them had gathered quite a bit of resources. Not only were these two moved, but the others also found it hard to stay calm. Since Yi Fan had already spoken, many people were eager to try. The head-sized piece of divine source had already appeared. Not many people believed that Yi Fan could turn the tables. This was almost impossible. This kind of divine item was rarely seen in the world. We will also bet with you. More than 20 cultivators joined hands and collected 15,000 kilograms of source. They walked forward in large strides and piled up on the ground. At this time, Wu Ziming and Li Chongtian also collected enough source. Because of the support of the sect elders, they collected a total of 15,000 kilograms of source. I have waited for this day for a long time. Wu Ziming gritted his teeth. Not only did he lose so many origin stones in the previous defeat, but he was also humiliated and ridiculed. Today, there was such an opportunity. He felt that it was a heaven-sent opportunity. Is there anyone else? From beginning to end, Yi Fan was very calm. After standing up in front of the stone, he walked forward and asked a few more questions to see if anyone else wanted to bet. He is too calm and collected. Doesn't he know the value of the source of God? It's such a big piece. Unless there's a complete primordial godly medicine, there's no way it can compare to it. Many people wanted to join in, but when they saw how calm and composed Yi Fan was, without the slightest hint of dejection, they all began to mutter. Everyone couldn't help but think back to the last time when the 9-holed stone golem had been cut in half. They all thought that there wouldn't be anything left, but in the end, Yi Fan had dug a hole for them to jump into. Even though many people were confident in the divine origin, they still hesitated. They were afraid that it would be like last time, that Yi Fan would hold back. Is there really no one else? That is divine source. Do you not have confidence in Tuoba-chan? Yi Fan asked again. He walked far away, allowing the falling petals to land on his body. The flowering trees swayed, and the fragrance assailed his nostrils. Yi Fan walked under the ancient tree, and was already quite a distance away from the two stones. Suddenly, two figures walked into the field and quickly arrived in front of the stone that Yi Fan had just carefully hammered and almost confirmed. Our hands are itchy, let's choose a stone too. The two chose the strange stone that Yi Fan had just examined, and piled 120 kilograms of source on the ground. These were two old men. They had been in the stone garden all along, and they weren't far away. Thus, they quickly came over. One of them was Illusion Palace's Grand Elder Li Yishui. Previously, he was the one who instigated and lent Li Chongtian and the others tens of thousands of kilograms of source to bet with Yi Fan. Today, he didn't act rashly. He had been observing and made this move at the crucial moment. You. Li Heishui's expression immediately changed. He was confident in Yi Fan, and felt that he could definitely pick out a peerless treasure. However, he never would have thought that Li Yishui would do something like this, and compete with another old man of great background for source halfway. This was definitely intentional. It was almost shameless, taking advantage of such a loophole to buy that stone. Do you have any questions? Li Yishui smiled faintly, as if he didn't care. Do you have any shame? Li Heishui pointed at them angrily, and finally couldn't help but scold. Li Yishui's face immediately darkened, and he said, "Young man, don't be rude. Otherwise, I will discipline you on behalf of your elders." You are really... Li Heishui was so angry that he wanted to curse. If he didn't spit on their faces, he wouldn't be able to swallow this anger. Yi Fan hurriedly went forward to stop him, then turned around to face Li Yishui, and said with a sullen face, "You too, aren't you going too far?" Li Yishui indifferently said, "Oh? How is it too far? Are you talking about choosing the stone? Just now, you didn't choose, and now we are buying this stone. Old man, didn't you see Gu Feng knocking and observing just now? He clearly chose that stone. Li Heishui wanted to beat these two up. He didn't choose in the end, didn't he walk away?" Li Yishui replied with a smile that wasn't a smile. At this moment, the stone garden was in an uproar. There were sounds of discussion everywhere. Some were envious, some were cursing, some were sympathizing, and some were gloating. These two old fogies are really shrewd. It's really unexpected that they would make such a decisive decision. Too despicable, too shameless. How can they do this? Indeed, old people become crafty. To think that they would make such a move. But it really isn't right. Why didn't I think of this? That Genesis technique genius is too inexperienced, allowing such a loophole to be taken advantage of. The crowd outside was in an uproar, unable to calm down. There were those who hated, those who mocked, and those who wanted to beat Yi Fan up. Everyone acknowledged Yi Fan's Genesis technique, and felt that the stone he had chosen would most likely contain a peerless treasure given the confidence he had displayed earlier. Although many felt that it would be very difficult to compare to the divine Genesis, everyone believed that it would contain a valuable treasure. Don't stop me, I won't be able to vent my anger if I don't beat them up. Li Heishui was truly enraged. He wanted to throw the black metal token at the two in front of him. You talk big at such a young age. Didn't your parents teach you to respect your elders? Li Yishui's face darkened as he sneered, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Snatching our wondrous stone and wanting to kill us. Li Heishui wanted to throw the black metal token and beat them up. However, Yi Fan firmly held him back, not letting him go forward. Li Heishui calmed down and did not act rashly. He turned to face the Ji family and said, "We have already paid 120 kilograms of Genesis source. Are you not going to do anything to them?" Master Yuan of the Ji family revealed a troubled expression and said, "Although you have paid Genesis source, it is only for a few of the garden's treasures. You have not chosen which stone to use." Ji Bue was dressed in green, revealing her curvaceous figure and bare feet. She leisurely walked forward and said with a faint smile, "Little brothers, there is really no other way. You can only blame yourself for not deciding earlier." Since the Ji family had already said so, there was no way to change it. This made Li Heishui furious. Yao Yuekong came forward and advised Li Heishui, "Forget it." The great Xia prince shook his head and also transmitted his voice, "You are too careless." Some people felt that Li Yishui's actions were shameful, but they could only discuss and curse him. They could not change anything. This was the Heaven Stone Garden of the Ji family, everything had to be done according to the rules. Some of the older generation could not stand it anymore, but they could not say anything. The small island was filled with splendor. That head-sized divine source floated in the air and did not sink down. Dozens of divine radiance shot out from the rock, dyeing the ancient trees and the dancing petals in the air with divine radiance. Li Yishui looked at Yi Fan and Li Heishui calmly and said, "Young people, this world is fair and unfair. There are many things that you need to learn. Not showing off after getting a bargain, you guys are good." Li Heishui pointed at the two people in front of him. Li Shui was unperturbed and said calmly, "This old man and brother Yang Kuan borrowed some resources from some old friends. Other than wanting to buy a priceless strange stone, we also want to make a bet with you." "That's right." The old man called Yang Kuan was the supreme elder of Five Elements Palace. He immediately piled 60,000 kilograms of God source on the ground. This move was too ruthless. They had just stolen someone else's stone and now they wanted to make a bet. They were ruthless and wanted to kill them all. "Aren't you guys too much?" Yi Fan's face darkened. "Words spoken are water spilled. You are the one who said that you want to make a bet with everyone here." Li Shui said with a smile that was not a smile. Although many people felt that it was too much, they could not say anything. It was obvious that both sides had grudges. The two youths were tricked and they could only admit defeat. Li Shui was furious. The other party was too much, using any means necessary. He could not help but explode. "Old man, you want to use force to suppress us? You are not strong enough." "Oh, then what can you do?" Yang Kuan asked. Li Shui was very indifferent. He casually said, "I'm quite interested in the dragon-patterned black gold Holy Spirit sword. I think it's worth 50,000 kilograms of origin source. Why don't I borrow some origin source from a few of my old friends? When the time comes, you can use the Holy Spirit sword to repay your debt." Yao Yuekong and Miaoyi, and the others had predicted that the black gold Holy Spirit sword was worth 35 kilograms of God source. Li Shui's words were obviously malicious and he wanted to steal the sword at a low price. "Dream on." Li Shui was furious. "Don't worry, let him go." At the crucial moment, Yi Fan secretly transmitted his voice and pulled him back. "Little Yi, you." Li Shui turned around and looked at him. Then, he seemed to have thought of something. He suppressed his emotions and slowly calmed down. "I only borrowed 20,000 kilograms of God source. That's it, a total of 80,000 kilograms. I will make a bet with you." Li Shui revealed a faint smile and said, "I am very fond of the black gold Holy Spirit sword. Okay, I accept. You can cut the stones first." Speaking up to this point, Yi Fan asked loudly, "Does anyone else want to participate?" Yao Yuekong transmitted his voice and advised, "Brother, do you really want to bet? Just admit defeat this time. There is no need to be impulsive." The great Xia prince also advised. At this moment, everyone turned to look at him. Jiang Yifei's robe was whiter than snow. His expression was calm, elegant, and handsome. And Miaoyi's eyes were filled with spiritual energy. She quietly watched. Jin Qixiao's expression was solemn and he did not move. Even more of the older generation remained silent as they watched the scene unfold before them. If that is the case, let us also give it a try. More than 10 people came forward and together, they gathered a total of 18,000 kilograms of God source, which were sparkling and glittering. Although there were still many people who were tempted, they resisted the impulse. Firstly, they felt that it was not right to add insult to injury. Secondly, seeing Yi Fan take the initiative to invite them, he was too calm. "Okay, since there is no more, it is limited to the few of us." Yi Fan revealed a smile. The first batch consisted of more than 20 people, and they gathered 15,000 kilograms of God source. Wu Ziming and Li Zhongtian gathered 15,000 kilograms of God source. Li Shui and Yang Kuan gathered 80,000 kilograms of God source for the bet. The last batch of people gathered a total of 18,000 kilograms of God source. The sum of these people's God source was a total of 143,000 kilograms. At this moment, Li Shui's expression changed. Because he saw Yi Fan actually smiling at him. His delicate face, his mouth full of snow-white teeth, was very bright. His heart immediately sank. His head rumbled, and he shouted in his heart. "Oh no! He might have been tricked by this harmless-looking little bastard again. Senior Li, aren't you going to cut the stone? Let us all broaden our horizons. Yi Fan said with a smile. Everyone was startled. Their gazes all turned to look at Yi Fan, Li Yishui, and the sky-high strange stone. Li Heishui was completely relieved, and he almost laughed out loud. He mumbled, Yi Hei, this is really a technical job. Tricking people is also a kind of art. Chapter 348. Everyone inside and outside the Heaven Series stone garden looked over. Yi Fan and Li Yishui became the center of attention. Everyone was shocked. At this moment, Li Yishui should have been very satisfied, but he had a gloomy expression, clearly in a bad mood. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, whose stone had been stolen, had a radiant expression, his teeth gleaming. He could only be described as happy. As for the black brat beside him, no matter how one looked at it, he was holding back his laughter. He was like a wolf, his mouth almost reaching his ears. It's over. Li Yishui must have been cheated. It can't be. He was very ruthless just now. How could he have been cheated? Don't you see how meaningful those two brat smiles are? It's like a weasel looking at a little chick. Everyone's attention was focused on the two of them and the heaven-rank wondrous stone. Li Yishui could no longer remain calm. His previous indifference was swept away, and his expression turned gloomy. At the side, Yang Kun also had a gloomy expression as he looked down at the strange stone on the ground. This stone was called Levitating Flying Immortal. It was 1 meter long and did not have any special shape. It was very irregular, but there were many patterns on it that looked like feathers. The levitating flying immortal stone lay under a 1,000-year-old ancient tree. Many cultivators had seen it before, but no one dared to cut it. It was worth 150 kilograms of spring. This is a rare precious stone. It has the aura of the absolute beginning. It's definitely a stone from an old pit, Yi Fan commented with a smile. Li Yishui's expression turned even more gloomy. He silently took out a silver knife and started to cut the stone. His movements were very slow. After all, this was an extremely valuable stone, and he was afraid of damaging it. You're wrong, Senior Li. When cutting this kind of levitating flying immortal stone, you have to go against the patterns, like peeling off a scale. You have to peel it up bit by bit. Yi Fan seriously guided him from the side. The veins on Li Yishui's forehead bulged as he said, "There's no need for you to tell me." At the side, Yang Kun also snorted heavily, revealing an extremely impatient expression. But at this moment, Li Yishui used too much force, and the levitating flying immortal stone cracked. Yang Kun immediately jumped in fright and said, "Be careful." Even though they guessed that they might have been cheated, they still couldn't help but be careful when buying the stones that cost 120,000 gene of origin source. Cut along the lines. Don't use brute force. Go with the flow. Yi Fan began to guide him again. Even though Li Yishui's veins were bulging, he didn't say anything else. He had never cut this kind of ascension stone before. If he was careless, it might really crack. That's right. Be a little gentler when you use your blade. The blade's momentum has to be light. Yi Fan smiled as he instructed. However, Li Yishui and Yang Kun felt as though they had been slapped in the face. Their faces were even longer than the Black Emperor's, and they wished they could slash him with their blades. However, the angrier they were, the more mistakes they made in cutting the stone. Kacha. Another large piece of the levitating flying immortal stone cracked and fell to the ground. However, nothing was cut out of this part. Li Yishui's and Yang Kun's faces were covered in sweat. 120,000 kilograms of source power was gambling on this rock. Other than their own reserves, they had also borrowed source power from other people. If this was a waste, just the thought of it made them vomit blood. They were asking for it. Kacha, stone powder fell down. The levitating flying immortal stone became smaller and smaller, but there was still nothing. Sweat drenched Li Yishui's back. Even though Yang Kun didn't make a move, he didn't feel good in his heart either. Even if it wasn't 100 claws scratching at his heart, it was close. Li Yishui opened his mouth wide and laughed silently. Not to mention Yang Kun and Li Yishui, even Wu Ziming and Li Chongtian felt bad. Kacha. When the levitating flying immortal stone was only the size of a palm, Li Yishui and Yang Kun's faces turned completely white. It was obvious that this stone was a rare treasure. When they raised their heads, they noticed that Li Yishui was calm and unruffled. He was using the dragon-striped black-gold Saint Spirit sword to trim his nails. Their faces instantly turned from white to green and then purple. This was truly infuriating. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in Ji Clan's stone workshop, they really wanted to kill someone. Kacha. Li Yishui forcefully threw the palm-sized stone to the ground. It broke into pieces, but no rare treasure appeared. His face turned green as he stood up. At this moment, he felt that the world was spinning and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. 120,000 kilograms of spring water was wasted and nothing was cut out. They were obviously tricked. There was only one word to describe how miserable it was. There was no second time in one's life. You. Li Yishui was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He pointed at Yi Fan and Wu Ziming in anger. What do you mean you stole our stone? You can't cut out anything valuable and you want to blame us? Li Yishui laughed loudly. Li Yishui and Yang Kun's vision turned black. They were so angry that they almost fainted. This loss was too great. They used all their schemes to steal other people's wondrous stone, but in the end, they suffered the consequences of their own actions. They couldn't blame others at all. Even so, the two of them were emitting smoke from their 7 orifices. Their hair was about to ignite and they wanted to roar towards the sky. These 2 old bastards are so pitiful. They were tricked and jumped into the pit themselves. They can't even vent their anger. Outside the stone garden, everyone was discussing. Many people couldn't help but mock and laugh loudly. They asked for it. Just now, they were so shrewd and stole the other party's source, yet they ended up like this. That youngster really is something, digging such a big pit and waiting for people to jump in. Who would have thought of this? It's all because of greed. This is a technical job. It can definitely be considered an art. Li Yishui's words had a double meaning. Huh. Many people couldn't help but laugh loudly. Li Yishui and Yang Kun wanted to vomit blood. They were tricked in such an artistic way and even ridiculed. No one could take this. Yi Fan walked over to the other extremely expensive wondrous stone. He lightly patted it and said, "Actually, this one isn't bad either. I like it more." Everyone laughed loudly again. Li Yishui wanted to beat him up. How could he endure these words? Yang Kun even more so swung his sleeves and walked out of the stone garden angrily. "Have you chosen the stone?" Tuoba Chang asked coldly. Beside him, that head-sized divine source floated quietly. Divine radiance shot out in all directions. It was exceptionally dazzling. Even the stone surface could not hide its divine splendor. "I have." Yi Fan answered. Unexpectedly, he didn't touch the last heaven-level wondrous stone. Instead, he moved out a stone beside the levitating flying immortal stone. This stone was very ordinary, about the size of a roller. There was nothing special about it. It was completely dark green in color and shaped like a stone block. The heaven-level stone garden was filled with precious stones. This stone was worth 15,000 kilograms of divine source. Although it was expensive, it couldn't be considered a garden treasure. Just now, when Yi Fan was looking at the levitating flying immortal stone, he used his heaven origin divine perception to examine it. He saw a trace of its wonders and was shocked. He didn't know if this was the Stone King, but it couldn't be too bad. "Seniors, please help me seal this space," Yi Fan said solemnly. Everyone revealed a look of surprise. Could it really be that he could cut out a peerless treasure? One had to know that Tuoba Chang had cut out a divine source. It was almost unsurpassable. "Do you really think you can cut out a rare treasure?" Wu Ziming sneered. Just now, his senior, Yang Kun, had been tricked. He was furious, but he couldn't do anything to help. "I want to see what you can cut out." Li Zhongtian also sneered. Disillusionment Palace's Grand Elder Li Yishui didn't say a word. He stood to the side with an ashen face. He had wasted 120,000 kilograms of divine source. A group of old men gathered around. Although they admired Yi Fan's original technique, they didn't think he could cut out something more precious than the divine source. However, everyone still worked together to put up a light screen to seal off the area. The Stone Garden's guardian, the silver-haired old man with translucent skin, also walked over to prevent any accidents. Li Heishui reminded him in secret, "Didn't you say there was a Stone King? Don't let it interfere with your judgment again." "Don't worry. This time, I used the original Sky Secret technique to confirm that there is a peerless treasure in this stone," Yi Fan answered confidently. However, he was still a little uncertain. He felt that this was a substitution and not the real Stone King. Tuoba Chang cut out a divine source, and I chose such a stone. If they are both substitutes for the Stone King, then it will be quite terrifying. "I wonder what is inside the Stone King," Yi Fan muttered to himself. He began to cut the stone carefully. He held the Dragon Rune Obsidian Holy Spirit sword with 2 fingers and peeled off the surface of the stone. In the distance, everyone became nervous because they realized that his posture was very strange, as if he was going to leave at any time. The great Xia Prince said, "Brother Gu's original technique is amazing. Are you really going to cut out another peerless treasure?" Yao Yuekong was dressed in purple, and his eyes glowed purple. He had the temperament of a demon god. "Maybe there will be a surprise." And Miaoyi smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Her beautiful eyes swept back and forth between Yi Fan and Tuoba Chang. As for the group of old men, their expressions were solemn. Divine light flickered on their fingertips, and they were all ready to attack. After all, Yi Fan had cut out the primordial divine medicine and the Saint Spirit sword. These people took his words very seriously. Yi Fan moved his sword quickly, and the mill-sized stone quickly shrunk. The surface of the stone kept peeling off. In the end, when the stone was only half the size of a human head, Wu Ziming and Li Chongtian couldn't help but sneer. How could such a big stone compare to a head-sized divine source? Even the Supreme Elder of the Illusion Destruction Palace, Li Yishui, gradually calmed down. He revealed a sneer and was no longer as gloomy as before. Many people shook their heads. They felt that Yi Fan would lose without a doubt. Even Li Heishui was a little nervous. Clang! When Yi Fan cut off another piece of the stone with the black sword, a blazing divine light suddenly shot out, making people unable to open their eyes. Everyone was shocked. Many people opened their eyes wide and watched carefully. Yi Fan continuously waved the small sword. The stone fell off, and a stone ball the size of half a human head was cut out. Through the stone, dozens of divine lights shot into the sky. The ancient trees were bathed in the divine light, and they were green and translucent. Even the flowers became divine, flickering with light. Divine source! Many people exclaimed. They never thought that a second piece of divine source would come into being. Half the size of a human head. The most conservative estimate is at least 250,000 kilograms of source. An old man quoted in shock. Heavens, another piece of divine source. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. 2 pieces of divine source in one day. Even in the past, this didn't happen many times. It's priceless. Why would such rare divine objects appear one after another? Everyone was discussing. Even the little nun in white couldn't help but squeeze forward and watch curiously. My eyes can't take it. This kind of divine light is too intense. I can't even look straight at it. Someone's eyes were red as he was forced to turn his head away. Huh. After Wu Ziming recovered from his shock, he couldn't help but laugh loudly and said, "So what if it's a divine source? It's only half of Brother Tuoba's divine source." "That's right, you guys lost. This piece of divine source will belong to us." Li Zhongtian also laughed impudently. He was extremely excited. Hee hee. Li Shui let out a breath of resentment and let out a cold laugh. Suddenly, this stone ball moved. It immediately rushed into the sky and wanted to escape. Bang! It crashed into the barrier of light. If it wasn't for the fact that this place was already sealed, it really would have escaped. What's going on? This stone ball can fly. Heavens, what is inside the divine source? Why can it fly by itself? A stone that can fly, how is this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded. This defied common sense and was inconceivable. The divine source could float in the sky and not sink, but it definitely couldn't fly. This was definitely a world-shocking treasure, and there might be other treasures inside. Bang, bang, the barrier of light was very sturdy. The stone ball crashed in all directions and wanted to escape, but it couldn't do so. Within the Heaven Stone Garden, a group of elders all made their moves. However, they didn't attack, but rather used gentle divine light to suppress it. They imprisoned it and then sealed it. This was because there was a world-shocking treasure inside the divine source. They were afraid of destroying it, so they didn't dare to use too much force. The outer layer of the stone couldn't conceal the divine source's radiance. Many rays of divine light shot out from the cracks, and it was extremely resplendent. It was drawn down. The group of elders' eyes were burning with passion as they fixed it in the air. They were all a bit excited. "Little brother, you are indeed amazing. You cut out another exceptional treasure. Sell it to us. We are willing to buy it for a sky-high price." The people who spoke were all representatives of major powers. They all wanted to buy this stone. This sect's rare treasure is more precious than that human head-sized divine source. The Ji Clan Stone Garden Protector said. "That's right, it's more precious than that divine source." Someone nodded in agreement. Wu Ziming and Li Chongtian felt as if they were struck by lightning. Their faces turned pale on the spot. They were just filled with joy and excitement, but they never expected the situation to reverse in the blink of an eye. They were close to despair. Li Shui's face was full of black lines, and his veins were throbbing. This result was a huge blow to him. His body swayed and he almost fell onto the ground. He and Yang Kun had already jumped into a pit, and now they had to hand over another 80,000 kilograms. It was as if they had been struck by a heavy blow. "Brother Gu Feng, sell this rare treasure to us. Great Xia will give you a satisfactory price." The Great Xia Prince transmitted his voice. "Little brother Gu Feng, Miaoyi is willing to buy this treasure. No matter what condition you have, we will try our best to satisfy you." And Miaoyi also transmitted her voice with a sweet smile. "My two brothers." Jiang Yifei also spoke. In a moment, Yifan was drowned out by all kinds of divine wills. Many people transmitted their voices to him in secret, tempting and promising him all kinds of benefits. "Everyone, let's peel off the outer layer and see what exactly is inside the divine source." Yifan replied. He didn't want to sell it carelessly. "That's right, peel off the outer layer and see what's inside the divine source." Outside the Heaven Stone Garden, the others all shouted loudly. These people couldn't enter the stone garden, and their status definitely couldn't compare to the representatives of the major powers and the many old men. However, they were the most numerous, and their shouts shook the heavens. At this moment, the news spread quickly. Something even more precious than the divine source had been cut out. The entire divine city was once again in an uproar. Within the Heaven Stone Garden, the group of old men didn't stop them. They also wanted to see what exactly was inside. "Seniors, please make your move." Yi Fan didn't step forward. In the end, the protector of the Ji clan's stone garden walked over. The tip of his finger flickered with divine radiance as he carefully peeled off the outer layer. In an instant, resplendent splendor appeared like a sun. Those with weaker cultivations couldn't even open their eyes and couldn't see it. Only those with greater strength could. This was the divine source, resplendent splendor. What is that? There's a creature inside the divine source. There's really a living creature. Is it a golden snake? It doesn't look like it. There seems to be horns on its head. Could it be a dragon? It's too dazzling. I can't see it clearly. It shouldn't be a dragon. Everyone was astonished. There was actually a living creature inside the divine source. Chapter 349. It can't really be a dragon, right? True dragons are like immortals, not descending into this world. How could there be this type of thing? The scene erupted with commotion. Many people cried out in alarm. There was a living creature within the divine source. This truly left everyone shocked. The stone sphere that was half the size of a human head had a thin layer of stone peeled off. It was like a golden sun as it floated in midair, releasing blinding radiance. Those with weaker cultivations only had one choice, and that was to close their eyes. They almost couldn't look straight at it. The divine radiance injured their eyes, shooting outwards like golden needles. Those with profound cultivations squeezed forward. Many people widened their mouths in shock, all of them wishing to see what kind of creature was produced within. Yi Fan found it difficult to calm down. The divine source that produced a living creature within exceeded his expectations. The divine source jumped about like a frightened child. It wanted to escape, but it was suppressed by the screen of light from the older generation figures, so it could only stay in place. Many people completely surrounded it, to the extent where even Yi Fan couldn't walk in. Something even more precious than the source appeared in this world. It truly was too shocking. There was no one here who could remain calm. They were all stirred up to the extreme, clamoring noisily. "Gufeng little brother, you have to sell this sect's rare treasure to us. Gufeng little brother, can we discuss this? My Yin-Yang sect plans on buying this divine source and the creature inside. There has to be a first-come first-serve basis. I was the one who said it first. Old man surnamed Wang, you stay behind me. The highest bidder will get it. This old one doesn't mind paying an astronomical price." Before they even confirmed what was inside the divine source, the group of elders were already arguing until their faces were red and their necks were thick. They began to clamor noisily. They were all great sect's senior elders, every single one of their backgrounds terrifying. There's no point in arguing. Gufeng little brother should make the decision. We'll sell it to whoever he says. Gufeng little brother, Gufeng little brother, where are you? Only now did the group of messy elders notice that the main character wasn't in front of them, who knew where he was squeezed to. "Seniors, I'm outside and can't enter. Can you all give me a spot and let me see what exactly was cut out?" Yi Fan really couldn't squeeze in. This group of old men seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. They were all lively and full of energy. Although their arms and legs were old, they were harder than iron. Almost all of the younger generation were squeezed out, and many of them grimaced in pain. Only the Prince of Great Xia, Yao Yuekong, Jin Qishao, and the others could stay inside, but they were all disheveled, and it was already good enough that they could stand there. The little nun in white wrinkled her nose and hid behind her brother. "Quick, make way for Brother Gu and let him in. Old man, get out of the way. Don't block the main character." The crowd stopped pushing and shoving. Yi Fan finally walked in and came to the center of the field. Without a doubt, he became the center of attention. Me too. Li Heishui's shoes were pushed away by the group of old men. His clothes were in a mess, and he finally followed them in. He couldn't help but complain, "Seniors, don't be so excited like you've seen a peerless beauty. My clothes are about to be ripped off." Yi Fan finally came inside. The divine source was dazzling, and this group of old men fought for a long time, but they still couldn't figure out what was inside. "Seniors, let's not fight over this first. What do you all think it is?" Yi Fan was also observing, but the divine radiance was too intense. He could only see a rough outline and couldn't examine it in detail. The main thing was that the creature inside the divine source itself was very special. It emitted a hazy brilliance that wrapped around itself. Vaguely, one could see that it was a golden figure. It looked like a golden snake, but also like a golden dragon. It didn't move at all. There can't be a true dragon in this world. It should be a flood dragon or a holy snake with horns. It's most likely a golden snake or a flood dragon. Who said there isn't a true dragon? Maybe it's a young immemorial dragon sealed inside the divine source. The opinions of the older generation were quite different, and they all had different viewpoints. The divine source was glaring and illuminated the entire island. The surrounding lake water became sparkling and translucent, turning it into a golden color. As for the ancient trees on the island, they were all dyed in golden radiance. Even the petals became divine, flowing with brilliant colors and flickering translucently. Yi Fan remained silent. He activated his heavenly origin divine perception and observed carefully. His eyes immediately shot out two beams of purple light that entered the divine source. This was a wondrous technique from the Heavenly Origin book. It could see through fabrications and see through the source. Yi Fan clearly saw the creature inside, and he was extremely astonished. It was a small thing that couldn't move at all. It was sealed inside, but it was definitely still alive. Its bodily functions were slowly recovering, and the sound of a heartbeat could be heard. "It really looks like a dragon." Yi Fan's heart beat rapidly, and he couldn't suppress his excitement. This little creature was half a foot long, and it curled up inside. It had a golden dragon body and a pair of dragon horns on its head. No, it doesn't have dragon scales. Yi Fan observed carefully and found that its body was very smooth. Its golden body surface was sparkling and translucent like jade, and there wasn't a single dragon scale. Soon, he calmed down and began to ponder seriously. At this time, he discovered another abnormality. The so-called golden dragon horn was actually made of flesh and was flickering with light. Strange little dragon, little flood dragon, little golden snake. He was puzzled and couldn't determine what this was. And what surprised him the most was that this little creature's eyes were extremely large. They were actually opened, and it seemed very innocent as it stared at him. It's much larger than a dragon's eyes. It's too watery. Yi Fan was speechless. This little creature seemed to be very human-like. Pang! At this time, the divine source throbbed again. It continuously wanted to escape, as if it was frightened by a group of old men. It was obvious that it wasn't that powerful. It couldn't struggle free and couldn't escape. So cute. The white-clothed little nun lowly stared at the divine source with her large clear eyes. Her eyes weren't burned by the divine radiance and seemed to be able to see everything inside. "Little brother Gufeng, Miaoyi really hopes that you can sell this source to me." And Miaoyi also approached and spoke softly. Her body fragrance was like that of orchids. "Little brother Gufeng, can you use your Genesis technique to observe it?" an old man asked. Yi Fan shook his head. Up until now, he could only confirm that this little creature wasn't a vicious creature. It seemed like it wouldn't harm people. He extended his right hand and held the divine source in his palm. At this moment, all the pores on his body opened up. The world's most primordial essence entered his body, making him feel very comfortable. This was the divine source. Even though it hadn't been refined, it already made people feel that it was different from others. Gotcha. Suddenly, the divine source cracked. The golden little creature struggled to break free and wanted to rush out. Quick, lay down restrictions and tightly seal this place. Stop it. Don't let it escape. Everyone was shocked. The group of old men quickly took action. Layer after layer of light barriers descended, and it was unknown just how many layers of barriers were sealed. In the distance, the other cultivators were even more excited. Some broke their heads and rushed forward, creating a clamor as they wanted to see what was going on. Meanwhile, some people acted as if they were avoiding snakes and scorpions, quickly retreating out of fear of being contaminated. Rookies, what are you guys foolishly rushing forward for? Not a single archaic creature is kind. If they truly come into being, rivers of blood will flow. Don't tell me you guys don't know. The archaic creatures that came out in the past were all incomparably tyrannical and took away many lives. When these words were spoken, there was immediately a wave of panic. The people who were rushing forward were all dumbfounded and quickly retreated. In Ji family's important area, flying was not allowed at all. However, at this moment, people couldn't care so much anymore. Many people rose into the air and fled far away. Of course, there was still a large group of people who stayed behind and didn't leave. On the contrary, they advanced a certain distance because they saw that the older generation characters didn't retreat. Gotcha. The divine source cracked open. With a flash of golden light, that little creature rushed out. No one wasn't nervous because the archaic creature's ferocious might shocked the world and left behind too many legends. Only Yifan could still be considered calm because he sensed with his divine sense that this little creature didn't have any killing intent. Swoosh! The golden figure flashed. No one could stop it. Even the heaven-sealing earth-locking technique that Yifan used couldn't stop it. It was inconceivably fast. Fortunately, this place was sealed and it couldn't escape. It floated in the air and emitted a hazy golden light. Heavens, is it really a dragon? At this moment, everyone could clearly see that it was similar to a real dragon, except that it didn't have dragon scales. Its entire body was like golden jade, sparkling and translucent. Of course, there were also differences. Its eyes were too big and extremely watery, making many girls jealous. At this moment, its expression was very human-like. It seemed to be a bit scared, confused, and somewhat innocent at the same time. Swoosh! With a flash of golden light, it returned to Yifan's palm and fingers. Many people cried out in alarm. It was just too fast. A few older generation figures didn't even have time to take action. Gotcha. This little creature's body was extremely small, no more than half a foot long. However, it bit off a fist-sized piece of divine source with a single bite. Yifan's expression immediately changed. He wanted to snatch it back, but this little thing swallowed it in one gulp. There was simply no time. Its small body didn't expand and didn't change in the slightest. It was still just that exquisite and hazy with golden light. I'm going to cry. I ate 50,000 gene of source in one gulp. Li Heishui opened his large mouth and screamed miserably. Yifan quickly shook his hand, wanting to send this little thing flying. However, its reaction was extremely fast. With another bite, another fist-sized piece of divine source disappeared with a gotcha sound. 50,000 gene of source is gone. The corners of Yifan's lips were twitching. This time, he finally shook off the little creature, putting away the divine source with a flip of his hand. There's no justice in this world. 50,000 gene of source was eaten in the blink of an eye. Li Heishui's heart was even dripping blood, feeling waves of pain as he howled dryly. In the distance, the others were also stupefied. This little thing was too extravagant. As soon as it came out, with just 2 bites, 50,000 gene of source was gone. 2/5 of this divine source was eaten by it. It could be said to be as extravagant as it could be. Yi Fan turned his hand over, grabbing towards this little creature, wishing to lock it in place and seize it. However, this little thing was just too fast. With a flash of golden light, it immediately arrived in midair. "You wastrel, this is divine source, how could you do this?" Li Heishui shouted towards the sky. In the distance, there was a clamor. Everyone was shocked, all of them discussing among themselves. Dark lines appeared on Yi Fan's forehead as well. It really wasn't worth it, having so much divine source devoured by this little creature in one go, making him feel waves of pain as well. However, at this moment, the little thing in midair revealed an extremely human-like expression. It actually felt extremely wronged, a pair of large eyes brimming with tears, staring pitifully at Yi Fan's hand, as if it was searching for that piece of divine source. It was just short of saying, "That piece of divine source is mine." Its current appearance really made one unable to produce any killing intent, only pity and sympathy. Especially its pair of large eyes, they possessed great destructive power towards females. "You ate my 50,000 gene of source, can you not look at me like that?" Yi Fan said while bringing out a bean-sized piece of divine source, summoning it, wishing to draw it down and capture it. Who would have thought that this little creature was full of spirit, its large and lively eyes widening until they were perfectly round. A small claw was clenched into a small fist, forcefully waving downwards. Everyone was dumbstruck. This little creature was truly human-like, able to understand human language. Yi Fan quickly took action, grabbing towards the sky, wishing to capture it. Swish! With a flash of golden light, it began to flee, flying into the distance. At the same time, the other older generation figures also took action, preparing to capture it alive. What exactly was this? Everyone wanted to know, wanted to understand, and only by capturing it would they be able to find out. With so many people taking action, even if this little creature was extremely fast, it still couldn't escape. It seemed to be extremely alarmed, its pair of large eyes filled with a fearful expression. In order to escape, it didn't care where it was going, flying down with a whoosh sound. "Aya," the white-clothed little nun cried out in alarm, because this little creature, in its panic, bumped into her shoulder. This was a very special scene. The golden little creature landed on the white-clothed little nun's shoulder, one of its small claws clutching a lock of her beautiful hair, a timid expression on its face. Meanwhile, the white-clothed little nun Loli was also scared stiff, a fearful expression on her face. The two pairs of large eyes were almost the same, one bright and timid, the other blinking, scared, both with pitiful appearances. "Quick, catch it! Don't let it escape! Little sister, hurry up and take action!" On the side, many people shouted like this. However, the white-clothed little nun stared at the little creature on her shoulder, her large eyes blinking, slowly losing her fear, not taking action. This little creature seemed to have also sensed that there was no danger, gathering its courage to move a bit, looking at the surrounding people with a wronged expression. "Don't take action, this little thing isn't dangerous, it doesn't have any killing intent, different from ordinary archaic creatures," Yi Fan said. Even though he said this, the golden little creature didn't appreciate it at all. When it looked at Yi Fan, it was seething with anger, reaching out a small claw to point at him, silently complaining, a pair of large eyes brimming with tears. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed as if Yi Fan had committed a monstrous crime, causing it to feel incomparably wronged. Yi Fan was speechless. After staring at it for a while, he said, "Don't stare at me like that, I was the one who rescued you from the stone. Brother Gu, this little creature is fated with my little sister, you must sell it to us." The great Xia prince spoke, full of sincerity. Yi Fan didn't say anything, unable to reply right now. It was because right at this moment, it was unknown just how many divine wills were transmitting sound to him, all of them saying that they wanted to buy this little golden creature. Hurry up and observe the surrounding stones, see which one is abnormal. Yi Fan transmitted his voice to Li Heishui. What do you want to do? Li Heishui was puzzled. I suspect that the true Stone King hasn't been found yet, Yi Fan replied. At this moment, everyone was squeezing forward, wanting to see this little creature from a closer distance. They were all eager to know what it was. What kind of creature is this? Many people expressed their doubts. Yeah, it doesn't look like a true dragon, nor does it look like a flood dragon. Even its horns are fleshy, those large eyes are too bright. The protector of the Ji family's stone garden, that old man with skin like white jade, walked forward with a serious expression. Could this be? Chapter 350. Senior, do you know what it is? On the side, an elder asked with a respectful expression. From this, one could see how extraordinary the status of Ji family's stone garden's protector was. Even some rotten old men considered themselves to be of the younger generation. His body was tall and imposing. His silver hair fell down like a waterfall, and his skin was snow-white like jade. One could tell with a single look that he cultivated a strange art. This little golden creature. He frowned, seemingly a bit unsure. Everyone was listening attentively. What was shocking was that even that little golden fairy was listening attentively. It tilted its head, paying close attention to this place. The silver-haired elder looked carefully, nodded, and said, "It should be an archaic divine silkworm." When these words were spoken, everyone's jaws dropped. How could it be a silkworm? It clearly looked like a true dragon, yet it was said to be a bug. The little golden creature blinked its large eyes, seemingly quite perplexed. It didn't acknowledge the elder's words. Everyone was puzzled, full of questions. However, everyone knew that this elder's status was extraordinary, and he wouldn't speak irresponsibly. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a young dragon. It has nothing to do with a silkworm. Someone mumbled softly. The silver-haired elder said, "In reality, you can also call it a beast." However, a Yuan Taoist master in the past called this creature a divine silkworm, and that is how it was passed down. Why is that? Everyone became even more puzzled. Someone asked. According to what the Yuan Taoist master said, its first form is a type of divine silkworm. The reason why the word divine was added before the word silkworm is because it is too extraordinary. It can be called a divine bug. The silver-haired elder spoke slowly. No one interrupted, all of them listening carefully. The little golden fairy was quite dutiful, also listening carefully. This type of creature was extremely strange. It could continuously evolve, and its first form was indeed a silkworm. Its entire body was golden and sparkling, and it ate source as food. Its lifespan was unknown. It was rumored that after one transformation, it would break away from the scope of a silkworm and become a little golden snake. In its life, it could experience 9 transformations at most. Each transformation was a new life, equivalent to a rebirth, and its strength would soar. However, under normal circumstances, it was already not bad for this type of creature to transform once or twice, because the conditions for each transformation were extremely harsh. What kind of existence will the 9 divine silkworm transformations become? Someone asked. The silver-haired old man said, "It will become an unimaginably powerful creature. Even in the primordial era, it will be enough to run amok in the heavens and earth." A divine bug can transform to that level? Many people found this a bit hard to believe. Indeed. The silver-haired old man nodded. These secrets had come from a former Yuan Taoist master, who had traveled through the mountains and ancient veins and excavated countless mines. His understanding of primordial life forms was the most authoritative. However, the silver-haired elder only knew a portion of it and couldn't explain it in detail. After all, too much time had passed, and the dust of history had drowned out everything. The truth was getting further and further away, and it was extremely difficult to uncover it. Normally, this kind of divine bug can only undergo 1 or 2 transformations. If it completes 9 transformations, it won't become a true dragon, right? Hearing this deduction, everyone revealed a surprised expression and looked at the little elf on the shoulder of the little nun in white. Its whole body shone with a golden radiance, and it really looked like a young dragon. Its big eyes were filled with innocence, as if saying, "Don't look at me." The silver-haired elder shook his head and said, "As for what it can transform into, no one can say for sure." In the past, a Yuan Taoist master had said that the 9 transformations of the divine silkworm couldn't be predicted at all. As for what kind of creature it would become, it was hard to say for sure. He had previously speculated that the humanoid kings among the primordial creatures might very well have been transformed from this kind of creature. Of course, there was no proof for all of this, and it was all speculation. However, the Yuan Taoist master had the most right to speak about the primordial races, because they had come into contact with them too much. From the underground and ancient mines, they discovered many secrets ordinary people couldn't know of. After understanding all of this, there wasn't a single cultivator who wasn't shocked. They stared at the little golden creature, and all of them revealed strange expressions. If this little thing could undergo 9 transformations, it would become an unmatched existence. How many transformations did it undergo? Finally, someone brought up this question. "It should have only undergone 2 transformations," said the silver-haired elder. However, everyone was still puzzled, because this little elf was extremely perplexed. It seemed as if it didn't understand anything at all, and it didn't approve of the elder's words. It is like a blank sheet of paper, and it is also very pure. It doesn't seem to know its own identity. That's right, no matter how you look at it, it seems like a little muddle-headed. It doesn't know anything. The silver-haired elder shook his head and said, "Every time it transforms, it is a new life. Not only does its body change, even its memories are erased, and it has to start anew. So abnormal. The 9 transformations of the divine silkworm, isn't it equivalent to experiencing 9 lives?" Even a few messy old men were shocked. "Otherwise, how could it become an existence that can run amok in the heavens and earth?" said the silver-haired elder. Someone pondered and said, "I recalled an ancient scripture that had long been lost in the eastern wasteland. It is very similar to the 9 transformations of the divine silkworm. In the past, there was the imperishable heaven art that produced a divine embryo from an old body that was on the verge of death. Today, Yifan cut out this kind of creature. A living primordial creature appeared, shocking everyone. Many people were both envious and jealous. Even though it is a primordial creature, it might not necessarily be more precious than Brother Tuoba's divine source." Wu Ziming suddenly spoke. "That's right, it can't transform at all. Under normal circumstances, it will reach its limit after 1 or 2 evolutions. How can it compare to a divine object that is worth 500,000 kilograms of pure divine source?" Li Zhongtian echoed. They were afraid of losing and didn't want to admit defeat. They weren't willing to hand over tens of thousands of kilograms of divine source to Yifan. Let's not talk about whether it can carry out the 9 transformations of the divine silkworm. Just the fact that it is psychic surpasses divine source, the silver-haired elder said. "It can be psychic?" Everyone revealed doubtful expressions and asked again. "Because it can produce divine source," the silver-haired elder explained. 10,000 years ago, a Yuan Taoist master once said that regardless of whether it could transform into a supreme existence, the value of a divine silkworm was at least 600,000 kilograms of divine source. This kind of creature ate source as food. It could spit out divine silk and form a divine silkworm cocoon, which was the purest divine source. Heavens, it can't be, right? Everyone was shocked. This little spirit could produce divine source. It was truly stupefying. At that moment, the group of old men and countless people stared at the little elf that looked like a real dragon with burning eyes. It blinked its large eyes and still had an innocent appearance. A small golden claw grabbed a lock of the white-clothed little nun's beautiful hair and anxiously pressed it against her shoulder. "Little brother Gu Feng, state your price. This little spirit is mine. I will buy it no matter the price." A group of people surrounded Yi Fan. He couldn't interrupt at all. Everyone was extremely fervent. "Senior, how much source does it need to eat before it can spit out a divine silkworm cocoon?" Yi Fan asked the silver-haired elder, using this to divert the attention of many cultivators. "A lot. The gains don't make up for the losses. If it was a little creature that had only transformed once, it would be quite good if it could spit out a divine silkworm cocoon worth 10,000 kilograms of pure source after eating 1,000,000 kilograms of pure source. This is too wasteful." Everyone was stupefied. A divine silkworm that has transformed twice or more will have a much higher conversion rate. Many people gave up. They couldn't afford to raise this little thing. It was simply like a little glutton. Of course, this was only for ordinary sections. However, the people from the various holy lands were tempted. Divine source had a special meaning and value. The top powers yearned for it. If they could, at certain times, they would be willing to squander an endless amount of pure source to transform it into divine source, even if it was extremely wasteful. The white-haired elder said, 10,000 years ago, the Jade Lake Holy Land had a divine silkworm. It was gifted to them by a Yuan Daoist master. Everything I know is from the Jade Lake. Many people revealed strange expressions. 10,000 years ago, that extraordinary person came to the divine city and gambled until the great sage's face turned green. However, there was nothing they could do. All laws were interlinked. When the origin technique reached its peak, it would be close to the great Tao. It could also obtain the power of heaven and earth. That extraordinary person's strength was unfathomable. The divine silkworm of the Jade Lake can ultimately transform into a supreme creature? The silver-haired elder shook his head and said, "It's almost impossible. Every transformation requires extremely harsh conditions. Even in the archaic era, it was difficult to succeed, let alone now. Little thing, I saved you. Hurry up and come over. I'll give you source to eat." Yi Fan smiled. He took out a large piece of pure source and waved at the golden little creature. The dragon-like little fairy immediately became angry. It tilted its head to the side and ignored him. "You have quite a temper. Just now, you ate my divine source. It's worth 50,000 kilograms. Yi Fan laughed. "You stole Xiao Guai's divine source. It naturally has to be angry. That belongs to it." The white-clothed nun muttered softly. In just a short while, she had already given the golden little creature a name. This little thing seemed to have accepted it. It stretched out a small claw with its palm facing up. It seemed to want that piece of divine source as it stared at Yi Fan. Yi Fan scared it and said, "Little thing, I saved you. From now on, you will follow me. Why do you still need divine source? If you don't listen, I'll sell you." "Alright, I want to buy Xiao Guai." The white-clothed nun looked very happy. The golden little fairy clenched its small fist and silently waved it at Yi Fan. Then, it looked at the great Xia princess and blinked its large eyes. Yi Fan had a headache. How should he deal with this little thing? It seemed like he couldn't keep it. Many major forces, including the people from the great sage's land, were transmitting messages to him. They wanted to buy this golden little creature. He couldn't afford to offend any of these major forces. Moreover, this little thing looked like a wastrel. A piece of divine source the size of half a human head wasn't even enough for it to chew. Do I really have to sell it? But if it goes through 9 transformations in the future. Yi Fan shook his head and didn't make a decision. He walked over to Tuoba Chang. It was time to collect the spoils of war. Wu Ziming and Li Zhongtian were standing at the side. When they saw Yi Fan coming over, their faces instantly turned pale. They had lost tens of thousands of kilograms of divine source. On the side, Disillusionment Palace's Grand Elder Li Yishui felt dizzy. Not long ago, he had jumped into a huge pit, and now he had to hand over 80,000 kilograms of divine source. He really wanted to vomit blood. Yi Fan did not pay attention to them. The most important thing right now was to collect that head-sized divine source. It quietly floated in the air. Even though it was covered by the rock, there were still several dozen streaks of divine radiance shooting out. They were exceptionally resplendent. Tuoba Chang was extremely unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. He could only watch as Yi Fan held the divine source in his palm. Little thing, I still have such a big piece of divine source here. Do you want it? Yi Fan tempted the nearby golden little creature. Whoosh! As expected, a golden light rushed over. It was so fast that no one could react in time. Fortunately, Yi Fan was prepared. He put away the divine source origin with a flip of his hand and grabbed it. Whoosh! The golden light flashed and disappeared. The golden little creature returned to the white-clothed little nun's shoulder and stared angrily at Yi Fan. 9 transformations of the divine silkworm. Is the ancient legend really going to come true? Red Dragon Daoist appeared in the stone garden. His pupils contracted as he stared at the golden little creature. At the same time, Li Heishui transmitted a message to Yi Fan. He seemed to have discovered a strange stone shifting. Chapter 351. The Red Dragon Taoist's body was withered. He was still wearing that ancient Taoist robe. He stared at the little golden creature, his eyes flickering with scarlet light. The little thing that looked like a real dragon was scared. It hid behind the little nun in white and peeked its head out to observe. Xiao Guai, don't be afraid. The little nun in white comforted it and placed it on her shoulder. Once the Red Dragon Taoist appeared, those old men who didn't have much time left in them were extremely fearful and no longer spoke casually. The others didn't know his identity and continued to discuss. The stone garden was noisy. 9 transformations of divine silkworm. The Red Dragon Taoist said softly. He raised his head to look at the sky and then at the ground as if he was sensing something. Yi Fan wanted to go over and greet him, but a scarlet light flashed. The old Daoist's figure became indistinct, immediately disappearing. He didn't stay for long. Why are you leaving so quickly? He wanted to borrow the might of the Red Dragon. Li Heishui squeezed in and helped Yi Fan collect the source. There were all kinds of colorful gems on the ground that piled up. Thank you for your help so many times and gifting me so much source today. You're really loyal. He laughed loudly. Wu Ziming's eyes were spitting fire. Li Chongqian's nose was almost crooked from anger. The two of them didn't say a word and gritted their teeth. And this old mister, you're really warm-hearted to help us so many times. Disillusionment Palace's Grand Elder Li Yishui was furious. He really wanted to slap this Fei He brat in front of him, but he could only suppress his anger. He was really angry. He jumped into the pit and in less than an hour, he had lost 200,000 kilograms of source. Most of it was borrowed and he wouldn't be able to pay it back for the rest of his life. Thinking of this miserable situation, he almost fainted and wanted to slap himself. Old man, don't tremble. Anger is bad for your body. You're so smart to even think of stealing the wondrous stone. Are you afraid you won't be able to get the source? Li Heishui added fuel to the fire and hit him when he was down. His calm appearance was similar to Disillusionment Palace's Grand Elder's behavior not long ago. There were others who gambled with Yi Fan. Their faces were ashen and full of regret. When Tuoba Chang cut out the divine source, they felt that they would definitely win. Yet, they were still defeated. Was there still justice in this world? The heavens were deliberately trying to trick them. The several piles of origin source on the ground added up to a total of 143,000 jin. They were like multicolored gems blooming with light. Yi Fan waved his sleeve and collected all the origin stones. At this moment, many people's hearts were bleeding. They wanted to cry but had no tears. Brother Tuoba, according to our previous agreement, our wager is 100,000 kilograms of origin source. How are you going to give it to me? Asked Yi Fan. Even though Tuoba Chang was the #1 successor of an ancient Genesis technique clan, he had only brought 100,000 kilograms of Genesis source with him. He had already owed the Ji clan over 300,000 kilograms for the sake of cutting the stone. I'll carve the inscriptions for you and return them to you in a few days. Yi Fan smiled and said, why don't you write to Ji clan and owe another 100,000 kilograms of origin source, then I will use these origin source to gamble on stones, what do you think? All right. Tuoba Chang gritted his teeth. But this time, Ji clan did not agree no matter what. They wanted to immediately send the two of them away. Strictly speaking, Ji clan did not suffer a huge loss. Yi Fan had invested 450,000 kilograms of origin source to cut the stone, and Tuoba Chang had done the same. The two of them were incomparably crazy and threw out a total of 500,000 kilograms. Of course, after cutting out the divine source and the divine silkworm, they earned back everything. The biggest winner was undoubtedly Yi Fan. 2 divine source and that little golden creature, it was over 500,000 kilograms of origin source. It could be said to be a shocking gamble. Yi Fan squeezed out of the crowd and started to choose stones again. Because he had paid 150 kilograms of origin source for the last time, he did not buy an astronomical strange stone. Instead, he chose a stone worth 15,000 kilograms and cut out the little golden creature. This is too crazy, are we going to continue cutting? Don't tell me we can cut out another peerless treasure. Everyone's attention was focused on him. Yi Fan's every move was especially attention-grabbing as he continued to cut out world-shocking items. The people of the Ji clan pinched their noses and let him continue. They actually wanted to kick him out. To the Holy Stone Workshop, people like this were not welcome. The stone under this old tree, the stone in the vines. Li Heishui kept pointing. He noticed that 7 or 8 stones had moved. Yi Fan frowned. Stone King had a spirit, and it was purposely revealing a flaw. It was a provocation. If I was the Yuan Taoist master, would you be able to run? He said to himself. In the end, Yi Fan shook his head. This Stone King had a spirit, so it had to contain a shocking treasure. But he could not find it yet. He thought that even if he spent a few million kilograms of origin source and cut all the stones in the Heaven Stone Garden, he would not be able to find it. He suspected that Stone King was not in the Heaven Stone Garden. Perhaps it was in the lake or on the shore. It was hard to be sure. Yi Fan chose 2 stones, but there was nothing special about them. He did not pay for them, though. He cut out a xenogeneic origin. In the end, he looked at the center of the island. There was an old tree, and there was a smooth purple stone. The guardian of the Ji clan sat on it. He looked at the price. If he cut that stone, he could spend 90,000 kilograms of origin source. You can't cut that stone. It is where the elder practices. Someone stopped him. Didn't you tell me the price? Li Heishui asked. Let them cut it. The silver-haired old man waved his hand. Forget it. This is where the elder meditates. It is not appropriate for us to offend him. Yi Fan shook his head. In the end, he spent 90,000 kilograms of origin source. There was no treasure, but he did not pay for it. He cut out a few big xenogeneics. Are we just going to give up? Are we not going to find Stone King? Li Heishui asked. I want to find it, but I can't. Even if I do find it, I won't be able to keep it. It will be a holy item, and there will be bloodshed. I'll come back another day. If the Red Dragon Daoist had not left, he would have tried. But now, he gave up on that idea. The stone gambling war came to an end. Yi Fan had gained a lot. Many people were jealous, but they could not do anything bad to him. Now, many factions, including people from the Holy Lands, surrounded him and offered him an olive branch. In the north area, a genius with an origin skill like this was a VIP. Many old men tried to recruit him. Of course, the fight for the little gold creature had begun. Ordinary people could not afford to raise it, but the Holy Lands could. Little friend, I have prepared a feast. How about we drink and talk later? I have already booked a VIP garden in the Gold family's drunken Immortal Tower. Little brother Gu must go. Even Li Heishui could not escape. He was stopped by a group of old men. Their passionate gazes made his hair stand on end. And Miaoyi, Jin Qishao, Xiang Yifei, and the others were extremely enthusiastic. They all wanted to buy the little gold fairy. Among them, Jiang Yifei and the great Xia prince were the most determined. It seemed they would pay any price. Brothers, it is not suitable for you to sell it to anyone. Why don't you auction it at our Sky Demon Treasure Tower? Yao Yuekong suggested. There is no need to go there. Their commission is as high as 10%. Little brother Gu, don't you think it is a waste? An older person objected. They were worried that once the news spread, more people would come to fight. At that time, the price would be unimaginably high. Even the corpses from the source stones were treasures worth studying, let alone a living divine silkworm. Yi Fan and Li Heishui discussed for a long time whether to sell the little gold fairy or not. The divine silkworm 9 transformations was invincible. Its value was immeasurable. But it was easier said than done. It was difficult to succeed even in the immemorial era, let alone in this era. I have decided, I will not sell this divine silkworm, Yi Fan said. The scene was dead silent. Then, a cold killing intent permeated the air. No less than 10 of them came from an unknown place. Yi Fan's heart jumped. All the major powers were determined to get it. If he insisted on not selling, his life might be in danger. I want to rent it out. As soon as he said this, the killing intent disappeared. Many people were shocked. It can be rented? It is a living thing. This is too, how can we rent it? Many people discussed. All the major powers calmed down and started asking questions. 600,000 kilograms of source stone. The time limit is when it goes through its 3rd transformation, Yi Fan said. Young man, you really dare to ask for such a high price. In the past, the Yuan Taoist master said that a divine silkworm is worth 600,000 kilograms of source stone. You are only renting it out, yet you are asking for such a high price. Yi Fan smiled and didn't say anything. He understood that whether it was renting or selling, the result would be the same. Once it entered the hands of these major powers, it would be impossible to hand it over. Thus, although he said he was renting it out, he was selling it at the same price. There were many benefits to this. Firstly, he wouldn't lose out. He could compensate with source stone. Secondly, he could rent it out. In the future, when he became stronger, he could go to them and ask for it. 800,000 kilograms of source stone, my Grand Xia Empire is renting it. Suddenly, a dignified voice rang out. The group of old men turned their heads. Unknowingly, a middle-aged man had appeared in the stone garden. He was dressed in a golden dragon robe and had a dragon crown on his head. He was tall and looked extremely majestic. One could faintly see 9 dragons coiling around his body. On the dragon crown on his head, there was a dragon head formed from draconic chi. Royal uncle. The Grand Xia Prince and his sister went up and greeted. He nodded. An incomparably powerful aura radiated from him, causing the group of old men to be unable to speak. This was definitely a Saint Lord level character. Only the silver-haired old man from the Ji clan wasn't affected. Brother Ji. The lips of the major characters from Grand Xia moved slightly. It was obvious that he was transmitting his voice. Okay, I won't fight with Brother Xia. The silver-haired old man nodded. As for the others, they couldn't interject at all. In the face of such a powerful character, the old men were completely suppressed. Little friend, what do you think? The major characters from the Everlasting God dynasty asked Yi Fan. Yi Fan and Li Heishui weren't suppressed. He didn't hesitate and nodded in agreement. No matter what, he definitely couldn't protect this little golden fairy because many major factions were eyeing it covetously. Okay, I will gather 800,000 kilograms of source stone within 3 days. After saying this, the major character from the Everlasting God dynasty disappeared. Yi Fan had cut out a living creature that was even more precious than divine source stone. This shocked the entire divine city. First, the red dragon Daoist and then the Grand Xia Emperor's uncle appeared one after another. The little nun in white cheered. She was extremely happy. Only then did the others let out a long sigh of relief. They could speak again. This is too overbearing. He's using his power to suppress us. He didn't even allow us to speak. Could it be that you want to reason with a Saint Lord level character? Many people were dissatisfied, especially the figures from the major factions. However, there was nothing they could do. The major characters were high above them. There was no way to go against them. By renting out the little fairy, Yi Fan had killed 3 birds with 1 stone. Firstly, he had diverted the attention of the Holy Lands. Otherwise, his life would definitely be in danger. Secondly, this little golden creature was a true prodigal child. He couldn't afford to raise it at all. Doing this was equivalent to finding someone to raise it. Lastly, by sending this little thing out like this, he could obtain a lot of source stone. In the future, when he was strong enough, he could confidently ask for it back. Being rented out like a rare treasure, the little golden creature was very angry. It stared at Yi Fan with its big round eyes and kept baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Little Guai, don't be angry. You can have as much source stone as you want. The little nun in white consoled. Fortunately, it was rented out. Otherwise, with this little thing's speed, who knows when it will run away? Li Heishui said. Yi Fan nodded and said, even if it really follows me, it will probably only think about the divine source stone. Once it gets it, it will definitely run away. That's right. We aren't afraid of thieves stealing, but we are afraid of thieves remembering and not being able to guard against it. The two comforted themselves. They made such a decision mainly because they had no other choice. The Holy Lands wouldn't let them take it away. The divine silkworm belongs to the little nun. The little nun is. Before Li Heishui could finish, Yi Fan hurriedly signaled for him to shut up. The great Xia prince and his sister had already walked behind him. Xia Yiming said with a dark expression, "Brother, I don't want to hear such words again. It's definitely a misunderstanding." Li Heishui hurriedly explained. The little golden creature and the great Xia princess, Xia Yilin, really hit it off. 2 pairs of big eyes blinked at the same time. The stone gambling battle had completely come to an end. After a long time, the crowd dispersed. Yi Fan and Li Heishui were surrounded. Even though the divine silkworm already had an owner, the major forces still tried their best to rope them in. In the next few days, the two were busy with all kinds of social engagements and appeared at the banquets of the major forces. On the 3rd day, the important figures of the Eternal Celestial Dynasty personally delivered 800,000 kilograms of source stone. In less than 2 days, Tuoba Chang also returned 100,000 kilograms of source stone. In the next few days, Yi Fan went to the stone squares of the 3 holy lands one after another and wantonly bought them. However, he didn't cut out any peerless treasures. He only exchanged the pure source stone he had for xenogenic source stone gambling. The so-called peerless treasures could only be found by chance. He couldn't always cut them out. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called them rare treasures. At this point, Yi Fan had obtained enough source stone to break through. He decided to temporarily leave the Divine City because he had been in the limelight recently. He needed to hide and find a quiet place to break through. At the same time, he also wanted to do one thing: help Divine King Jiang Taishu escape. Jiang Taishu had taught him the battle saint technique. He couldn't forget this kindness, and he had been thinking about how to repay it. Now, the Holy Lands were going to use extreme holy weapons to break Purple Mountain. If Divine King Jiang Taishu was still alive, perhaps he could be saved. He needed to send the news to the Jiang family. Was little Tingting doing well? How was Uncle Jiang? He had always missed him. He had been in the northern region for a long time, but he hadn't been close to the Jiang family's territory. Outside the Divine City, Li Heishui sent Yi Fan off. He asked, "Brother, when are you coming back?" "I'll be back soon. I still need more source stone," Yi Fan said. Li Heishui informed Zhou Yuan, "Come back early, the 8 lunatics and several members of the ancient Genesis Technique clans have arrived. They want to have a Genesis Technique showdown with you. Little brother Ancient Wind, are you leaving the Divine City? Miaoyi is going on a long journey. Let's go together." And Miaoyi walked out of the Divine City. Chapter 352. The Divine City was grand and majestic, like the residence of a god. Legend has it that it fell from the immortal world. Yi Fan was about to leave. Looking back at the Divine City, he felt a sense of grandeur and vicissitudes. It had a circumference of 100 miles, vast and boundless. It had been through the primordial era until now. "Take care. Let's go back." Yi Fan bid farewell to Li Heishui and walked forward with large steps, gradually disappearing into the horizon. Ahead, and Miaoyi was waiting for him. She wore a white dress with a jade belt around her waist. Her waist was small and slender, and her figure was slender and alluring. She was like a fairy, slender and elegant with a fragrance wafting in the air. When the wind blew, her long hair fluttered as if she wanted to ride the wind and fly away. The two of them continued on their way, leaving the Divine City. The ancient trees and wisteria became fewer and fewer. They were about to leave this warm place. The tinkling of the spirit spring decreased, and the vegetation became sparser. Cold air wafted over, and the green plants gradually disappeared. "It's the season of snow." And Miaoyi said softly. In front of them was a vast expanse of whiteness. The mountains and rivers were all covered in white snow. The Divine City was a very special place. The area around it was full of vitality all year round, and flowers bloomed in spring. After leaving the Divine City, the true season appeared. Unknowingly, it was already winter. Heavy snow fluttered about, and the northern wind whistled. The vast northern region was bitterly cold. The chilly wind blew over, making whooshing sounds and swirling up the snowflakes. Little brother Gufeng seems to be prejudiced against me and has always been on guard against me. And Miaoyi's beauty was unquestionable. Her exquisite face was flawless. "Farian, you think too much. Why would I be prejudiced against you? You are the most beautiful person in the eastern wasteland. I don't think many can resist your charm." Yi Fan walked on the snow. "Your words don't match your heart. Little brother Gu is not honest." And Miaoyi's skin was sparkling and translucent, whiter than snow. Walking on the snowy ground, she was like a fairy. Yi Fan was indeed on guard. This beautiful girl leaving the Divine City at this time was too much of a coincidence. "Farian, where are you going?" "I haven't decided yet. If little brother Gufeng doesn't mind, why don't we travel together for a while? To travel with Farian is naturally what I want, but I have some personal matters to take care of." This woman was beautiful, but her motives were impure. If it was any other day, he could eat the sugar coating. But now was not the time for romance. The Holy Lands and the 100 sects of the Central Plains were about to attack the Purple Mountain. He did not have much time to waste. And Miaoyi chuckled, "Very well, let's go our separate ways after leaving this place." On the way, she vaguely mentioned the ghost face bronze artifact from last time. It involved half of an extreme holy weapon, which was undoubtedly very attractive. When the sky darkened, Yi Fan stopped in the snow and turned around, but he didn't see anything. Miaoyi, he felt it before, Miaoyi. Shen and, of being, and was Shen said. Miaoyi, I have felt that too. That we should be. Yi Fan didn't say anything more and sped up. There were no footprints left on the snowy ground. He was like a faint shadow. The oasis where the divine city was located was extremely vast. It had a circumference of several tens of thousands of miles. There were many cities and towns. At night, they settled down in a small city. The wind and snow beat against the window, producing flapping sounds. Yi Fan hadn't been lying on the bed for long before he felt something was wrong. He held the dragon-striped black-gold Saint Spirit sword between his fingers. Only after 2 hours did he feel a living being enter the room. It was very agile and soundless. In an instant, his wariness was gone. It was that little golden creature. It was sneaky and had successfully concealed its aura. Even divine senses couldn't capture it. If they weren't so close, Yi Fan might not have discovered it. Not only is this little thing fast, but it also has the ability to conceal itself. He was astonished. At the same time, he felt it was quite funny. This little fellow was quite patient. It waited for such a long time before entering the room. He didn't need to think too much to know why the little golden creature came. It must have been obsessed with the divine source and chased after it to steal it back. Suddenly, it stopped and blinked its large eyes. It looked suspiciously at Yi Fan on the bed before turning around to escape. Yi Fan was astonished. This little thing was too vigilant. He quickly reached out and grabbed forward. Whoosh! Golden light shone as the little golden creature rushed out through the window. Where are you going? And Miaoyi chuckled. She was guarding the front. With a wave of her jade-like hand, a curtain of light shrouded forward. The little golden creature twisted its body at an inconceivable speed. It turned into a golden line and disappeared in a flash, rushing into the night sky. Xiao Guai, where are you? The great Xia princess's call came through the cold wind. Yi Fan rushed into the sky and discovered the great Xia prince and his sister. The two were very anxious. They had spent 800,000 kilograms of divine source to obtain the divine silkworm, but it had run away in just a few days. Brother Gu, did it chase after you? The great Xia prince asked because he had chased after it all the way here. He felt that the divine silkworm most likely came for Yi Fan. I did see it before. It fled in that direction. And Miaoyi chased after it just now. Yi Fan pointed out the direction. Correct, it's its aura. The brother and sister left in a hurry. Yi Fan rubbed his chin and laughed. This little thing was indeed interesting. Perhaps he could directly lure it back in the future. He didn't stop. He could use this opportunity to break away from Miaoyi and disappear into the snowy night. According to the speculations of the people of Divine City, if the Holy Lands wanted to use their ultimate weapons, they would need to prepare for at least a month. This was because it involved the so-called foundation and couldn't be taken out all at once. Yi Fan knew that time was limited. He wanted to make the best use of this time to break through. Just like that, he disappeared for an entire 20 days. No one knew where he was except for a little golden creature. This was a vast and boundless uninhabited area. Snow swirled in the air, and the mountains and rivers were covered in white. This place was far away from the oasis. For decades or even centuries, no one would pass by. It was extremely desolate. However, in the past 20 days, there was a constant flow of spirit energy in this snow-capped mountain range. Especially in the past few days, divine light would frequently shoot into the sky. This snowy mountain was where Yifan had secluded himself. He had sealed himself in the belly of the mountain, but he still couldn't stop the sea of Genesis Chi from rushing out. Although the divine source and the heterogeneous source Chi didn't seem to be much, the essence Chi they contained was too majestic. It couldn't be stopped. Yifan didn't know that outside the restriction he had set up, there was a little golden creature. It had been baring its fangs and brandishing its claws in anger. Unfortunately, it couldn't rush in. The hundreds of flags were personally made by the Black Emperor in the past. The Tao patterns on them were incomparably profound. The little golden creature couldn't break through. In the last few days, the Genesis Chi in the mountain was like smoke. It rushed out, almost liquefied. The little golden creature finally calmed down and began to drink. The mighty Genesis Chi was too rich, enough for it to enjoy. Yifan, who was in seclusion, felt that most of the Genesis Chi had dissipated, but he couldn't stop it. He discovered that the endless source Chi wasn't completely absorbed. Instead, it was used as an impact to break through some kind of shackle. A large pile of heterogeneous source Chi was equivalent to millions of pure source Chi. They were all refined, but he still hadn't reached the 5th level of the Tao Palace. Everything was as he had expected. He needed more than 1,000,000 kilograms of pure source Chi. In the end, he gritted his teeth and began to refine the head-sized divine source Chi. Suddenly, divine light overflowed and shot into the sky. The power of the divine source Chi was unstoppable. It rushed into his body and cleansed his flesh. It made him look like a god. In the Tao Palace, the 5 great divine organs shook. The heavenly voice of the Great Path sounded. It was unknown whether it was the passing self or the Tao self, but it chanted a grand scripture that moved the Life Lord and made him eternal. A small cauldron floated in the Tao Palace, moving up and down between the 5 great divine treasures. Ever since entering the Tao Palace secret realm, the myriad Chi cauldron had risen from the sea of reincarnation into the Tao Palace. Outside, the little golden creature was enjoying it very much. The divine source Chi rushed out and completely submerged it. It was in a dazzling light. A huge amount of Genesis Chi washed over Yifan's body. It was impossible to absorb it all. Most of it rushed out. It was an extremely extravagant squandering. The chanting in the Tao Palace resounded throughout the mountain range. The silkworms outside were puzzled. Fortunately, no one passed by here. Otherwise, they would be shocked. The chanting continued for 3 days. Endless Genesis Chi submerged the mountain peak. The snow melted and the plants sprouted. It was full of life. This series of changes made the little golden creature open its mouth in shock. It worked even harder to absorb the divine source Chi. Boom! Suddenly, there was a violent tremor. On the 24th day, divine light shot into the sky and sent the little golden creature flying. It fell to the ground, its face covered in dust. When the essence of the divine source Chi dissipated, the place was quiet. It was filled with a peaceful atmosphere, as if a god had come to the world. In the belly of the mountain, Yifan opened his eyes. His body was crystal clear, like a celestial king. He slowly stood up. The moment he clenched his fists, he felt that he could grasp the whole world in the palm of his hand. This was an extremely strong confidence. He had broken through to the 5th heaven of the Tao Palace without the support of a holy land. He had reached this step by himself. Yifan's body and mind were calm and peaceful. He did not use his divine power because there was no need for that. He knew very well how strong he was at the moment. At this moment, he had unparalleled confidence. His physical body finally had a trace of the power that the sacred body of the ancients should have had in the past. It was extremely strong. The moment Yi Fan came out of seclusion, he suddenly smiled. He sensed that the little golden creature was panting outside. I really didn't expect it to find this place. It had to be said that the little golden creature was very vigilant. In an instant, it sensed something and turned into a beam of golden light to escape, disappearing in the blink of an eye. It's even faster than the little Peking. Yi Fan did not give chase. He rubbed his chin and smiled. If this continued, the 800,000 kilograms of source qi spent by the Xia dynasty would probably be wasted. He stood on the mountain peak, took out a mystic jade platform, and prepared to cross the void. This was refined by the Black Emperor and could be carried around. As long as there was enough source qi, it could travel a certain distance in a certain direction. In this way, Yi Fan consumed a lot of source qi and used more than a dozen mystic jade platforms before finally arriving at the area where the Jiang family was. I wonder if I'll have the chance to see little Tingting and Uncle Jiang. The Jiang family was more than 200,000 kilometers away from the Divine City. Compared to the vast northern region, it was a very short distance. There were many countries in this area. After asking around, Yi Fan learned that the Jiang family lived in a holy land. Chapter 353. In the hearts of the people of the northern region, the Jiang clan was like a god, unshakable and supreme. Who knew how many countries there were in this area, big and small? Many of the ancient countries actually worshipped Emperor Hangyu. One could imagine how great the influence of the Jiang clan was in this area. They were almost deified. White snow covered the ground, and the wind howled. Snowflakes danced in the air. It was so cold that the white breath that one exhaled would quickly turn into ice. In this cold winter, there were very few people going out in the cities, let alone in the wilderness. Yi Fan carried the deity-striking whip on his back and moved forward alone in the cold northern wind. He passed through dozens of countries and was less than 2,000 miles away from the pure land of the Jiang clan. There were a few small villages on this icy plain. In such a cold winter, few people went out. Occasionally, there would be hunting dogs pulling sleds. Not long after, Yi Fan found a cultivator in one of the villages. He was only at the Life Spring realm. After paying him 5 kilograms of source stone, he agreed to deliver the letter. Yi Fan couldn't go to the Jiang clan himself. Otherwise, he would be killed because it involved the 9 secrets. This kind of inheritance was too important. He couldn't explain, nor could he say that he had entered the Purple Mountain. Otherwise, even if he delivered the message with good intentions, he would be detained. He didn't want something like this to happen if he ended up in such a miserable state. The blood of the gods flows in the bodies of the Jiang clan. In the house of an old hunter, the earth bed was very hot. Yi Fan drank old wine and ate deer while chatting with the old hunter. From him, he learned a lot about the Jiang clan. In the stove, the firewood crackled. The room was very warm. After drinking a few cups of old wine and watching the cold wind and snow outside, Yi Fan suddenly felt very relaxed. In the end, he left behind a piece of source stone and walked back into the wind and snow. On this day, Yi Fan found a total of 5 low-level cultivators and asked them to deliver the same letter. Because this matter was very important, he was afraid of accidents. The contents of the letter were very simple. There was a rough map of the Purple Mountain that pointed directly to the place where Jiang Taishu was trapped, and the name was clearly written. At the same time, he left a strand of the Battle Saint technique imprint in each of the 5 pieces of jade. The Jiang clan would have no choice but to believe it. After doing all of this, Yi Fan turned around and left. He didn't waste a moment, using the profound jade platform several times in a row to cross the void and pass through several dozen countries. However, he did not leave the area. Instead, he settled down in a city and quietly cultivated while comprehending the heavenly book of origin. In the past few days, this region was extremely tense. The Jiang family's experts were all out, seemingly searching for something. This made many people feel uneasy. Yi Fan knew that the letter must have been delivered, and the Jiang family had received the news. At this point, he let out a long sigh of relief. What needed to be done had been done. Whether or not they could save Divine King Jiang would depend on the Jiang family's strength. A few days later, a shocking piece of news spread throughout the northern region. The Divine King, Jiang Taishu, might still be alive. This news was earth-shattering and shook the entire land. It quickly spread out as if it had grown wings. Subsequently, the entire eastern wilderness was in an uproar. All the sects and holy lands learned of this news, leaving many important figures dumbfounded. The Divine King, Jiang Taishu, was a legend. He was known as the strongest offensive force in the northern region for the past 5,000 years, and no one could compete with him. In the past, when his name shook the world, he was not very old. In the eyes of many of the older generation, he was still a young boy, but he had already cultivated the Divine King's body to the realm of great accomplishment. Many people speculated that, given time, his future would be limitless. He was not very old, but he was like the sun in the sky. Whenever he made a move, it would cause the clouds to move. It was precisely when he was rising and at his peak that he suddenly disappeared from the world, never to be seen again. He disappeared from the eyes of the world forever. Back then, many people speculated that he might be in seclusion to break through to a higher realm. However, as time went by, 1,000 years, 2,000 years, people finally believed that this amazing Divine King had really met with an accident and was no longer in the world. The Jiang family was the one who suffered the most. The birth of the Divine King's body was a sign of the prosperity of a family. No one expected that Jiang Taishu would meet with an accident just as he rose to power. In the past, the Jiang family made a big fuss about this. They suspected that some of the Holy Lands had done this, and some peerless masters had joined forces to assassinate the Divine King, Jiang Taishu. More than 4,000 years ago, the situation was turbulent, and an earth-shattering war between the Holy Lands almost broke out. Fortunately, it was explained in the end, and the storm subsided. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, more than 4,000 years had passed. The name Jiang Taishu had almost been forgotten by the world, and no one had expected it to appear again. Everyone was shocked. The heroic and elegant Divine King of the past was actually still alive. Many people could hardly believe it. One should have a son like Jiang Taishu. This was the sigh of some of the ancestors who had passed away 4,000 years ago. What on earth happened? More than 4,000 years ago, Jiang Taishu was as handsome as jade, and his combat strength was world-shaking. No matter where he went, he attracted attention and was a peerless hero. Why has he been silent for such a long time? This was the question on many people's minds. Under normal circumstances, the Divine King could live for 4,000 to 5,000 years. So many years had passed, and the Divine King who was in his prime was definitely approaching 5,000 years old. It could be said that he had reached the end of his life, and his life force had dried up. How could there be news that he was still alive at this time? The good years passed like water, and the heroic Divine King was already in his twilight years. How could an old Divine King who did not have much life left have any great achievements? The news was accidentally leaked, and the Jiang family was furious, but in the end, they did not find out anything. Not long after, new news came out that the Divine King, Jiang Taishu, was trapped in the Purple Mountain. This news was even more shocking. Everything came to the surface. The Divine King, who had been missing for 4,000 years, was actually in the Purple Mountain. The world was shocked. A historical mystery was finally solved, but it made people think more. How did the news that the Divine King, Jiang Taishu, had been trapped for 4,000 years come out? Was great Emperor Wu Shi's inheritance taken by someone else? The Divine King was almost 5,000 years old, but he was still alive. Did he get something from the Purple Mountain? How long could he live? Was the fighting symbol formula of the 9 secret inheritance going to see the light of day again? Not only was the Eastern Baron shocked, but the Central Plains 100 sects were also shocked. They gathered around the Purple Mountain and never thought that there might be a living divine king inside. Yifan couldn't help but frown after hearing this news. The Jiang family's news had actually been leaked. Someone must have done it on purpose. 10 days later, the Jiang family took out their holy weapon and rushed to the Purple Mountain. The Divine Sun Furnace, also known as the Eternal Universe Furnace, was made from the phoenix blood gold and refined with the supreme immortal fire from the fallen Sun Ridge. It could shatter the world and burn everything. The power of this holy weapon was unimaginable. Whether you were the Peacock King, who could shatter mountains and rivers, or the Red Dragon Daoist, if you were hit, you would definitely turn into ashes. The Jiang family was the first to take out their holy weapon, the Eternal Universe Furnace. At the same time, they urged the Ji family to take out the Void Mirror, and the Yaoguang family to take out the Dragon Pattern Cauldron. This confirmed the news that the Divine King was trapped in the Purple Mountain. For a while, the news spread like wildfire. The third attack on the Purple Mountain was speeding up. The Jiang family had a partial map of the Purple Mountain, which attracted the attention of all the major forces. The Jiang family had only one response: enter the Purple Mountain together and share the map. They wanted to save Jiang Taishu with the help of all the Holy Lands and the 100 sects of the Central Plains. Not to mention the inheritance of Great Emperor Wuxia, the fighting symbol formula of the 9 secrets was enough for the Jiang family to do their best. It could be said that the value of this unparalleled secret technique was immeasurable. After half a month, the world gathered at the Purple Mountain. It became a lively place. Many big shots from the Eastern Baron and the Central Plain surrounded the Purple Mountain. If they didn't move, they would be shocked. Because there was only one chance left. If they still couldn't break it, it meant that they would fail forever. The area where the Jiang family was located calmed down. Yifan moved forward in the wind and snow and finally saw a rough outline in the distance. He looked at it from dozens of miles away, observing with his divine perception. It was indeed a sacred pure land. The outside world was covered in ice and snow, but in front of him, there were clouds and rosy clouds. Clouds rose and colorful mist flowed. It was a gorgeous scene. Many mountains were hanging in the sky, not sinking at all. Every mountain was magnificent as if they had existed since the beginning of the world, emitting the aura of the ancient underworld. Some mountains were surrounded by colorful mist. The scenery was picturesque, with waterfalls that were thousands of feet long falling to the ground like the Milky Way hanging upside down. Some mountains were majestic and solemn, surrounded by demonic clouds, shocking people's hearts. These were only the tip of the iceberg. The deepest part of the iceberg could not be seen at all. It was said that there were many temples from before the Antiquity Age. Other than that, it was certain that the Jiang family had a divine city that would never fall, standing tall in the clouds. Although it couldn't be compared to the sacred city of the northern region, it was still shocking. It had survived through the Antiquity Age. Rumor has it that several holy lands have divine cities floating in the sky. Could it be that they are related? Yifan pondered. He couldn't help but sigh. Such a powerful force could indeed rule the eastern wasteland. Its foundation was unfathomable. Rumor has it that the 4 extreme scroll of the Eternal Universe scripture is the best in the Eastern Wasteland, just like the Sea of Reincarnation scroll of the Dao scripture and the Dao Palace scroll of the Western Emperor scripture. Yifan shook his head. Although he yearned for it, he knew that it was almost impossible to get it after seeing the Jiang family's aura. He thought about how he had boasted in the past about obtaining the Jade Lake mantra and blushed with shame. If the Black Emperor hadn't brought him to the Jade Lake, he wouldn't have gotten it. It was impossible to capture the disciples of the Holy Lands and search their consciousnesses. He had tried many times on the disciples of the Ji family, but their consciousnesses had directly shattered. The more he understood, the more respect he had for these immortal forces. It was almost impossible to fight against them with just one attack, unless he walked the path of a great emperor. Looks like it's almost impossible to see Little Tingting, Yi Fan muttered to himself. After taking one last look, he turned around and left. There was no need to stay here. One day, when his cultivation reached great completion, he could directly walk in and not watch from afar. Yi Fan moved forward on the icy plain and left quickly. He arrived at a small town 1,000 miles away. Looking at the narrow streets, he felt a sense of déjà vu, that is. He was stunned. In front of him, there was a very small tavern that looked very shabby. An old man with a face full of wrinkles and his clothes were patched up. His movements were very slow as he wiped the tables and chairs over and over again. "Uncle Jiang, why is he here?" Yi Fan was shocked. Why was it like this? Was little Tingting here too? Chapter 354. The cold wind howled and snow flew everywhere. The tavern was located at the corner of the street. It was very shabby and had no customers. After a few years, Uncle Jiang had aged even more. His hair was completely white, and the wrinkles on his face had increased. The tables and chairs were already very clean, but he was still wiping them slowly. His muddy eyes seemed to be reminiscing, and his expression was somewhat absent-minded. His clothes were very old and patched, and his hands were full of calluses. His movements were very slow, and his back was already bent. His white hair was sparse. Seeing this scene, Yi Fan's heart ached. Why was it like this? The Jiang family had brought the grandfather and grandson to the north, but why were their lives still so difficult? This lonely old man lost his son in his old age, and he raised little Tingting alone. He thought that their living conditions would change after coming to the Jiang family, but it turned out to be like this. He walked into the tavern, bringing with him a cold wind. The old man's frail body immediately trembled, and he slowly turned around. Yi Fan hurriedly closed the door to block the cold wind. He revealed a smile and said, "Uncle, do you have something to eat?" Uncle Jiang seemed to be very happy to see a customer. The wrinkles on his face seemed to have melted a little. He wiped his hands and brought tea over. "Little brother, what do you want to eat?" "Anything, no need to be so particular." Yi Fan didn't want him to work hard. He was so old, but he was still running a tavern. He couldn't bear to see this. "Okay, wait a moment." Uncle Jiang turned and walked down. Yi Fan quietly sized up the tavern. It was very small, and there were only a few tables. However, it was very clean, almost like the tavern in the past. The layout and furnishings were very similar. There were still no patrons, and it was just the old man running the tavern alone. In this cold winter, there were almost no customers. Yi Fan scanned every corner and found that the old man seemed to live here alone. He didn't find anything about little Tingting, such as clothes. Not long after, the old man brought over some piping hot food. It wasn't any delicacy, but it was enough to stimulate one's appetite. Yi Fan ate a large bowl of noodles and a few pancakes. He even finished all the dishes. "Little brother, you really have a good appetite. I could eat so much when I was young." Uncle Jiang smiled kindly and asked him if he was full. "I'm full. It suits my appetite," Yi Fan said with a smile. Uncle Jiang cleaned up the dishes and poured tea for him again. With a guest here, his face was full of smiles. He was truly happy. "Uncle, do you live here alone?" Yi Fan asked. "Yes." The old man began to wipe the table again. "Uncle, the table is already very clean. Look, it's already shiny. If you wipe it again, it can be used as a mirror. I'm old and have nothing to do. I can't help but want to wipe myself." Uncle Jiang put down the rag, shook his head, and sat down. "Don't you have any relatives?" Yi Fan asked carefully, afraid to make the old man sad. "Yes, I have a granddaughter." Although the old man was smiling, Yi Fan could see a hidden worry in his eyes, as if he was worried about something. "What happened? Did something happen to Tingting?" Yi Fan was puzzled. Doesn't she live with you? No, she's cultivating with someone. But this child is very filial. She comes back to see me every half a month. The old man was very happy. But Yi Fan was even more suspicious because the old man definitely had some kind of worry that couldn't be resolved. Yi Fan thought about it and walked out of the small tavern. He walked around the small town and sensed everything with his heaven-origin divine instinct. He didn't find any cultivators. There were no Jiang family members here. They were all ordinary people. Soon, he returned to the small tavern. Come, little brother, have another cup of tea. Uncle Jiang greeted him. He didn't ask why he came back. Uncle, do you still remember me? Yi Fan's bones creaked as he returned to his original appearance. He needed to find out what had happened. He was really worried about the grandfather and grandson. Child, it's you. Uncle Jiang's murky eyes opened wide in surprise. After several years, Yi Fan's appearance had changed. He was already 15 or 16 years old, but the old man still recognized him quickly. Child, you. The old man was very emotional. Uncle Jiang, please sit down. Let's talk slowly. Yi Fan helped him sit on a chair in front of the fire. I heard from Tingting that you've caused a lot of trouble. Many people are trying to catch you. Uncle Jiang was very worried. Yi Fan smiled and said, I'm living well. Don't worry, no one can catch me. Every time Tingting comes back, she says that she needs to cultivate well so that she can save you in the future. I'm also very worried about you. Yi Fan was very touched. Little Tingting was only 4 or 5 years old when they parted. He thought that she might not remember him at such a young age after all these years. He didn't expect this sensible child to remember him and want to save him. The sacred physique of the ancients had caused a lot of trouble in the northern region. He had a holy item. Even little Tingting had heard about it. Uncle Jiang pulled Yi Fan with his calloused hands and asked him to sit beside him. He looked at him carefully and said, It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine. Uncle, what happened? Why aren't you living in the Jiang residence? It's all cultivators there, and I'm the only ordinary person. I'm not used to living in a place that's suspended in the sky. I'm afraid there's something else going on. Yi Fan asked. The old man nodded and said, I don't want to listen to those rumors. I can live on my own. Yi Fan was infuriated and said, You're already so old, how can they let you out? He already knew that the Jiang family had let down Uncle Jiang's father, Xianxia, who sent a genius far away and died with regret. How could they treat Uncle Jiang like this? No, I wanted to come out. I didn't want to live there. Those people are all immortals to me. I'm just a mortal living in a palace on the clouds. It's really uncomfortable. I don't even have someone to talk to. How's Tingting? Did something happen? Yi Fan felt that there was something hidden. My poor granddaughter. She might not live to 20 years old. Murky tears flowed down Uncle Jiang's face. Yi Fan was shocked and said, What happened? Tingting has some extreme physique. They said she would die young. Uncle Jiang's tears flowed down. When she first entered the Jiang family, Tingting's cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. Many geniuses blushed with shame, and her talent shocked the old antiques. Unfortunately, the old antiques of the Jiang family who had retired soon found out that she had a rare extreme physique. In terms of physique, she was extremely powerful. However, such people did not live for long. Most of them would die young. Since ancient times, apart from 1 or 2 people who were famous in the history of cultivation, no one else could live past 20 years old. After being found to have such a physique, Uncle Jiang heard many rumors. He was immortal, and the Jiang family was full of cultivators who could fly in the sky and tunnel underground. He was very lonely here and did not want to hear those rumors. Thus, he strongly requested to move out. Through Uncle Jiang's narration, Yi Fan keenly sensed that the Jiang family was very complicated. There seemed to be two factions. Uncle Jiang and Little Tingting were the descendants of divine King Jiang Taishu's bloodline. This bloodline did not have many people, but they were all very powerful. They took good care of Little Tingting and the others. The people of the other bloodline were very cold. Most of the rumors came from them. Even so, I can't let you live in such a shabby little tavern. Yi Fan was very dissatisfied. The people close to Tingting built a mansion for me in a big city where mortals live. However, I'm not used to it. I'm old and always nostalgic. I like the little tavern in the southern region town, so I came here. Tingting is very optimistic, but The old man's eyes became murky again. Little Tingting's cultivation advanced rapidly. In less than 5 years, she was already a young cultivator of the Nirvana realm. One had to know that she was not even 9 years old. Many of the older members of the Jiang family were shocked. The cultivation speed of the body of Yin was too shocking. Unfortunately, it would die prematurely, which made them feel that it was a pity. Yi Fan was also shocked. This was almost a realm every year. It reminded him of Xia Jiuyo, who was already a 4 extremities cultivator at the age of 13 or 14. Little Tingting's cultivation speed was definitely comparable. The old cultivators close to Little Tingting tried all kinds of methods. They flipped through ancient books and concocted all kinds of elixirs, but it was all to no avail. In the end, they were helpless. Is there really no way at all? Yi Fan felt very worried when he thought that the cute Little Tingting did not have much time left. I heard that we must find the earthly fruit to prevent the body of Yin from dying prematurely. Uncle Jiang's brows were full of worry. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. After the mortal essence fruit matured, it would become the earthly fruit. It was a peerless treasure comparable to the primordial divine medicine. Unfortunately, both the primordial divine medicine and the earthly fruit were almost extinct. The old Holy Lord and the old Emperor, who did not have much time left, searched the vast wilderness but could not find it. If they could find it, they could be reborn. Its value was immeasurable. Unfortunately, no one had ever found it. Uncle, don't worry. I can find the earthly fruit. Little Tingting will be fine. You can find the child? Uncle Jiang's eyes widened. He then shook his head and said, You don't need to comfort me. I have already accepted this reality. I have cut out the mortal essence fruit from the stone. After it matures, it becomes the earthly fruit. I think I can cut out this kind of divine fruit in the future. Really? Uncle Jiang was shocked. They said that unless the Yuan Taoist master comes back to life, there is only a sliver of hope to find the earthly fruit. Yi Fan instantly smiled and said, The reason why I said that is because I received the Yuan Taoist master's inheritance. Leave Little Tingting's matter to me. Even if I can't cut out the earthly fruit, I will find a way to help her find an primordial divine medicine. Uncle Jiang choked with emotion. He grabbed Yi Fan with his rough old hand and asked again and again, Really, really? Really, don't worry. Yi Fan answered affirmatively. In a few days, Tingting will come back to see me. Child, you should go and see Tingting. Yi Fan smiled and said, Of course I have to see her. It will be almost 5 years. I wonder what the little girl is like now. The wind was biting cold and snow was falling. Yi Fan had been paying attention to all kinds of news these days. He hoped that divine King Jiang Taishu could walk out of the Purple Mountain alive. However, he was a little worried. Even if divine King Jiang was still alive, he most likely didn't have much time left. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to intimidate all the divine lords. It would be great if there were a few earthly fruits. He shook his head. This was too unrealistic. If I can cut out a complete divine medicine in the divine city, then I can solve this problem. He really hoped that divine King Jiang Taishu was fine and could live a little longer. That way, little Tingting would be protected and no one would dare to provoke her. What a pity. The previous divine lords of the eternal celestial dynasty have sat on billions of miles of land, but they still couldn't get the primordial divine medicine. 4 days later, a little girl who was carved out of jade braved the wind and snow and landed in this small town. She bounced into the small tavern. "Grandpa, Tingting." Uncle Jiang quickly went to greet her. "Grandpa, you don't have to worry about me all the time." The little girl was dressed in white, whiter than snow. She was like a porcelain doll, very beautiful and cute. Her face was full of a happy smile. Uncle Jiang dotingly patted her head and said, "How have you been for the past half a month?" "Very good. Tingting is very happy. The old ancestor specially allowed me to see the first half of the Eternal Universe scripture." Chapter 355. In the past, when he first met little Ting, she was only around 4 years old. She was extremely sensible and well-behaved, wearing clothes full of patches. Her little face was as red as a big apple. When the white-haired Uncle Jiang was beaten to the point of bleeding from the corner of his mouth and fell to the ground, she cried her heart out. Her big eyes were filled with tears as she begged with a tender voice not to hit her grandfather. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, more than 4 years had passed. Thinking about it now, Yifan still felt a bit sour. "Ting, did you come back by yourself?" Uncle Jiang asked kindly. "Yes." Little Ting replied crisply. "Come in and see who's here." Uncle Jiang pulled her little hand into the room. "It's Big Brother." Little Ting cried out in surprise. Her big eyes were wide open and filled with astonishment. Yifan walked over with a smile and rubbed her head. The little blushing girl from before had finally grown up after a few years. "Big Brother, why are you here? Quickly hide and don't go out. Ting heard that many people want to capture you." She raised her head and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. She was somewhat worried, but more so because of the joy and happiness of reuniting with him. After a few years, little Ting had grown quite a bit taller. She was now full of life like a delicate porcelain doll. She wore a pure white robe, and her hair was black and soft. Her eyes were large and full of intelligence. She was extremely beautiful and cute. Outside, snow swirled and the cold wind whistled, but inside the room was very warm. The wrinkles on Uncle Jiang's face had even smoothed out, and his benevolent smile had never disappeared. Little Ting was very lively and cheerful. She was like a little angel carved from jade, drawing people's tenderness. Yifan was slightly relieved. He was afraid that little Ting's personality would be affected because of her body, but now it seemed that he had worried too much. "Big Brother, are you really not in danger?" Ting is still a bit worried. Little Ting blinked her big eyes. "Don't worry, no one can capture me." Yifan smiled and lightly scratched her delicate nose. Ting will work hard to cultivate and help Big Brother in the future," little Ting said seriously. Yifan immediately smiled and said, Ting, don't think about this. You and grandfather just need to be happy, don't worry about these things." He couldn't help but be surprised. Little Ting was indeed in the Nirvana realm in just 4 years. He really wanted to give little Ting some gifts, but he realized that he couldn't take them out. The diamond chakram and the dragon pattern black gold Holy Spirit sword were what he wanted to give the most, but they were too famous. Once they landed in little Ting's hands, it would cause a series of disturbances. As for the other things, he didn't even need to think about them. Of sacred objects would be confiscated by the Jiang Ting. Ting can't even a little gift. He shook his head. Ting doesn't want any gifts. "I'm happy to see Big Brother." The little girl was very sensible and smiled happily. Ting didn't and didn't. Ting. Of ting of ting of ting of her of, and had as, of. Ting, ting ting, she, ting ting of old, of. She was in the Nirvana realm and hadn't entered the Holy Ji Palace yet. There was still time. He said, Ting ting, I'll teach you a sacrificial ritual. She was in the Nirvana realm and hadn't entered the Holy Ji Palace yet. There was still time. Thinking of this, he said, Ting ting, I'll teach you a sacrificial ritual. The legend of a sacrificial ritual had been around for a long time. Many people studied it with varying results. Even if Ting Ting learned this ritual, she wouldn't expose anything. One had to say that Ting Ting was very smart and could learn it as soon as he taught her. As long as she had the time, she would be able to learn the highest essence. Ting Ting, remember, if you have a choice, forge a ritual implement. I'll give you a top-level weapon in the future. Ting Ting understands. She nodded seriously. Yi Fan thought about it and took out a small piece of broken divine source. However, he sealed it, afraid that the light would burn Uncle Jiang's eyes. Ting Ting, have you seen something like this? Ah! Little Ting Ting instantly exclaimed. Her face flushed red as she said, Is this God's source? Looks like you've seen it before. Yi Fan smiled. The little princess of the Jiang clan is the same age as me. She was spoiled and used something like this before. I've seen her take out a divine source bean like this. Didn't they give it to you? No. My cultivation speed is very fast. I don't need those things. Although Ting Ting didn't care, Yi Fan knew that she was hiding her disappointment. The divine source is nothing. I can give it to Ting Ting. Yi Fan wanted to keep this granddaughter by his side. He didn't want her to be treated unfairly. However, he could only shake his head in the end. He was being chased by all the holy lands and couldn't do that. I'll give Ting Ting the divine source, but you can't take it back. I'll seal it with Uncle Jiang. You can use it every time you come back. Yi Fan didn't want to cause trouble for Ting Ting because of his good intentions. Big brother, keep it for yourself. Ting Ting doesn't lack anything. Ting Ting shook her head like a little adult. After some persuasion, she finally happily held a fist-sized divine source in her palm. She looked at it left and right and was very happy. Uncle Jiang was very concerned about Yi Fan and asked him about his experiences in the past few years. Ting Ting was very curious and asked him about his cultivation process. Yi Fan only mentioned a few things in simple terms. There were many things that he couldn't explain in detail. Even so, it still shocked the granddaughter and granddaughter. Ting Ting thought seriously for a long time before saying softly, Big brother, I also want to give you a present. After saying that, she ran into her room and only came out after an hour. She solemnly gave Yi Fan over a dozen pieces of paper. The paper was filled with delicate small words. Big brother, burn it after you read it. Don't ever pass it on to others. Ting Ting was very serious. The moment Yi Fan received it, his eyes instantly focused. He first saw 6 beautiful ancient words that shocked him, for extreme volumes of the eternal universe scripture. Ting Ting, these, big brother, don't say any more. Quickly read it and then burn it. Ting Ting was like a little adult. It was obvious that she had thought about it carefully and was very serious. Yi Fan still wanted to say something but was stopped by her. Her big eyes were filled with determination. Yi Fan nodded and didn't say anything else. Then, his mind was immediately attracted by the eternal universe scripture. Although it was only one volume of an ancient scripture, it could be said to be broad and profound. The 4 extremes referred to the 4 pillars that supported the heavens in the 4 directions. The 4 extremes of the human body referred to the 4 limbs. These 2 words vividly summarized this secret realm. What one had to cultivate was not only unparalleled battle prowess, but also the great Tao. One's limbs had to be connected to the heaven and earth, reaching extremely far. The four extremes of the body had to be connected to the great Tao, connecting heaven and earth. The meaning of the scripture at the beginning had already intoxicated him. The later parts of the scripture were even more inconceivable. It could actually give birth to a Tao spirit, approach the great Tao, and imprint the void. Yi Fan was intoxicated. The more he read the Eternal Universe Scripture's four extremes, the more he read, the more he felt it was unbelievable. He was completely immersed in it. After an unknown amount of time, he raised his head and flicked his fingers. The paper turned to dust, but the scripture was imprinted in his sea of consciousness. "Big brother, did you remember it?" Ting Ting asked seriously. "I did." It was really hard on Ting Ting. Yi Fan stroked her head and said, "In the future, I will give you a weapon made of an emperor's relic." After staying there for a few days, Yi Fan used the xenogeneic source to cleanse Uncle Jiang's body. He trained his bones and made his blood stronger. The effects were obvious. Uncle Jiang looked younger. He was full of energy, and his body was in a much better condition. It wasn't that the Jiang family didn't have medicine that could extend the lifespan of mortals. Ting Ting had secretly taken some out, but Uncle Jiang had always rejected her. He was afraid of losing his son. He was afraid that Ting Ting would die. Over the past few days, Yi Fan kept promising him that he would find the earth fate fruit. That was how he felt. Yi Fan felt the pressure. Although he looked relaxed, he knew that the earth fate fruit was like the primeval godly medicine. It was almost extinct, and it would not be easy to find. This King weather. It has been snowing for 7 days and 7 nights, and it still hasn't stopped. The north really is a cold place. Aside from the source, nothing else can compare to it. Huh. I remember this little restaurant is owned by that old man. Why don't we eat and drink here? We can go on our way. Which old man? Of course, it is that short-lived little girl's grandfather. When Yi Fan heard these words, he immediately moved. The joints on his body moved, and he immediately changed his face. "Grandpa, don't be angry." Ting Ting was afraid that Uncle Jiang would be depressed. She pulled his rough old hand and tried to calm him down. "Good girl, Grandpa is not angry. I just don't want you to feel wronged." Uncle Jiang touched her hair. "Ting Ting is not angry. When I grow up, I will show them immortality," Ting Ting answered childishly. At this moment, the door was pushed open. A few men walked in, bringing with them a cold air. One of them said, "Oh, business is good. There are customers in this King weather." Little Ting Ting turned around and raised her young and tender little face, saying, "You are not welcome here." So the little genius is here too. Obviously, these were the young disciples of the Jiang family. Ting Ting had a shadow body and did not have many years left to live. She had no relatives, so these people did not care at all. Their only fear was that Ting Ting's cultivation speed was getting faster and faster. Recently, she had gained the favor of an ancestor-level figure from the divine King Jiang Taishu's faction. "We are just passing by and want to have a meal. We don't have any other intentions," one of them explained carelessly. "You can leave. We are closed now," Ting Ting said. She did not want her grandpa to cook for these people. "Why are you closing in the middle of the day?" one of them muttered. "All right, let's go." The other walked out first. "She is just a little brat with only a few years left. What is there to be afraid of?" Their voices came from the wind and snow. "If she brings out that ancestor, you and I will definitely suffer. Let's take it easy. If we can really save that ancestor by attacking the Purple Mountain this time, this little girl will become a real little princess. With the power of an advanced divine king, we might be able to change her fate and solve the problem of her shadow body." The wind and snow howled, and the words dissipated. However, not long after, those people returned. Yi Fan's expression changed. Other than them, there was another familiar face. It was Jiang Yichen. Even though many years had passed, he still recognized him at a glance. Years ago, when he was in the southern region, he was chased by the Jiang family's knights for thousands of miles. It was all because of this person's instigation that they wanted to rob him of his treasures. Everything that happened in the small town where Uncle Jiang and Ting Ting had lived was still vivid in his mind. Jiang Yifei and Jiang Kaixian had left a good impression on Yifan. Only Jiang Yichen was cruel and merciless. That time, he almost lost his life. Chapter 356. After a few years, Jiang Yichen had changed from a teenager to a young man in his 20s. He was dressed in cyan and looked proud. Below him was a strange green beast that looked like a lion or tiger. The green beast fur was extremely long, extremely clean, sparkling and translucent like jade. Meanwhile, there was a jade horn on its head that released 5-colored divine light. The beast was walking in the air and did not really step on the snow. It was 1 foot above the ground and looked extraordinary. Yifan put away the divine energy sphere that he gave to little Tingting and kept it in his body. It was because the strange beast on the street was too unordinary. It had a psychic jade horn that could sense divine objects. It was because this beast sensed that he had a treasure that Jiang Yichen's greed and killing intent were aroused. Jiang Yichen almost lost his life. "Drink some wine here." Jiang Yichen jumped off his mount and pushed the door open. He strode in with cold air. "We also want to choose this place, but they said they are closed." A person behind said and glanced at little Tingting. "Why are they closed at noon? Why not open a shop if you don't want to do business?" Jiang Yichen said coldly. After a few years, he had become extraordinary. "That's true, but they said it was opened by the grandfather of the genius in the family." A person laughed. It seemed that he was fanning the flames. At this time, Jiang Yichen looked into the room and glanced at Uncle Jiang and Yifan. Then he stared at little Tingting and said, "It's you." "Hello, Brother Yichen." Little Tingting raised her tender face and said in a crisp voice. Jiang Yichen didn't pay much attention to her. He sat in front of a table, looked through the menu and began to order dishes. "Brother Yichen, we are closed today." Little Tingting looked up and explained. Even though Jiang Yichen was also a member of Immortal King Jiang Taishu, he was not close to little Tingting at all. He was very cold and almost ignored her. When Yifan saw this, he sighed inwardly. This person was indeed cold by nature. Years ago, when they were looking for Uncle Jiang and his granddaughter in a small town in the southern region, Jiang Yifei and Jiang Kaixian were very polite and sincerely welcomed them. At that time, Jiang Yichen showed a disdainful look. He looked down on everything and didn't care about them at all. It could be imagined that after entering the Jiang family, he definitely wouldn't show any kindness or warmth in the past few years. He must have always been like this. Jiang Yichen ordered more than a dozen dishes in a row. He put down the menu and said, "Okay, I'm done. Go and cook. We are not open today." Little Ting Ting said in a small voice. "Why don't you open the shop?" Jiang Yichen glanced at her and then said to Uncle Jiang, "Hurry up." Yifan wanted to slap him in the face. This person was not very related to Uncle Jiang by blood. He should have called him Grandpa, but now he was treating him like a servant. Tingting knew that she couldn't afford to offend Jiang Yichen because he had a high status in the Jiang family. Few people in the younger generation dared to challenge him. The Jiang family was divided into 2 branches. One was the branch of the Holy Lord, who was very powerful. The other was the descendants of immortal Jiang Taishu, who were all powerful. Jiang Yichen was the descendant of Jiang Taishu and had a great-grandfather. At the same time, he was very close to the Holy Lord. In the younger generation, except for Jiang Yifei and a few others, no one could suppress him. "Brother Yichen." Little Ting Ting whispered and looked up at him. "Don't call me brother." Jiang Yichen interrupted her coldly and said to Uncle Jiang, "What are you waiting for? Jiang Yichen didn't care about family and blood relations at all. He only had disdain and contempt. Opening a shop is a business. Hurry up. Someone echoed. Hurry up and serve the dishes. He is giving you money. Another person also joked. However, others didn't dare to go too far. Their status was not as high as Jiang Yichen's. If something went wrong, they would definitely be punished by the family. Okay, wait a moment. I'll cook right away. Uncle Jiang pulled little Ting aside and didn't let her say anything more. He was afraid that his granddaughter would be wronged. Suddenly, a long roar came from outside the town. Jiang Yichen and others all stood up and rushed out immediately. Ting, uncle, I'll take you guys away. Yi Fan saw everything that happened just now and his heart was in turmoil. No, it's a big crime to leave the Jiang family without permission. You will be hunted down all over the world. Little Ting shook her head and said, in fact, it's okay. In addition to Jiang Yichen, brother Yifei and sister Kaixian are very good to me. The little girl was very cheerful and optimistic. She only remembered a few people who were good to her and ignored other unhappy and gossips. Yi Fan thought about it and nodded. He didn't continue to insist. He had many ways to solve the problem between the grandmother and the granddaughter. If he couldn't solve it, he could directly tell the ninth bandit, Jiang Yi, who was Jiang's biological brother and Uncle Jiang's uncle. I don't think it's suitable for Uncle Jiang to live here. Didn't the divine King Jiang Taishu's people build a mansion for you in a big city? Grandpa said he's not used to it and doesn't feel that there's such freedom, little Ting answered. Yi Fan immediately smiled and said, Uncle Jiang is just old and afraid of being lonely. This is very easy to solve. Invite some people of the same age to live there and he will definitely get used to it. After Yi Fan's persuasion, Uncle Jiang nodded. It was indeed as Yi Fan said. When one reached old age, they would feel lonely and didn't want to live alone in a big mansion. That day, little Ting took Uncle Jiang with her and went to a neighboring city. She provided some lonely old people with shelter and food for free. Those people were naturally willing to do so. Yi Fan didn't show up. Little Ting did everything. He didn't want others to notice it as it would bring trouble to the grandmother and granddaughter. Big brother, when will you come to see Ting again? Little Ting's eyes were red and she was reluctant to leave. It won't be long. I'll come often. Yi Fan smiled and patted her head. He sealed the divine source and handed it to little Ting. He didn't go to the mansion but turned around and strode away. Big brother, take care. Little Ting waved her little hand behind him with red eyes. Ting, cultivate well. I'll find the earthly fate fruit for you. Yi Fan disappeared in the blink of an eye. In reality, he didn't leave. Instead, he continued to walk around the area. He sighed to himself. Jiang Yichen was quite a schemer. He actually arranged for people to watch outside Uncle Jiang's mansion. Back then, when this mansion was built, these people had already appeared here, quietly waiting for him to appear. Jiang Yichen knew the relationship between him and the grandmother and granddaughter. He knew that he had the sacred body of the ancients, so he didn't go to the outside world to search for him. Even though Uncle Jiang didn't live here in the past, the mansion was very famous. One only had to ask the collateral disciples of the Jiang family to find out. This Jiang Yichen really can't forget about me. He predicted that I would come here one day. It's just that by chance, I met Uncle Jiang and the others before I did. Yi Fan sneered and walked into the ice field with the god-beating whip on his back. He already knew that Jiang Yifei had a palace outside. Snow was falling like goose feathers, blanketing the world in whiteness. Yi Fan stood quietly on the ice field for 7 days. He didn't go near the palace and only guarded the path he had to pass. On the 9th day, more than a dozen riders appeared in the distance. They were all strange beasts. They broke through the snow and roared in the air. The one leading them was Jianghu. They were all masters. The weakest among them was at the fourth heaven of the Holy Ji Palace, and several of them were cultivators of the four levels secret realm. Yifan revealed his real body and didn't hide his appearance. He stood quietly in the snow and stared at them with the god-beating whip on his back. Even though Yifan's appearance had changed after so many years, Jiang Yichen still recognized him at a glance. "It's you." His expression changed right away. "That's right, it's me." Yifan deliberately decided to make a move here for little Tingting and Uncle Jiang. He waited for 9 days. "I get it now. The person I saw in the tavern a few days ago was you. If it weren't for the sudden change of events that day, we wouldn't have met face to face today." Ha! He was ruthless and quick-witted, so he immediately made such a connection. "All of you, kill him and take the cauldron of myriad qi for me." Immediately, 7 figures rushed over at the same time and surrounded Yifan. One of them was at the fourth heaven of the Holy Ji Palace, 3 were at the fifth heaven, and the remaining 3 were at the first heaven of the four levels secret realm. Yifan didn't say anything. Today, he was here to kill. He put his hands behind his back and faced them calmly. His calmness didn't match his slightly immature face. "Kill." The 7 of them attacked at the same time. 7 kinds of magic treasures were taken out. There was a magic lamp, an ancient cauldron. Light flashed and covered the sky with frightening power. "Roar!" Yifan roared loudly, shaking the entire plains. The snowy mountains in the distance immediately experienced a great avalanche. It was as if a flood was roaring, rumbling as it surged downwards. For hundreds of thousands of years, the sacred body of the ancients at the fifth heaven of the Holy Ji Palace was rarely seen. Today, he appeared and roared like thunder, shaking the world. He was like an eternal divine cauldron, full of vigor and vitality, sweeping up the sky. Pfft! The cultivator at the fourth heaven of the Holy Ji Palace was shattered right away. The 3 cultivators at the fifth heaven of the Holy Ji Palace were hit by the terrifying sound wave and fell to the ground. Even their faces were pale. Yifan turned into a beam of golden light and rushed forward. His speed was so fast that it made people shudder. His golden fist was unstoppable and indestructible. All the magic treasures in front of him were shattered by him. Pft, pft, pft. The 3 cultivators at the fifth heaven of the Holy Ji Palace were shattered by his 3 punches and turned into a mist of blood. Their souls were destroyed and they disappeared from the world. Yifan took to the air and rushed towards the 3 cultivators at the first heaven of the four levels secret realm. He didn't pull out the god-striking whip but attacked them with pure physical strength. Bang, bang, bang. A series of collision sounds were heard. Yifan's golden fist had the power to destroy everything and nothing could stop it. Kacha, kacha, all the magic treasures of the 3 cultivators at the first heaven of the four levels secret realm were turned to dust. At the same time, they were also torn apart and shattered in the sky. Jiang Yichen and the remaining 3 people were all shocked and could hardly believe their eyes. Only sacred grounds can cultivate a sacred body of the ancients at the fifth heaven of the Holy Ji Palace. It's almost impossible for the sacred body of the ancients to reach this level on its own for hundreds of thousands of years. Yifan was very calm. He carried the god-striking whip on his back and strode forward. His single step made the entire ice field tremble. The pressure of the sacred body of the ancients was terrifying. There was an unparalleled majestic power surging. The 3 of you are cultivators at the second heaven of the four levels secret realm. Attack together and kill him. Jiang Yichen shouted. As soon as the 3 of them moved, Jiang Yichen turned into a beam of green light and rushed into the sky on his strange beast. He abandoned them and escaped alone. He was cold-blooded by nature. He felt that the 3 of them were no match for Yifan, so he escaped without hesitation. Hum. The void trembled, and heaven and earth trembled from the pressure. A huge cauldron rushed out of Yifan's holy Ji palace. Tens of thousands of layers of heaven and earth qi fell and expanded to 18 meters tall. It rushed out in an instant and caught up with Jiang Yifei in the blink of an eye. It descended with a rumble and suppressed him on the ice field. The three cultivators at the second heaven of the 4 levels secret realm all turned pale. They fled without fighting and rushed in 3 different directions. Boom! Yifan threw out the diamond chakram. This weapon interweaved with Tao and truth had earth-shattering power. It sank the ice field in front of it in an instant. The ice and snow disappeared, and the red ground collapsed. It was a scene of devastation. The cultivators who fled in that direction did not even make a sound before they were smashed into pieces by the diamond chakram. There was not even a mist of blood left behind. They were completely turned into ashes. Whoosh! Yifan took out the dragon-pattern black golden holy spirit sword in another direction. A beam of black light tore through the sky and turned into a roaring dragon. It rushed up in the blink of an eye. Pfft! The dragon-pattern black golden holy spirit sword rushed past. All of the cultivators' treasures and defensive measures could not withstand it at all, and they were all pierced through. He could not rest in peace. The small black sword that was less than an inch long pierced through his forehead, leaving a bloody hole. Then, hundreds and thousands of sword auras shot out from his body. Boom! In an instant, his body was full of sword holes. He shattered in the void, leaving nothing behind. At the same time, Yifan chased after him personally. He turned into a golden bolt of lightning and cut through the sky, catching up with the third cultivator in the blink of an eye. That person was brave. He turned around and used the 8 divine brute force to its fullest, shaking the heavens and earth. He summoned 8 godlike virtual bodies and took out more than a dozen weapons. The sky rumbled from the pressure. The entire ice field was covered in feather-sized snowflakes, rolling back the world. However, all of this was in vain. Even though he was powerful and had amazing combat strength, he was doomed to die in the face of a sacred body of the ancients at the 5th heaven of the Daoist palace. Yifan held the holy whip in his hand and used it to break all spells. He swung it down, breaking again and again. The deafening sound was endless. Be it the virtual bodies of the gods or the various weapons, they were all smashed. The cultivator's spiritual consciousness was damaged. His hair was disheveled, and he screamed at the sky. Pfft! Yifan's whip lashed out, and everything fell silent. There was only wind and snow left in the world, and all the enemies were turned into ashes. This was the sacred body of the ancients. Being at the 5th heaven of the Daoist palace was already terrifying, and his combat strength was shocking. Unless he encountered a great emperor of the younger generation, he would be hard-pressed to fight against someone of the same level. The diamond chakram and the dragon-pattern black golden holy spirit sword all sank into Yifan's body. At the same time, the myriad qi cauldron shook, shaking Jiang Yichen out. How dare you come to the territory of the Jiang family to kill me? He felt a trace of fear. Yifan smiled very brightly and said, I've offended 2 great sage lands. Killing you is nothing. Is there anything I don't dare to do? Chapter 357. The cold ice field was a vast expanse of whiteness. It was bone-chilling and stretched as far as the eye could see. The smile on Yifan's face was so bright that it was like a ray of warm sunshine in the heavy snow. However, it was extremely terrifying in Jiang Yichen's eyes. His heart was filled with fear. Even in the bitter cold of the ice and snow, he was sweating all over. If Jiang Yichen wanted to get rid of him, there was no one who could save him on this desolate ice field, no matter how extraordinary his identity was. Hum. The void shook violently as Jiang Yichen took out a Tianluo umbrella. When it was opened, it was like a part of the sky, pressing down on Yifan. Yifan was calm and composed. He walked forward step by step as if he did not see the black demonic umbrella and went straight for Jiang Yichen. Crack! The moment the black Tianluo umbrella was about to hit him, Yi Fan waved his golden hand and slapped it into the sky. The dark clouds in the sky were dispersed, and the demonic umbrella was shattered into pieces. Jiang Yichen's expression changed. The sacred body of the ancients was so powerful that it could turn his magic weapon into ashes with just a lift of his hand. How could he fight against it? In the past, a simple order from him almost killed Yi Fan. Now, Yi Fan was putting the same pressure on him, making him feel the terrible torture. It was even more painful than being beaten into a pulp. At this moment, he was suffering from a kind of extreme fear. Clang, 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 tens of thousands of swords rang at the same time. Thousands of sword auras illuminated the entire ice field, dazzling and dazzling. Each aura was more than 10 meters long and as thick as a water tank. The blazing divine aura almost pierced through the void and rushed to Yi Fan, drowning him in it. Unfortunately, it was all useless. Yi Fan did not stop it at all. The sacred body of the ancients emitted a golden light. In this white world of ice and snow, he was like a dazzling sun. Pop, 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 thousands of sword auras shattered inch by inch in front of Yi Fan. They could not get within 3 feet of him. His black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were clear. He had an otherworldly temperament. Shrouded in golden light, he was like a god walking in the world. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yichen was even more afraid. The enemy came calmly in the snow and could not stop him. For him, it was an unspeakable torture. With a shake of his hand, he tossed out a purple gold gourd. Purple energy rushed into the heavens, dyeing the ice and snow in the sky purple. It quickly enlarged, as if a great mountain was pressing down. This purple gold gourd was unordinary. It was personally refined by his grandfather, and it was incomparably powerful. Yi Fan saw through it, but he was still calm and composed. He reached out a large golden hand and slapped over. Bang! The purple gold gourd was as large as a mountain, causing the entire ice field to tremble. However, it was easily grabbed by Yi Fan. With a flick of his golden palm, the purple gold light flickered. Jiang Yichen let out a blood-curdling scream. The divine sense he left in the gourd was erased, and the gourd had a new owner. The purple gold gourd shrunk to 3 inches in height, appearing in Yi Fan's palm. It was sparkling and translucent, purple light flowing about. 3 questions. First, is there anyone in the Jiang family who wants to harm little Tingting? Second, can your grandfather stand up to the Jiang family's sacred leader? Third, what is the secret that the Jiang family is suppressing with the eternal universe cauldron? Yi Fan revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth and asked the 3 questions. Jiang Yichen was drenched in sweat. He knew that Yi Fan was doing this on purpose. He wanted him to experience the fear of being threatened with death. In just a few years, Jiang Yichen had completely grown up. He was no longer the poor young man who could be killed by a few knights. Now that the sacred body of the ancients had reached the 5th tier of the Daoist palace, he stood in the wind and snow, shrouded in golden light. He was like an immortal king who could look down on Jiang Yichen. Jiang Yichen's expression changed. He did not say a word. He knew that if Yi Fan wanted to kill him, he would not be able to escape death no matter how he responded. Yi Fan approached step by step. It was as if he had become one with heaven and earth. There was a natural and terrifying rhythm to his movements. With every step, the earth trembled. Jiang Yichen was almost suffocated by the pressure. Finally, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, he finally collapsed. His whole body was powerless, and he fell to the ground. Huh! Yi Fan laughed out loud. Jiang Yichen's face was livid. He felt humiliated. It was worse than killing him. The young man he looked down on a few years ago was now in control of his life and death. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Yifan used Jiang Yichen's own purple gold gourd to suck him in and completely seal him inside. He did not want to completely break off relations with the Jiang family. Jiang Yichen's grandfather had a powerful background that could compete with the Divine Lord. It was not good to go too far right now. He was afraid that those big shots would use special means to track him down, so he kept him alive for the time being. Everything would depend on how things developed in the future. Yifan put away the cauldron. There was a strange beast inside. It had a 5-colored jade horn on its head and could sense the existence of spirit treasures. This kind of strange beast was almost extinct and very rare. He did not kill it because it would be of great use in the future. In the end, he also sealed it in the purple gold gourd. The middle-aged cultivators of the 4 levels secret realms and the young people of the Holy Palace secret realms had nothing left. Whether it was the Dharma treasures or the strange beasts, they were all erased. Yifan took out the mysterious jade platform and directly crossed the void. It was not good to stay here for long. The northern region was boundless. 100,000 miles were frozen and millions of miles were covered in snow. Crossing the void continuously, Yifan returned to Haozhou, where Zhang Wuya and the others had rebuilt the stone stronghold. The land was covered in silver, and this place was the same. It was covered in white snow, and the white breath he exhaled would quickly turn into ice shards. Huh. Little Yi, you're finally back. I heard about what you did in the Divine City. What a shocking gamble. Tu Fei appeared immediately. He was in the stone stronghold when he received the news from Li Heishui of the Holy City. He knew that Yifan had left for more than a month and had been waiting for him. Huh. Yifan also laughed, feeling very close. Let's go. We won't go home until we're drunk, Tu Fei laughed. Where's the Black Emperor? Asked Yifan. The reason why he could gamble in the Holy City was that Tu Fei had pretended to be him and the Black Emperor to rob everywhere. He had helped him a lot. That damn dog has been gone for several days. He has plundered everywhere. I don't know how many people he has bitten. The female disciples of the Holy Lands turn pale when they talk about that dog. That man. Yifan didn't know what to say. Let's go. Since that damn dog hasn't come back yet, we should eat a black dog meat hotpot. In this cold weather, dog meat is the best. Let's drink some aged wine. It's like an immortal's life. The room was steaming hot. The fire in the stove was blazing. Not long after that, the delicious smell of meat permeated the air. Yifan, Tu Fei, and Zhang Wuya sat cross-legged on the stove. They clinked glasses and ate with sweat beading on their foreheads. Not long after that, Wang Shu and Dumbo came. They drank aged wine and ate dog meat together. It was a good atmosphere. They raised their glasses continually, talking about what had happened these days. Yifan didn't conceal anything. The others were amazed. Little brother Yi, when will you take us to the Holy City? Wang Shu and Dumbo were envious. Tu Fei said, the Holy City is like spring all year round. Compared to the bitter cold outside, it's much better. I also want to go there to spend the winter. Suddenly, they felt something was wrong. A bone-chilling murderous intent rushed in. What meat are you eating? The big black dog had come back. Donkey meat. Tu Fei said confidently. It's really donkey meat. There are some lamb slices too, Dumbo explained in a low voice. The big black dog's face darkened. He bared his teeth, revealing a murderous look. I'll go get some firewood. The fire is not strong anymore. Zhang Wuye was the first to run away. I'll go cut some lamb slices. Wang Shu also wanted to run away. It's really donkey meat. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Tu Fei felt guilty. Woof. The big black dog jumped on the stove. The room was in chaos. barking and cursing filled the air. After 1 hour, everything was cleaned up. This time, they used real donkey meat. At the same time, they roasted 4 gazelles for the big black dog. Finally, they calmed him down. To cover for you, I have to go through wind and rain, suffering a lot. Do you think it's easy for me? You're sorry. Hearing that, Tu Fei curled his lips. Damn dog, you have the nerve to say that. In name, you cover for Yi Fan, but in fact, you're robbing for yourself. You're just a robber. You say you want human pets everywhere. Every time, I have to clean up your mess. Woof. The man and the dog almost started fighting again. How many human pets did you get? Yi Fan asked the big black dog. 7 or 8 from the Holy Lands. Those people were too weak. They all broke down. Their mentality is too weak. The big black dog shook his head disdainfully. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This damn dog was too good at messing around. Even a thick-skinned man would break down if he was captured by a big black dog as a human pet. That damn dog has done a lot of embarrassing things. Tu Fei added. Woof. Finally, Yi Fan took out a fist-sized god source and threw it to the big black dog. His eyes widened, and he almost drooled. There were 3 pieces of the god source that sealed the golden fairy. They were all fist-sized. One was given to little Tingting, and the second was given to the big black dog. Then, Yi Fan gave the last piece to Tu Fei. God source was rare in the world and had many magical uses. All the Holy Lands wanted it. Woof. The big black dog was very greedy. He took his piece and started to snatch Tu Fei's piece. Damn dog, how dare you bite me! The fight between the man and the dog broke out again. The table and the roof on the fire bed were almost blown away. Yi Fan finally stopped the dog, but he was bitten twice. I got a spirit beast. Yi Fan released Jiang Yichen's mount. I want it. The big black dog pounced on it again, drooling. Can you ride it? Yi Fan wanted to give it to Tu Fei, but he was excited. Treasure hunting rare beasts are not for riding. They are for finding treasures. This is the mount of an important disciple of the Jiang family. It can't be seen, Yi Fan warned. Then I'll keep it for now. I'll get a pet first. Yi Fan finally realized that he shouldn't show the good stuff in front of the greedy big black dog. Otherwise, it would snatch it. Then, Tu Fei told him about a mysterious young man who was chasing after disciples of the Holy Lands. He attracted the attention of the sons of Holy Lands. I know who he is. I saw him 2 days ago, the big black dog said. You saw him? Who is he? Yi Fan was surprised. He's a bastard like you. He didn't show his face and attacked people from behind. Luckily, I have a good nose and remember his smell. Damn dog, tell me. Give me another god source and I'll tell you. Damn dog, you're too greedy. Yi Fan stretched out his hand and grabbed it. 5th heaven of the Doctrine Palace. Although Tu Fei was mentally prepared, he was still shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. He said, it feels like a dragon has awakened. His qi is so strong that it's frightening. Alright, I'll tell you. It's that ladyboy, Pang Bo. What? Pang Bo, he's out? Yi Fan was pleasantly surprised. After coming to this world, the two of them had been separated for less than a year. Today, they could finally meet again. Where is he? Yi Fan asked. At this moment, the big black dog was drooling as he looked at the golden hand staring at him. He said, once the saint physique enters the 4-level secret realm, his blood can be considered a spirit medicine. In the future, damn dog, you even dare to plot against me. Yi Fan slapped him and said, tell me, where is Pang Bo? I saw him the day before yesterday. He's chasing after the light-shaking saint candidate, the big black dog said. Tu Fei sighed in admiration. I should make friends with such a fierce person. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Pang Bo had finally succeeded in his cultivation and walked out. Yi Fan believed that they would meet soon. He knew that Pang Bo was helping him. Fifth Grandpa, this time, I'm going to cut some stone tools to save people. Yi Fan said to Fifth Grandpa Zhang. He hoped that he could gain something from the divine treasures left behind by the Yuan Taoist master. He was very respectful to the old man. He had relied on the old man's family's source heavenly book to reach where he was today. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for his cultivation to progress. He did not give Fifth Grandpa Zhang divine source because the old man had no use for it. However, he gave him many different kinds of source energies, enough for everyone in the stone village to live in prosperity for many generations. Cut it. I also want to see what's inside. Fifth Grandpa Zhang nodded. You're still cutting? Don't cut another poisonous fruit, the big black dog interrupted. You damn dog, you still have the nerve to mention what happened last time. Do you know what that was? You bit off hundreds of thousands of kilograms of source energies in one bite. Woof. The big black dog suddenly jumped up, his expression full of shock. He was tongue-tied. You wastrel. Tu Fei scolded him after learning about it. The big black dog was flabbergasted. You mean, the fruit that poisoned me half to death, made me spit white foam, and convulse for half a month is the divine source fruit that can increase the lifespan of divine lords? Yes, it's that kind of fruit, Yi Fan said. When the big black dog heard the affirmative answer, he did not say anything else. He turned around and ran madly toward the pile of stones in the ice and snow. Chase after him. Damn it, this damn dog is too outrageous. He wants to steal it again. The veins on Yi Fan's forehead bulged. He quickly chased after the dog. Tu Fei and the others followed behind him. Woof, you have to be kind. There are so many divine treasures. No matter what, you have to give me half, the big black dog said. This pile is all yours. Yi Fan pointed at a pile of stones that looked like a small mountain. I only want this pile of stone tools. I don't want anything else. The big black dog straightened his bald tail. His eyes were burning as he stared at the stone rollers and millstones. Go somewhere cool and stay. You're so kind. You damn dog, you've never been kind. Yi Fan pushed him aside. The pile of stone tools looked ordinary. There was nothing special about them. It was hard to imagine that they were left behind by the Yuan Taoist master. I hope I can cut out something different, Yi Fan said to himself. He was not in a hurry to make a move. Not long ago, he had cultivated the heavenly source divine sense. He felt that he should be able to see something now. These are the divine treasures of the Yuan Taoist master. They must be much more precious than the rare stones in the stone shops of the Holy Lands. He was looking forward to it. Chapter 358. These are the treasures left by the Yuan Taoist master? Tu Fei was very surprised. He had never thought that the ordinary stone rollers and stone blocks on the ground would have such a great history. These weren't just treasures. They could be described as divine treasures. The black dog was almost like a rascal. He lay there with his big paw pressing on a pile of stone tools, unwilling to get up. Yi Fan threatened, "Don't get in the way. I've seen stone kings in the divine city. Maybe they're here too. If we really find something strange, you'll be the first to suffer. Stone kings are nothing. I've even seen kings of the primordial races." The black dog didn't care at all. What are you talking about? Tu Fei didn't believe him. Yi Fan's heart jolted. The large black dog had definitely come from the Purple Mountain. He had already guessed a little about its origins. He thought of the Eastern Baron Great Sage's land and the 100 sects of the Center Prefecture about to launch a large-scale operation. They would attack the Purple Mountain with their divine weapons. He couldn't help but ask, Black Emperor, are you sure the Purple Mountain is safe? Don't worry. No one can get anything. Even if they can get in, I'm sure they'll suffer heavy losses and retreat. Divine King Jiang Taishu is in the Purple Mountain. Do you think you can save him? He continued to ask. This was the question he was most concerned about. How would I know? I've never been in the Purple Mountain. Hurry up and cut the treasures. The black dog changed the topic and didn't want to say more. Finally, Yi Fan moved the dozens of stone tools into the house and observed them in front of the stove. Zhang Wuye was very excited. Wang Shu and Dumbo were even more excited. They kept rubbing their hands, eager to try. Yi Fan activated his origin divine sense. 2 beams of purple light shot out of his eyes to examine them one by one. These stone tools looked ordinary, but with his origin divine sense, they were all different. Stones from the absolute beginning forbidden area. Yi Fan was surprised. Usually, he couldn't see anything special about these stones. But when he used his origin divine sense to examine them, he could feel the strong aura of the absolute beginning forbidden area. He looked at 2 stones in succession and felt that they were both empty. However, when he moved the 3rd stone block, his eyes flashed and he said, "There's a divine source inside." The large black dog couldn't sit still any longer, and he said, "Let me see. If I show it to you, it'll definitely be a meat bun thrown at a dog and it won't return." "Brat, your words are too harsh." The large black dog was extremely furious. "Isn't it?" Yi Fan smiled and said, "I can give it to you, but don't have any ideas about the stoneware below." "Okay, no problem." The large black dog readily agreed to it, and nudged Dumbo beside him, saying, "Disciple, help me cut it open." It had once taught Wang Shu and Dumbo how to cultivate, and was now shamelessly ordering them around. Gotcha. Dumbo, on the other hand, was more direct and slapped it away, not having the patience to cut the stone. The large black dog grimaced, and his heart ached greatly. He flew into a rage, and said, "Take it easy, there's a divine source inside. If you damage it, I'll throw you into the origin ancient mine." He hurriedly pulled away the crushed rocks, looking for the divine source. A scorching divine light shot out, dazzling and eye-catching, and a holy aura rushed over, but the large black dog was extremely displeased. "Brat, you're screwing me over. This divine source is too small, and it's not even the size of a bean." This was only a divine source bean, and though it was very precious, everyone present had already seen fist-sized divine source blocks, so it wasn't that shocking anymore. Suddenly, the large black dog's expression froze, and he put away the divine source. He pulled out a tuft of red fur from the crushed rocks. It was incredibly beautiful, as if it had been dyed in blood, and it gave off a slightly tragic and frightening aura. Zhang Wuye was shocked, and he staggered back a few steps, almost falling onto the ground. His face was deathly pale. Wang Shu and Dumbo hurriedly stepped forward to support him, and asked, "What's wrong, Fifth Elder?" Yi Fan was also shocked, and he walked forward to support the old man, and asked, "What's the matter, Elder?" At the same time, he also saw that tuft of red fur, and he took it from the large black dog's paw. Instantly, he frowned. How could there be such a thing in the rocks? He had heard some legends in the stone workshop that there were original gods, original ghosts, and original demons in the ancient mine, and they would occasionally leave traces in the most precious stones. "Don't cut it, you can't touch these things." Zhang Wuye's lips trembled, and his face was pale. "Elder, what's the matter?" Tu Fei asked. "You guys wait here. I'll go take the thing left behind by my ancestor and compare it with this red fur." Zhang Wuye was supported by Wang Shu and Dumbo, and they walked into the inner room. After a long time, he walked out, holding a jade box in his hand. It was definitely an ancient jade, and its color was already stained and a little dim. What's this? Tu Fei didn't understand. Zhang Wuye opened the jade box with a solemn expression. There was nothing valuable inside, only a few tufts of red fur, which were very horrifying. These tufts of fur were almost the same as the one that had been cut from the stone tool, but because of the passage of time, they were a little dim, as if they had been dyed in blood. These. Tu Fei was confused, and he looked at Zhang Wuye in confusion. These are the only things that my ancestor, the Yuan Taoist master, left on the night he disappeared, Zhang Wuye said with a trembling voice. Yi Fan had heard about the Yuan Taoist master's past. His later years were very inauspicious, and he would see many strange things that other people couldn't see. It was really horrifying. On the night he left, a whirlwind of red fur blew outside, and a strange, terrifying creature howled unceasingly. It howled for a whole night. The sound was mournful and shrill, and it could spread dozens of miles away. Humans and animals were scared, and it made people's hair stand on end. On that night, there was a 4-year-old child of the Zhang family who had accompanied the Yuan Taoist master. He was so scared that he became demented, and he was cured half a year later. According to him, that night, he saw red fur growing on one of his ancestors' hands, and he also saw a humanoid creature walking outside the window. He turned his head, and then the first ancestor disappeared forever. It's so strange. Tu Fei was shocked. He knew how powerful the Yuan Taoist master was, and he could be called an extraordinary person in the world. After his source technique reached the peak, he was close to the great Tao, and he had the ability to see through heaven and earth. Even the great sage masters couldn't do anything to him. However, their later years were so inauspicious, and they couldn't control themselves. What happened? The big black dog's eyes were also flickering, and he was thinking about something carefully. After a long time, he said, the Yuan Taoist master's later years are so inauspicious. Yi Fan squatted on the ground and began to restore the stoneware. He was shocked to find that the stone was hollow, and the source of God should be as big as a human head. It was eaten by something. It didn't destroy the stone, and it took away the source of God. After knowing this, not only was he shocked, but the expressions of everyone present changed. I said it. How could the things left behind by the Yuan Taoist master be ordinary? But it was destroyed by an unknown creature. Wang Shu was very angry. Yi Fan's expression was solemn, and he didn't say anything. He squatted down, and forcefully slapped away the 2 stoneware that had been determined to be worthless. The stone roller indeed had nothing, but the stone block was very unusual. In the center, there was a stone fruit. This, obviously, its essence had been exhausted, and then it was completely petrified, returning to an ordinary object. What fruit is this? It's definitely not an ordinary object. It's a pity that its essence has been sucked away. Everyone felt the seriousness of the situation. The rare treasures left behind by the Yuan Taoist master had been taken by someone else. Child, don't cut them. These stoneware are contaminated with demonic power. I'm afraid that you'll be like our ancestor, and something inauspicious will happen to you, Zhang Wuye advised. His expression was very ugly. It doesn't matter. It should be something that happened on that night 10,000 years ago. So much time has passed, and even if there was something, it has already disappeared. Yi Fan shook his head. You don't understand what I mean. I'm afraid that if you are contaminated with this kind of aura, you'll provoke something in the future, just like our ancestor. Zhang Wuye said with a trembling voice. The terrifying old age of the Yuan Taoist master. Did something happen to him, or did he provoke something? Where did they go in the end? Tu Fei murmured to himself, then said, Little Yi, you really have to be careful. The Yuan Taoist master was an extraordinary person, but he still couldn't escape his terrifying fate. I'm not afraid. I want to see what kind of terrible things will happen to me in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold wind blew in the room. Those red hairs seemed to be attracted by a terrifying force, falling on his body. Seeing this, even the big black dog opened its eyes wide, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. No way, it's coming for you now? Tu Fei was shocked. Zhang Wuye's lips trembled. Our ancestors' fate. Is that disaster going to happen again? With a boom, Yifan's body emitted a dazzling divine light. He was like an eternal celestial furnace, blazing hot. His qi and blood were like the sea, like a real dragon awakening. All the red hairs were smashed, turning into ashes and falling to the ground. Yifan's body was spotless. He said, I don't believe it. I want to see what happens in the future. Just now, he felt an unknown force trying to invade his body, but it was rejected by the holy body, which refined it completely. You guys step back. There should be something strange left in these stones, but it can't do anything to me, Yifan said. Yifan consecutively cut open a few millstones, but they were all empty, with nothing inside. What the Yuan Taoist master left behind is definitely a divine treasure. The essence inside these stones hasn't been sucked away. Why are they all so empty? Tu Fei didn't understand. Zhang Wuye said, all the stone tools in the stone stockade are here. Not all of them belong to my family. Let me pick some. Based on his memory, Zhang Wuye picked out more than 10 stone tools. They were all stone blocks, stone locks, and stone platforms. They were all commonly used items. Yifan cut open the other stones. They were all empty as expected. There was nothing inside. Those were the stone tools of other families in the stockade. Kacha. He cut 4 stone tools, all of which belonged to Zhang Wuye's family. He was shocked, but he also frowned. There were definitely rare treasures inside, but the essence had all disappeared. Among them, one of the stone platforms was hollow. It was as big as a wash basin, and there were some fragments of the source of God. Oh my God, the wash basin is such a big piece of the source of God. This is an earth-shattering treasure. Damn it, what took it? Tu Fei exclaimed. The big black dog's eyes widened. Then, he howled miserably, is there any justice? This emperor wants to bite someone. It's still that kind of thing. There's red hair left. Yifan's expression was serious. Although the inside of another stone tool was not hollow, there was a strange plant that had already been petrified. Seeing this, even Yifan could not remain calm. It was very likely that this was an immemorial godly medicine. There was not a single common item in the divine treasury left behind by the Yuan Taoist master. Damn it, it's a godly medicine, it's an immemorial godly medicine. The big black dog was about to go crazy. His large eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He said, there was a great emperor who used this godly medicine to refine a celestial pill. He forcefully saved a close friend who had died. The big black dog seemed to be possessed. He jumped up and down, circling around these stone tools and howling endlessly. Damn it, it's a godly medicine. He was really going crazy. When Yifan saw the inside of the third stone tool, he also wanted to curse. He also had the urge to go crazy. This is definitely an earthly fate fruit that has been petrified. There was a stone bead as big as a bowl inside this stone tool. It looked like a mortal origin fruit, but it also looked like a dragon ball. It was definitely an earthly fate fruit that was also known as a fake dragon ball. What, earthly fate fruit? This thing is definitely not inferior to an immemorial godly medicine. Woof. When the big black dog heard this, he was so angry that he kept barking. Tu Fei's face was also filled with shock and regret. He mumbled, the Yuan Taoist master is really nature-defying. He just casually left behind a few stone tools, and they are all like this. They can really be called a divine treasury, but, damn it, what terrifying thing got here first? Although Zhang Wuya, Wang Shu, and Dumbo did not really understand these rare treasures, they could feel the emotions of Yi Fan and the others, and they knew that these were definitely peerless divine treasures. The immemorial godly medicine and earthly fate fruit were both things that Yi Fan yearned for the most. They could save little Ting Ting's life, but their vitality had been sucked away, causing him to feel extremely disappointed. The divine treasury that the Yuan Taoist master had left behind was actually empty, causing him to be filled with regret. All of this was really too much of a pity. In the fourth stone tool, there was a petrified small tree. Everyone's expression was numb. They did not need to think to know that this was definitely a nature-defying divine treasure. This emperor's heart is bleeding. With the big black dog's greedy nature, this was indeed his true feelings. Is there still justice in this world? The divine treasury of the Yuan Taoist master, what on earth stole it? Tu Fei was also full of regret. If all of these things appeared, it would definitely shock the world. Not to mention the saint masters of all the holy lands, even the great emperors of the central prefecture would have to bow down and beg for them. The previous saint masters and emperors sat on billions of miles of land, but in their later years, they could not even obtain an immemorial godly medicine to prolong their lives. They could only wander around the great desolate plateau by themselves. In fact, no one had ever heard of anyone successfully finding one. However, the divine treasury that the former Yuan Taoist master had left behind was actually such nature-defying divine treasures. Just thinking about it was shocking. After continuously cutting open several stone tools, they found that they were all peerless treasures. No one could remain calm, and they were filled with unwillingness. If these things appeared together, I'm afraid even the heavens would not tolerate them, because each of them could go against the heavens and change one's fate. Yi Fan gradually calmed down. If he really obtained these immemorial godly medicines, he would feel that it was unrealistic. It was completely unrealistic. Now I believe that there really is a bastard in the unseen world. What a reckless waste of God's treasures. The big black dog was extremely resentful. This kind of result caused everyone to sigh. Zhang Wuya suddenly spoke up, and said, "Didn't we cut out the mortal origin fruit last time? Perhaps there are still some that were missed, and not all of them were destroyed." There were only 8 stone tools that belonged to Zhang Wuya's family, which was also the Yuan Taoist master's divine treasury. Would there really be a peerless treasure among these stones? The few of them were not sure. Cut them out, cut them all out. I have a feeling that we might have missed out on some incomparably important divine treasures. It might even be an immemorial godly medicine. The big black dog urged Yi Fan to cut them out. He wanted nothing more than to immediately cut out a peerless treasure. Chapter 359. The sky was hazy, and the snow was howling. The firewood in the fireplace crackled, and the fire flickered. The room was very warm. They guarded the 8 stonewares, ready to cut them open. "You guys step back." Yi Fan signaled them to step back. Although it had been more than 10,000 years, these stones still had some strange power. Crack! The first stoneware was cut open, and some gray powder flowed out of the stone like sand, sprinkling on the ground. "What is this?" They came closer and looked at each other, not knowing what it was. It must be something good. But the essence has been sucked away, leaving only the powder. Otherwise, it would be a divine item that could save the dead. Even Yi Fan couldn't tell what it was. But he didn't need to know, because it had lost its value. After cutting 4 stonewares, the stone core was either hollow or petrified, and the essence was gone. When the 5th stoneware was cut open, a flow of cold air rushed out. It was even colder than the icy world outside the window, making people's hearts palpitate. Something good came out. "Finally, it's not hollow anymore," Tu Fei said in surprise. The big black dog's eyes sparkled. He crouched slightly, ready to pounce and snatch it. Yi Fan squinted at him and said, "Behave yourself. Don't try to snatch everything." Don't worry. I don't do such dishonest things. The big black dog looked harmless. Crack. The second cut was made, and the gap widened. The cold air was even more bone-chilling. At the same time, some holy light shot out. It's really something good. Tu Fei exclaimed. Jianghu, Wang Shu, and Dumbo were also surprised. They all opened their eyes wide, staring at the stoneware in Yifan's hand. The big black dog was almost drooling. He crouched and moved forward a few steps, his big claws almost reaching out. Tu Fei said angrily, I know you don't have any good ideas. Do you really want to snatch it? The big black dog showed a disdainful face and said, Am I that kind of person? I never do such things. I always win people over with virtue. You want to win people over with virtue? Yifan couldn't be bothered to attack it. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. I wouldn't do such a thing, the large black dog said with a sincere expression. Yifan didn't say anything else. The third strike landed. Divine light flowed out of the stoneware and dyed it with a faint golden luster. The room was piercingly cold, and they felt as if they had fallen into an icehouse. Something's off. There's something strange going on. Don't move, the large black dog suddenly said. People in the room were startled. Tu Fei and the others had to step back. What did you discover? Jianghu asked. The large black dog didn't reply. He had a square head and large ears, and a solemn expression appeared on his face. His eyes were as large as copper bells, and they were completely round. He craned his neck forward and shuffled his feet. Motherf *****. That damn dog is wicked. He wants to rob the treasure. Tu Fei screamed. The large black dog was very unkind. He purposely tried to frighten them. He suddenly pounced on the stoneware and ran out with it in his mouth. His movements were extremely fast. Tu Fei was extremely angry. Jianghu, Wang Shu, and Dumbo were also dumbfounded. They all wanted to punch him, but the large black dog was very slippery. He dashed out like a wisp of smoke, and no one could stop him. Chase him. This wicked dog even dares to rob its own people. Tu Fei shouted. Don't chase him. There's nothing good in there. Yifan smiled. Oh, almost at the same time, the Black Emperor screamed as if someone had stepped on his bald tail. It was very shrill, and it scared away all the wild wolves within dozens of miles. They walked out of the room and saw the large black dog foaming at the mouth. All the hair on his body was standing up, and he looked like a hedgehog. Obviously, he was frightened. Brat, did you see it earlier? The large black dog shouted angrily. What did I see? Yifan said with a smile. You tricked me. The large black dog's face turned green, and he kept vomiting. As they approached it, Dumbo pushed away the broken stoneware, and a head rolled out at once. Everyone retreated. Only the Black Emperor was lying on the snow and retching. He almost threw up his gallbladder. Just now, he had chewed the stoneware and almost swallowed the head. Oh my God! How could there be such a thing in the stoneware? Wang Shu screamed. Jianghu and Dumbo retreated, and they almost sat on the ground. Is this an archaic creature? Tu Fei was shocked. It was a shriveled head, with only a layer of old skin sticking to the bones. There were some withered, messy hair on the head that looked like weeds, but it was very sparse. The bone-chilling cold was coming from it. Among the broken stones, there were some fragments of the god energy sphere, which glittered on the snow and made the head look even more ferocious. Brat, did you do it on purpose? The large black dog stared at Yifan with a murderous look. I haven't cut it yet. You snatched it yourself, Yifan said. You deserve it. Who told you to be so greedy? You snatched the treasure when you saw it. You asked for it, Tu Fei said. Woof, 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 the black dog was flustered and exasperated. He barked, and the stone village was in chaos. All right, stop barking. You've even attracted the she-wolf. You deserve it for being greedy. No one sympathized with him. They all laughed, and even Jianghu shook his head. The large black dog was very depressed. He knew he was in the wrong, so he didn't come out. He nibbled on the snow and murmured, F***ck, I'm so smart and powerful. Why am I always so unlucky? What a cunning dog. He's the best. I'm speechless. They shook their heads, trying not to laugh. After careful examination, they found that the head should have been sealed in a piece of the god energy sphere. Unfortunately, the god energy had been eaten by a terrible being, and only the shriveled head was left. It had no value, so Dumbo found a place to bury it. Yi Fan and the others returned to the house. The large black dog had a gloomy expression on his face, and he also walked into the room with his head drooped. Seeing him like this, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. What are you laughing at? The large black dog rolled his eyes, and his bald tail stood up high. Then, he squatted on the ground and stared at the sixth stone artifact with his big eyes. Crack! Yi Fan cut open the sixth stone artifact. A faint fragrance came out, and some liquid flowed out. It should be something good this time, right? The large black dog's eyes widened again, but this time he didn't dare to snatch it. Bring me the jade artifact. Yi Fan said. Tu Fei handed him a white jade bottle. It was sparkling and translucent. After being refined, it was an excellent jade artifact for preserving rare treasures. Yi Fan carefully opened the stone artifact. There was only a puddle of water in the center that emitted a faint fragrance. He didn't know what it was. Could it be that some divine fruit melted? Tu Fei guessed. Yi Fan put the liquid into the jade artifact. After observing it carefully, he didn't see anything special. He said, looking at the shape of the puddle, it does look like a fruit. Now that it's liquid, I don't know how much medicinal effect it has left. Maybe it's some divine liquid. The large black dog's eyes flashed. It was obvious that he was up to no good. Don't have any bad ideas. Do you want me to give you a taste? Yi Fan said with a smile. The large black dog was tempted. However, thinking of how he was poisoned to death when he tried to snatch the mortal origin fruit, he wouldn't eat it no matter what. He shook his head resolutely and said, Don't try it. Let me put it away for you first. Don't even think about it. Yi Fan didn't give him a chance to snatch it. With a flash, he put it into his body. Although he didn't know much about this liquid, he could take it to the God City and ask. Those old antiques would definitely know about it. Maybe it was a rare treasure. There were 2 stone artifacts left. Yi Fan tapped them lightly and cut open one of them. There's something. What is it? Why does it look like a gallbladder? Is it an organ from an ancient creature? The people in the room were all surprised. It was a walnut-sized purple gallbladder. It wasn't sealed in the god source, but it was full of life energy. An ancient creature's organ. It's not sealed in the god source, so it should be rotten. Tu Fei didn't understand. It's a stone gallbladder. It grows from a stone. Yi Fan was excited. What's the use? Let this greedy dog have a taste. It's hard to poison it anyway, Tu Fei said. Damn, why don't you have a taste? The large black dog bared his teeth. Thinking of the last experience, the corners of his mouth twitched. This kind of stone gallbladder is very useful to me. It can help me cultivate the heavenly source divine sense to the consummate level. Yi Fan carefully took the purple stone gallbladder in his hand. He was very excited. It was clearly recorded in the Book of Source Heaven that when a god stone formed a gallbladder, it could open one's eyes. When one's divine sense reached the consummate level, the heavenly eye would be born. The celestial eye and the netherworld eye were all kinds of heavenly eyes. They were born naturally. It was difficult to have a heavenly eye after the heavenly source divine sense reached the consummate level. The heavenly source divine sense could become the heavenly eye when it reached the consummate level. Every generation of Yuan Taoist master had the strongest heavenly eye, which could see through illusions and see the origin. It's a pity that it's purple, not golden. It hasn't matured yet. It's as valuable as a mortal essence fruit. It's not as good as an immemorial divine herb. Yi Fan was a little regretful. He thought for a while and said, "Fortunately, it wasn't hurt. We can seal it first. In the future, we can use the God source to provide it with essence qi to mature it." The stone gallbladder was a priceless treasure to the Yuan Taoist master. He couldn't trade it for anything. It could help the heavenly source reach the consummate level. The real Yuan Taoist master didn't need to use his original technique to see through the earth ancient mine. He could move unhindered in the world. If there was a secret in the origin, he could see through it. There was only one stoneware left. Yi Fan swung his knife, but he couldn't cut anything. It was empty. The treasure was gone. Although they were mentally prepared, they were still disappointed. The treasures left by the Yuan Taoist master were earth-shattering. They were all heaven-defying divine treasures. Unfortunately, some terrifying existences had looted them first. Nothing was left. Thinking about it, no matter if it was the mortal essence fruit or the purple stone gallbladder, they hadn't matured yet. They must have been worse 10,000 years ago. That's why they were preserved. What a pity. Such a pile of treasures was destroyed. Tu Fei was full of regret. This time, besides the stone gallbladder, they also got that bottle of unknown liquid. Although they couldn't estimate its value, Yi Fan was looking forward to it. Perhaps it would be an earth-shattering treasure. In the evening, when the snowstorm stopped, a stalwart figure appeared in the stone village. It was Pang Bo. Just like his name, he had a majestic aura. He had thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a big frame. His arms were as thick as other people's legs. Today, he had cultivated the demon god ancient scriptures, so he had a special aura. He was strong and sharp. His eyes were bright and spirited. He was like a god of the demon clan that had descended to this world. His black hair draped over his shoulders. He stood tall and straight. His eyes were sharp, and he looked majestic. He had a powerful aura. Yi Fan's soul consciousness was very sensitive. They were very familiar with each other. He sensed the other's aura immediately. With a few steps, he was several hundred meters away. He stood in front of the stone village to welcome him. Pang Bo. Yezi. Meeting again, the two laughed. In this world, to have a friend from the same hometown as them was the greatest gift from the heavens. They didn't need to be polite. When they saw each other, they punched each other a few times. Yi Fan asked, "How did you find this place?" 2 days ago, when I was chasing after the light-shaking realm saint candidate, I saw your dog. It told me this place, Pang Bo said with a smile. Although he had the aura of a demon god, he was still the old Pang Bo. His temperament hadn't changed much. He was just more majestic now. His bronze skin sparkled with precious light. Woof, who is his dog? The big black dog was so angry that it ran out of the house with its bald tail raised. Yi Fan said, "That damned dog only told me that it saw you. It didn't say that you were coming. It must be after the demon god ancient scriptures. Brother, you are so fierce. You chased after the saints of the Holy Lands alone. You are a model for our generation. I admire you." Tu Fei laughed and walked out of the house to welcome him. "It's rare to see someone like you. Today, we must drink to our heart's content." Although Yi Fan and Pang Bo hadn't seen each other for a long time, they didn't feel like strangers at all. In this world, they were definitely the closest people. Ha! Pang Bo also laughed. He could see that Tu Fei and Yi Fan had a special relationship. Of course, he gave him face and said, "Tonight, we won't stop until we're drunk." "Good. I will find someone to prepare some black dog meat." Tu Fei laughed. He liked Pang Bo, woof. "Damn it. Damned dog, don't bite me. I will prepare some mutton and donkey meat." "Okay." They all laughed. Not long after, the piping hot dishes were served. There was a golden roasted leg of lamb and crispy chicken wings. They drank and ate the meat in large bowls. The atmosphere was very lively. "Brother Pang, you chased after the light-shaking realm candidate Saint Sun. Did you kill him?" asked Tu Fei. "I wounded him badly. Even if he didn't die, he would have lost a layer of skin. Anyway, he ran far away. He's good at running away, though." Pang Bo felt regretful. Tu Fei was speechless. He found that this man in front of him was really fierce. Ordinary people couldn't chase after the Saint Sons. They didn't dare to do that. He ran to the Snow Palace and didn't want to come out. He got the protection of the big sect. Otherwise, he would have been killed, explained Pang Bo. "Brother Pang, you dare to chase after the saints. We should join hands and do something big. We will kill some saints and capture some saintesses," suggested Tu Fei. "Okay, we will take revenge for Yi Zi." Pang Bo put down his bowl of wine. "I know the whereabouts of a saint's son and 2 saintesses. We can go and kill them." "Huh. Good." Tu Fei wanted to see the world in chaos. Kill the saints and hunt the saintesses. The big black dog was also drunk. He shouted, "Take human pets." Chapter 360. The Snow Palace was a great sect in the North region with a long history of more than 10,000 years. Its power was only below that of the Holy Lands. Legend had it that their founder wasn't a human but a snow ape. His power was so great that he could resist the Holy Lands 10,000 years ago. No matter how great the inheritance was, it would decay. No matter how strong the warrior was, he would die eventually. Nothing was eternal. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Tu Fei, and the big black dog stepped into an ice field and started their plan to kill the Holy Sons and Holy Virgins. The Holy Sun candidate of the light-shaking realm had entered the Snow Palace and hadn't come out yet. They came to this area for him, of course. This area was very high, more than 8,000 meters above sea level. Even in summer, it was still a world of ice and snow. The cold wind howled. It had been like this since ancient times. In the past, during the darkest and most chaotic era, a world-shaking war had taken place here. It used to be a pure land of a holy land, but it had been completely destroyed. The ultimate warriors had broken through the sky and flattened the endless snowy mountains, turning this place into a boundless ice field. The Snow Palace was just a big force that had come here later. In the more ancient era, there were more ancient and glorious inheritances on the ice field. Who destroyed a holy land? Yi Fan was surprised when he heard Tu Fei's words. "I'm not sure. It happened 70,000 to 80,000 years ago. It was the darkest era after the desolate antiquity. The most terrifying chaos took place there. Many holy lands participated in the war." Tu Fei shook his head. How strong was the power needed to destroy a holy land? Pang Bo was surprised, too. "Why do I feel like it was the chaos of the Forbidden Lands?" The big black dog said hesitantly. "Do you know something?" Yi Fan was moved. The big black dog had a shocking background. The more ancient the event, the more he knew about it. The Eastern Barren Territory has 7 forbidden lands for life. Each of them is extremely terrifying. Even the emperors can't flatten them. 190,000 years ago, there was the dark chaos of the Absolute Beginning era. Blood flowed like a river on the ground. 150,000 years ago, there was the dark chaos of the undying mountain. Lives were plunged into misery. Everyone was surprised and looked at the big black dog. The origin ancient mine and the undying mountain were the terrifying forbidden lands of the Eastern Barren Territories North region and the Center region respectively. None of them had heard of this before. Life-restricted regions had triggered darkness chaos before. It seemed to be extremely terrifying, engulfing the great earth. Blood flowed like rivers. 70 to 80,000 years ago was known as the darkest era after the primordial era. Countless people died in that great turmoil, and it seemed to be a man-made disaster. Tu Fei said, looking at the endless ice field. I vaguely heard that an invincible king god of the Jianghu family used a weapon of the extreme path to sweep this place. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It was hard to say just how powerful the extreme Dao holy weapon was. There was a rumor in the world that if there was enough Dao power to support it, it would be equivalent to the resurrection of a great emperor. As expected. Holy lands are also divided into strong and weak. Yi Fan sighed. The Black Emperor said in a deep voice, "That's only natural. A sacred ground that has produced a great emperor and an extreme Dao weapon is the most confident and fearless of all the great powers in the world." What it said was the truth. Going back more than 100,000 years, there were more holy lands than there are now. Half of them had been annihilated in history. Thinking about it carefully, the destroyed inheritances didn't have a great emperor or an extreme Dao weapon. In general, their foundation wasn't enough. Pang Bo said, "It seems like the surviving holy lands don't have only one scripture of their own. They should be much stronger than what people have imagined." The others nodded to show their agreement. The more they knew, the more they thought the holy lands were immeasurably strong and extremely dangerous. After 1 hour, they arrived at the deepest place of the ice field. They saw a towering snowy mountain that reached the sky. It was a vast expanse of whiteness. Tu Fei explained, according to legends, 70 to 80,000 years ago, there was no ice field. It was just an endless snowy mountain. Rumor has it that a king god of the Jianghu family used an extreme Dao weapon to sweep the entire area. Eventually, it became what it is today. Only this snowy mountain is left, which is less than 100 miles around. It's just a vestige. The peak of the mountain was so high that it was hard to see. It pierced the sky where the snow palace was located. Each of the snowy mountains had a grand snow palace. Yi Fan said, "The old ape who created this great sect has good foresight. He chose this place. At first glance, I know it's not simple at all." Tu Fei nodded. Of course. That old ape has a profound cultivation technique. He could resist the holy lands. He has left many legends. Some say that he was born in this snowy mountain. Some even say that his technique is from the orthodoxy of the Holy Land that was destroyed 70 to 80,000 years ago. Since he created the Snow Palace, it means that the Holy Land has revived. I can feel it. The light-shaking realm Saint Sun candidate is on the snowy mountain ahead of us, said Pang Bo Shi Yen cultivated the demon monarch's ancient scriptures, which made him extraordinary. When he was chasing after the light-shaking realm Saint Sun candidate, he had used the demon monarch's divine technique on him. Within a certain range, he could sense his existence. If the other hadn't run to the snow palace, he would have been killed. He couldn't have run away. Yi Fan said, "Then let's wait for him. The snow palace is too powerful. We can't afford to offend them. We can only wait outside." Within 100 miles, the towering mountains were the snow palace's territory. Through the wind and snow, they could vaguely see sparkling crystals on the mountains. They were majestic ice palaces. I estimate that he will need at least 7 days to recover. After being hit by my demon monarch's 9 slashes, the form extermination, he is lucky that he didn't die, said Pang Bo. Yi Fan knew how terrifying the 9 slashes of the demon monarch was. That day in the Immortal Hall, he and the Black Emperor had almost died in the battle against Old Monster Green Lotus. At this moment, the Black Emperor's eyes were burning with passion when he heard the words, 9 slashes of the Demon Monarch. He wanted to push Pang Bo down and interrogate him about the ancient scriptures. We don't have to wait for nothing. I got a secret report that the Purple Mansion Saintess is going to visit the Snow Palace and then go to the Divine City. Maybe we can capture her in advance. Pang Bo's identity was special. His position in the monster clan wasn't ordinary. Although he couldn't mobilize the clans, it was easy for him to get some information through his connections. That's good news. Tu Fei cheered up. The Black Emperor also said, "Oh, it's that woman who chased after me. If I hadn't crossed the space in a hurry, I would have been in danger. I'm looking forward to chasing after the Saintess. I hope I can succeed," Tu Fei laughed. Yi Fan walked around this great snowy mountain. He rubbed his chin, seriously thinking to himself, saying, "The more I look at this place, the more extraordinary it seems. There might be a dragon vein hidden here, a large piece of exceptional divine spring." He needed 5 million pounds of pure divine origin to break the restraint of the Dao Palace's secret territory and enter the 4 extreme secret territories. It was an astronomical number. Can you dig out a big piece of divine origin? Pang Bo and Tu Fei knew he cultivated the Book of Origin, so they were confident in his original technique. Yi Fan shook his head. "I think it's hard. Even if we can stop the dragon vein, we have to create a big commotion. This is the Snow Palace's territory. It will only help them." Tu Fei said, "Let's go. We should check first. 70 or 80,000 years ago, there was a holy land here. Perhaps it has a big piece of divine origin and some other treasures." Within 100 miles around, the mountains were so tall that they pierced the sky. Ice and snow were everywhere. Yi Fan used the Earth observation technique to observe. He felt that this place wasn't ordinary at all. Perhaps there was a big dragon vein with a big piece of divine origin. It seems to be behind the mountain. We should detour. The heavy snowflakes were like goose feathers, mesmerizing people's eyes. The cold inside the snowy mountain was chilling to the bone. Pang Bo used the Beast Monarch divine technique to observe. It seems like there's no one from the Snow Palace behind the mountain. I know it. The rumor is true. Tu Fei smiled. The founder of the sect was an old ape. The sect takes special care of the snow ape. The snow mountain with a circumference of 100 miles was big enough for the Snow Palace to build a training field. It was said that the back of the mountain was reserved for a group of snow apes. No disciples were cultivating here. Knowing this, they were thrilled. They decided to enter the back of the mountain and explore carefully. If they could dig out a big piece of divine origin, it would be a great fortune. There must be a big dragon here. Yi Fan was shocked. They entered the back of the mountain and entered the snowy peaks. Crossing the snowy land, Yi Fan used the original technique to see through the illusion and capture the dragon aura. There's a flow of extremely powerful dragon aura under the ground. It must be the supreme dragon vein. Yi Fan stared. The snowy peaks were connected together like the bones of a great dragon, giving off a majestic aura. What are we waiting for? Let's dig it out, the big black dog urged. His eyes glowed with green light. I'm worried that this dragon vein is strange. Maybe it's a far ancient imperial family. Moreover, 70 or 80,000 years ago, this was the training field of a holy land. I'm sure it has more details, Yi Fan pondered. Check carefully. We'll decide after we see it clearly, said Tu Fei. Yi Fan and the others continued to go deeper and observe the snow mountain. Yi Fan was almost sure that there was an extraordinary divine item under the ground. This kind of terrain is the nirvana of a true dragon. Yi Fan was frightened. The Book of Original Sky had this kind of terrain, which was related to yin and yang, life and death. It was very mysterious. "Is there anything special?" asked Pang Bo. "It's really mysterious. If there's no living creature in there, perhaps we can get a big divine treasure." "What if there's an immemorial creature?" asked Tu Fei. "It must be an extremely dangerous place. It's the royal nest of the immemorial races. We can't touch it." Yi Fan was stern. "What's that smell? It's so fragrant." The big black dog suddenly lifted his head, looking surprised. "Really? How come I don't smell it?" Pang Bo was skeptical. "Don't compare yourself with it. A dog's nose is the most sensitive. Let alone this damn dog with a big background," said Tu Fei. "Woof." The big black dog bared his teeth, but he didn't bite. He sniffed and said, "Perhaps some kind of heaven and earth treasure is about to ripen." Then, he ran crazily through the snow mountain. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and Tu Fei followed him. After more than 10 miles, they also smelled the fragrance. This damn dog's nose is so sensitive. Standing on the wind, it can smell the fragrance from more than 10 miles away. The other three couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The enticing fragrance came from a snow valley. When they arrived, they were startled. There were many humanoid creatures in the valley. Their bodies were covered with snow-white fur. They're snow apes. They're born with endless strength. Not long after they were born, they could tear lions and tigers. They're definitely demonic beasts. I'm afraid there's an old ape who has cultivated to a high realm." Tu Fei was surprised. What surprised them more was that there was a dragon aura twirling around the snow valley. In the center of the valley, there were several spirit herbs growing in the snow, glowing with green light. Each of them had a golden fruit. Dragon-shaped fruit. What kind of magical fruit is that? The big black dog didn't recognize it. There were 6 spirit herbs, glowing with green light. They were about 1 foot tall, and each of them had a fruit that was half a foot long. They were golden and crystal clear like real dragons. They were extraordinary. "It's the source dragon fruit." Yi Fan was surprised. He was even more sure that there was a big dragon underground. "What's the source dragon fruit?" "It's a kind of magical herb that grows under the nourishment of dragon aura. Although its fruit can't be compared to the immemorial godly medicine, it's definitely a top-level spirit medicine." They calculated and felt it would be hard to pick this kind of spirit fruit. There were too many snow apes. If they were enraged, the snow palace would be alerted. "There's a snow cave in front of us. There's also dragon aura coming from it." Pang Bo's eyes were sharp. Not far from them, there was a giant cave halfway up a snow mountain. It was pitch black, and dragon aura was seeping out. "Let's go and take a look." Yi Fan took the lead and flew forward. Pang Bo and Tu Fei followed behind. The big black dog looked at the source dragon fruit reluctantly, then turned around and left. They quickly arrived in front of the snow mountain, landed, and entered the cave. The cave was spacious and dry. There were some stone basins and bowls, as well as a stone bed. The cave was spacious and led deep into the mountain. It was clean and didn't have any strange smell. "This seems to be the residence of the snow apes. Let's take a look and leave." They realized that this might be the nest of the snow apes. They couldn't stay here for long. Tu Fei said, "Let's hurry and look. These snow apes might be the descendants of the old ape who created the snow palace 10,000 years ago. Maybe he left something behind." Pang Bo shook his head and said, "These snow apes obviously don't have any terror rank existences. I don't think they have any treasures. There's dragon aura seeping out of this place. I'm afraid it has something to do with the supreme dragon vein underground." Yi Fan said in a low voice. At the same time, he felt that today might be a special day. Normally, there wouldn't be any dragon aura seeping out. The big black dog was greedy again. He said, maybe we can go underground from here. Maybe we can dig out a peerless divine source. They were tempted. They followed the direction of the dragon aura and entered the depths of the mountain. What's that? In the depths of the mountain, there was a big hole that looked like a devil's well. It led deep underground, but the mouth of the well was sealed by a piece of transparent ice. The dragon aura is seeping out from this well. Look, there's something in the ice. To their astonishment, they discovered that there was an old ape meditating with its eyes closed in the transparent piece of ice that sealed the entrance of the well. It was vivid and lifelike. It was tall and had snow-white fur all over its body. It looked peaceful, as if it was still alive. The more they observed, the more shocked they were. This old ape had the aura of the great Tao, as if it had become one with heaven and earth. That was why they didn't notice it at first. Could this be the old ape that founded the Snow Palace 10,000 years ago? Could it be that it passed away here? They were shocked. If the old ape could seal the well with its own body, there must be something extraordinary down there. Chapter 361. The old ape was tall and majestic. Its fur was snow-white and translucent, and it was sitting with its eyes closed. It was sealed in the ice, and it looked lifelike, as if it had merged with the great Tao and was still alive. In the past, this ancient ape walked proudly in the world and looked down on the world. It could fight against holy lands, but in the end, it sat in the ice, unable to escape death, and passed away. The well sealed by the ice was bottomless. Wisps of dragon aura seeped out continuously. They pondered for a while, hesitating whether to move the ice away. Yi Fan said, "We can't go in from here. The old ape sealed this place, and with its abilities in the past, it most likely has a backup plan." The large black dog had the most right to speak. He had a deep understanding of Tao patterns. After observing carefully, he frowned and said, "There are too many restrictions. It's very troublesome to break them." They retreated decisively. They didn't have time to break them, and the snow apes would return soon. If they were blocked here, the Snow Palace would definitely be alerted. As expected, not long after they retreated, hundreds of snow apes returned, jumping from one mountain to another. Their bodies were strong, and they had great strength. They were natural demonic beasts. The 6 source dragon fruits were all taken. What a pity! The large black dog was regretful. In the snow valley, the 6 dark green plants had all withered. Their spirit energy was completely drained, and they were shattered in the cold wind. The underground dragon aura seeped out from here and nourished the source dragon fruits. If we go down from here, we can definitely enter the dragon vein, Yi Fan said. They immediately started to move. They created an ice path and went down. However, after going down for a few dozen meters, they were stunned. There were formation patterns underground, and everything deep underground was completely sealed. They couldn't open it at all. It was extremely sturdy. Yi Fan was surprised, and said, "Someone found the dragon vein long ago and sealed it underground. Looks like there must be something extraordinary here. The formation patterns here have been here for tens of thousands of years. They are extremely mysterious. Even I find it difficult to break them." The large black dog was an expert, so he made such a judgment. "I know. It must be the ruins left by that ancient holy land." Tu Fei was both surprised and happy. "So, there might be a great opportunity waiting for us?" Pang Bo laughed loudly. "It might really be a fleeting opportunity." Yi Fan used his Genesis technique to speculate that something had happened underground that caused the dragon chi to overflow. This kind of terrain was known as the nirvana of the real dragon. It involved yin and yang, as well as life and death. Once the dragon chi was restrained, it would be very difficult to stop it. Yi Fan thought about it seriously and said, "The dragon vein is undergoing nirvana. It might not happen even once in tens of thousands of years. It should be completed in a few days. When the large black dog heard this, it was as if he had been injected with stimulants. He became spirited, and said, "Let me see if I can decipher it." After a day and a night, it was as tired as a dead dog. It lay on the ground and panted with its tongue hanging out. It threw a divine source bean into its mouth before it regained its vigor. This is definitely the ruins of an ancient holy land. Under normal circumstances, it's almost impossible to break through. However, it's been too long, so there's a flaw in it. We should be able to enter. When they heard this conclusion, their spirits were lifted. It was very likely that this was the underground palace left behind by the Holy Land from 70 to 80,000 years ago. The so-called flaw was the place where the dragon chi leaked out. The runes of the formation were damaged. The large black dog's expression was focused. He walked at the front, continuously carving and changing the runes. After a whole day, they finally reached the depths of the earth and fell into a vast underground palace. The dragon vein was sealed underground. Looks like someone saw through it long ago. This was a huge project that required endless manpower. It was extremely vast, and one couldn't see the end of it. The grand underground palace gave off an ancient aura, as if it was covered in a layer of dust. The stone rooms, stone halls, and everything else were filled with the marks of time. However, the underground was not very dark. A small number of strange stones glowed, and they could see everything clearly. Apart from that, the dragon chi was surging like a river rushing underground. Bathing in the dragon chi made people feel refreshed. The aura of the divine source. Yi Fan's expression changed. Within the surging dragon chi, the essence of the divine source was overflowing. It was obvious that there was a peerless treasure hidden in the depths of the underground palace. Have we entered an ancient holy land's divine depository? Pang Bo was also very surprised. Damn it, the damned dog wants to take everything for himself again. Don't run. Tu Fei shouted. The big black dog didn't make a sound. He had already dashed out crazily, as fast as black lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. This damned dog is good at everything, but he's too greedy. He snatches treasures whenever he sees them. The three of them chased closely. The vast underground palace seemed endless. It was deathly silent, and there was no sound at all. They didn't stop and headed straight for the source of the dragon chi. The aura of the divine source was also in that direction. The further they went, the more they could feel the most original essence. This underground palace is too vast. They rushed for dozens of miles, but they still hadn't reached their destination. The ancient underground palace seemed endless. Why do I feel like something is wrong? Was it really built by that holy land? Pang Bo was suspicious. After passing through many stone palaces, they finally got close to the source of the dragon chi. The big black dog was the first to stop. There was no path in front of them. There was a huge abyss in front of them, and the underground palace behind them looked like it was standing on a cliff. The abyss was so big that it made people dumbfounded. The bottom was as dark as ink, and they couldn't see anything. It made them feel scared. The endless dragon chi and the aura of the divine source came from the abyss. It was mysterious and strange. The big black dog had seen many things, but he was still shocked. He opened his mouth and stared blankly. This vast abyss was like a bottomless pit. It seemed like it could swallow people's minds and make them sink into it. Why do I feel chills running down my spine? This place is full of demonic energy. Tu Fei shivered. The abyss was extremely empty and quiet. It seemed to be connected to the netherworld, which made their hearts beat faster. I was wrong. This place is much more terrifying than the nirvana of the true dragon. This should be one of the most powerful terrains in the world. Yi Fan was frightened. Hearing him say that, Pang Bo and Tu Fei were frightened. Even the big black dog, who had strong nerves, felt a little scared. He mumbled, "What the hell is this place? The nirvana of the true dragon is just the surface. It's the mountains and rivers close to the surface. There's more than one dragon down there." Yifan also felt a chill. He had never thought that it would be such a strange and terrifying terrains. He carefully observed the place. In the endless darkness of the abyss, the dragon chi was like a rising tide, surging unceasingly. Sometimes, there would be a divine light flashing. Some divine source granules shot out, sparkling and translucent. Tu Fei said, "It's ridiculous. The divine source granules are coming out. There must be more than one peerless divine source. Kid, do you understand it or not? Can we get in or not? There must be some peerless divine treasures down there." The big black dog couldn't sit still. This should be the legendary nest of 10,000 dragons. It's unbelievable. How could there be such a terrains? Yifan murmured, his face stiff and full of shock. When he denied the nirvana of the true dragon, he was shocked. He thought he had missed the other dragon veins. However, after he observed carefully and understood it, he was dumbstruck. This was the legendary nest of 10,000 dragons. It was only recorded in the Source Heaven book, but there was no way to break it. It was one of the most dangerous places. The so-called nest of 10,000 dragons could give birth to more than one or two dragon veins. According to the Yuan Taoist master's assumption, it could have been the nest of the true dragon many years ago. Heaven and earth were peaceful, and everything was in accordance with the heaven's will. The nest of 10,000 dragons could even give birth to the true dragon. Tu Fei, Pang Bo, and the big black dog were bewildered. Even the Yuan Taoist master couldn't do anything about this terrains. Of course, they couldn't find anything. It's not right. Look at this underground palace. It's so vast. It's built on the nest of 10,000 dragons, but it's safe. It wasn't destroyed. It shouldn't be a dangerous place, Pang Bo said. So, the legend is true? Tu Fei seemed to remember something, his face incredulous. What legend? Yifan asked. The ancient Holy Land was called the Underworld God Palace. According to the legend, their inheritance didn't come from humans. You don't mean it came from the nest of 10,000 dragons, do you? Pang Bo was surprised. It's possible, Tu Fei said. Some rumors say that they got some mysterious ancient inheritance from underground. What's that? The big black dog's eyes were sharp. He couldn't help but take several steps back. In the deepest area of this endless abyss that was as dark as ink, a sparkling dot vaguely floated up. Is it some terrifying creature coming out? They were bewildered. They couldn't stay calm. The dragon chi surged, and the aura of the divine origin brushed their faces. The sparkling dot in the dark abyss became clearer, slowly rising up. It's pushed up by the dragon chi. It's an ice palace. The dragon chi surged like a rising tide from the abyss. An ice palace floated up and down, sparkling and translucent. It wasn't big, just the size of a house. It was hard to call it a palace. However, it was shaped like a palace. It was completely transparent, which was strange in this underground world. Waves of spiritual chi seeped out of it. Underworld God Palace. They were astounded. They saw these three ancient characters on the ice palace, which were the same as the name of the ancient holy land they had visited in the past. Does it mean that their inheritance comes from the nest of 10,000 dragons? They couldn't stay calm anymore. There's someone in there. Pang Bo was startled. He pulled Yifan back a few steps, his eyes shrinking. At this moment, Tu Fei and the big black dog also saw a person lying in the ice palace. She looked like she was made of ice crystals. Her entire body was snow white, almost transparent, which was the same color as the ice palace. She was lying there quietly with a white gauze covering her body. Her body was so beautiful. She had the skin of ice and bones of jade. Her silky black hair covered half of her face. They couldn't see her face. However, without a doubt, this was definitely a peerless beauty. She seemed to be in deep sleep, but also like an ice-cold corpse. Is she still alive? The big black dog's eyes sparkled. Yi Fan and Pang Bo were also bewildered. This peerless beauty was extremely lifelike, as if she was sleeping peacefully. There was an auspicious aura around her. She should be dead. After all, it's been 70,000 to 80,000 years. Tu Fei was dazed. Do you know who she is? Pang Bo asked. There's a rumor that an invincible divine king of the Jianghu family used a weapon of extreme path to sweep through the endless snowy mountains. He turned the vast mountains into an endless plain. Only their female saint lord escaped from the ancient holy land of the underworld god palace. She's the female saint lord of the ancient holy land? Yi Fan and Pang Bo were shocked. It should be her. Tu Fei nodded. At this moment, the dragon energy surged. The underworld god palace started to sink slowly, hiding in the dark nest of 10,000 dragons. It floated with the surging dragon energy. Seeing this, Yi Fan was moved. He said, maybe we can enter the nest of 10,000 dragons. Chapter 362. Yi Fan walked around the abyss and started to carve on it, forming the origin heaven pattern channel. He combined the earth observation technique and the aura observation technique to deduce everything in the nest of 10,000 dragons. The female divine lord was in the ice palace and hadn't been destroyed. This gave him a glimmer of hope, so he wanted to deduce what was below. After an unknown amount of time, he stood up, exhausted. Without realizing it, he walked around the abyss once. How is it? The large black dog was the most impatient. The nest of 10,000 dragons was an extremely dangerous place, but it also contained countless divine treasures. If they could enter, they might have a great fortune. On the abyss, I can only deduce roughly. It's hard to see anything. Then what should we do? Leave now or take the risk? Pang Bo asked. Yi Fan said, we can go down for a while. I deduce that there's nothing in the empty abyss. The real danger is in the dragon nest. Brat, you have to be careful. Otherwise, we'll be jumping into a devil's pit. The large black dog bared his teeth. Tu Fei went down to explore and said, it's definitely worth a try. The ancient Holy Land, underworld god palace, must have obtained a mysterious inheritance down there. Maybe we can also gain something. Finally, they reached an agreement, and prepared to go down and explore. After the great battle in the Immortal Palace, the large black dog's golden bell appeared. Not long after, he could fly, so he didn't need anyone's help. To be safe, they prepared the profound jade platform. If necessary, they could pass through the void and escape. The dragon aura surged like a tide. As they went down, they encountered great resistance. They didn't dare to go down at once, so they descended slowly. The deeper they went, the darker it became. In the end, they couldn't even see their own fingers. Fortunately, their divine sense was strong, and they could sense the surrounding scenery. This abyss was excavated by someone. There were obvious marks of knives and axes on the walls of the abyss. Seeing this, they were all shocked. Who dared to excavate the nest of 10,000 dragons? Obviously, the nest of 10,000 dragons was hidden underground. It had been excavated, and then it appeared. Along the way, they encountered the ice palace again. It was sparkling. Every once in a while, the ice palace would be surged up by the dragon aura, and it would sink. The female in the ice palace was completely sparkling, and her hair was black and shiny. She was extremely serene and could be said to be devastatingly beautiful. It was hard to imagine that she was a female holy lord. I think I saw her eyelashes blink. The large black dog shuddered, and retreated in retreat. Damn dog, don't scare people. Tu Fei scolded. 70 to 80,000 years had already passed. The few of them didn't believe that she was still alive. Even an ancient emperor wouldn't have such a long lifespan. The ice palace rose up, and the others descended, heading towards the nest of 10,000 dragons. Opportunity and danger coexisted, and they wanted to take a gamble. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters, they were a bit alarmed. They had already descended for 4,000 meters, yet they still hadn't reached the bottom. It was as if there was no end to this place, leading straight into the netherworld. Yi Fan had no choice but to stop and continue using his Heaven Origin rune channel. Otherwise, a single misstep would result in a life and death calamity. After a long time, he let out a long breath. The results showed that there was no danger, and he could still continue down. 5 kilometers, 6 kilometers, after descending for more than 9,000 meters, they finally sensed the bottom of the abyss. They were still several hundred meters away from the surface. Damn, this might really be a sinkhole. It's 10,000 meters deep, the large black dog mumbled. Everyone, be careful, Yi Fan reminded. They were nearing the bottom of the abyss, and it wasn't far from the nest of 10,000 dragons. There might be danger. As they neared the bottom of the abyss, their hearts palpitated. They had truly arrived at a tiger's den. Finally, they landed on the ground. An ancient and desolate aura washed over them. It was as if they had returned to the primordial era. The bottom of the abyss wasn't very dark. There were some scattered fragments of the divine source that were glowing. However, the abyss was really too big, and it was difficult to illuminate it completely. It was still somewhat dim. As far as the eye could see, there was a vast expanse. It didn't seem like they were underground at all, but more like an ancient battlefield. What's that? There seemed to be an ancient building in front of them. It was extremely dilapidated and deformed. They quickly walked forward. They actually discovered a building outside the nest of 10,000 dragons, which was beyond their expectations. It looks like an altar. Could it be a place of sacrifice? It's almost completely collapsed. It's been abandoned for countless years. Before they even got close, they could already see that this was an ancient altar. It was difficult to guess how long it had existed for. It was covered in the marks of time, and even the stones were about to decay. That's... Yi Fan's pupils constricted rapidly. How is this possible? Pang Bo cried out involuntarily. The moment they got close, the two of them were incomparably shocked. Their faces were filled with disbelief. They couldn't see anything from the periphery of the altar, but when they climbed up the collapsed stone platform and arrived at the top, their hearts pounded violently. At the top was the 5-colored altar. It was built from ancient stones of 5 different colors and was filled with the aura of time. Although it was on the verge of collapse, they could still make out its appearance. Yi Fan and Pang Bo were so excited that they were almost lying on their stomachs. They constantly touched it with their hands and murmured incessantly. It was too similar. If they weren't at the bottom of the abyss, they really would have thought that they had arrived at the peak of Mount Tai and returned to the moment when the 9 dragons pulled the coffin. This 5-colored altar was almost the same as the one on Mount Tai. Its style and shape weren't much different. Even the materials were similar. The way back, we can definitely go back in the future. Yi Fan and Pang Bo kept talking to themselves. They couldn't calm down, using their hands to touch the ancient stone platform. What's wrong with you two? Tu Fei asked. Are you possessed by some ancient creature? The black dog retreated a few steps. After a long time, Yi Fan and Pang Bo finally calmed down. To them, this was a path of hope. Earth had many connections with this world. They believed that they could go back. Have you ever seen an altar like this before? Asked Yi Fan. Tu Fei shook his head, indicating that he had never heard of it. It wasn't even recorded in the ancient books. Great Emperor's formation. The black dog screamed in fear. His big face almost touched the ground. It was his turn to be excited. He almost howled like a ghost. Tu Fei was startled. He hurried to observe. The word, Great Emperor, was too attractive. No one could stay calm. This must have been set up by the Great Emperor. The black dog was almost trembling. His big eyes stared at his feet. There were several strange symbols there. It was hard to guess their meaning. He used his big paw to touch those patterns. If I can figure out 10 or 20% of them, I will enjoy them for the rest of my life. Yi Fan was moved. He asked, "Can you repair the 5-colored altar? Can you figure out its function? Unless the Great Emperor comes back to life, there is no way to repair it. I don't understand any of these patterns." The Black Emperor shook his head. He carefully carved the symbols. Yi Fan and Pang Bo sighed. They searched carefully on the broken altar, but they didn't find anything. Only the black dog grinned from ear to ear, as if he had found a heaven-shaking divine treasure. He couldn't stop laughing foolishly. After staying here for a long time, Yi Fan and the others left, heading toward the nest of 10,000 dragons. There, the dragon Qi was like a river, surging unceasingly. 9 giant dragons were circling as if they were alive. In front of them, there were 9 giant holes lined up side by side. They were shining brightly, and the surging dragon Qi came from them. Yi Fan observed the terrain and the dragon Qi. He continued to carve on the ground, using his heaven source pattern to calculate. Finally, he took the lead and walked forward. There were 9 dragon holes in total. They were all connected to the nest of 10,000 dragons. After they stepped in, they were baptized by the dragon Qi. Their pores relaxed, and they felt very comfortable. That's not right. Could it be that place? The black dog became suspicious. He looked surprised. Tell me what happened. Tu Fei urged. F***ck, 9 dragon holes. I know what this place is. The black dog seemed to have figured it out. What did you remember? Yi Fan asked. In the past, Great Emperor Wuxia went to a place that gave birth to dragons. It must be this place. The Black Emperor was very sure. How do you know about Great Emperor Wuxia? Tu Fei was suspicious. I read about it in an ancient book, the black dog said casually. He glanced at him and continued, this place can be compared to the 9 dragons guarding one pearl. However, Great Emperor Wuxia chose the Purple Mountain in the end. The Purple Mountain. 9 dragons guarding one pearl. It contained the inheritance of Great Emperor Wuxia. Even his ultimate saint weapon was sealed there. Tu Fei was shocked. No way. The nest of 10,000 dragons is the second Purple Mountain? Doesn't that mean the holy lands of the Eastern Barren Territory and the 100 sects of the Central State can't break through it? Great Emperor Wuxia came to the nest of 10,000 dragons. Many of the marks were created by him. Yi Fan couldn't calm down. Unknowingly, they walked forward for a distance. They stopped talking and communicated with their divine senses. What's that smell? Why is it so fragrant? The black dog sniffed. They followed the dragon Qi for 12 miles. They came to a place with caves everywhere. It was like a beehive. They were shocked. The 9 biggest caves all led forward. It was a giant nest. Looking from afar, divine light shone. There was definitely a shocking divine source inside. Without a doubt, it was the nest of 10,000 dragons. They were still several miles away, but they didn't dare to go any further. They could vaguely see a divine source block floating in the nest of 10,000 dragons. There seemed to be a creature sealed inside. Damn, we met a big one. It's definitely an ancient royal family. They really know how to choose a place. It's inside the nest of 10,000 dragons. The black dog gritted his teeth. They were all dumbfounded. The strength and terror of ancient creatures were deeply engraved in their hearts. Not to mention their royal family, they were incomparable. What a pity. We've already come this far. We saw a big divine source, but we can only stop here. Pang Bo felt very regretful. I really can't accept this. Yi Fan urgently needed the source. He could vaguely see a unique divine source in the nest of 10,000 dragons, but he couldn't get it. The ancient royal family is probably still alive. The inheritance of the Dark God Palace might have been given by them. Maybe we can communicate with them. Tu Fei said. Don't even think about it. The black dog shook his head. According to his speculation, the so-called Dark God Palace must have been created by someone with the blood of ancient creatures. It was to protect this place. In that case, the invincible divine king of the Jianghu family was here to eliminate the hidden threat of the human race, they asked in shock. The destruction of a holy land could have such a secret. Let's hurry up and leave. If one of the ancient royal family comes out, there will definitely be mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. We won't be able to resist them. The black dog was the first to retreat. The more he learned, the more he understood how terrifying it was. One day, if my saint physique is complete, I will definitely come here. Yi Fan said to himself. The fragrance is even stronger. Even Tu Fei, who had the least sensitive nose, felt intoxicated. This is. The black dog, who had wanted to escape, became excited, and said, it must be an ancient godly medicine. It's a rare treasure many times more precious than divine source. In this world, there was almost no treasure that could be mentioned in the same breath as an ancient godly medicine. That was because a godly medicine could even regenerate an unparalleled elite whose lifespan had reached its end, let alone its effects on others. It was a priceless treasure. Even in the ancient era, it was difficult to find a few, let alone in this world. It was completely extinct. Yi Fan activated his divine sense of origin. Two beams of purple light shot out of his eyes as he looked ahead, searching for the ancient godly medicine. It really is an ancient godly medicine. He was shocked. He found a holy object. It was just outside the nest of 10,000 dragons. The dragon aura that rushed out of the dragon caves had to pass through there to gather the aura of 10,000 dragons. The eyes of Pang Bo, Tu Fei, and the black dog flashed. They finally found the holy object. That's an ancient godly medicine that was nurtured by the entire nest of 10,000 dragons. That's right. It was nurtured by the aura of 10,000 dragons and absorbed the essence of divine source. In this world, I'm afraid only a place like the nest of 10,000 dragons can nurture a holy object. They couldn't move. They were deeply attracted by it and wanted to take it back. However, that godly medicine was right in front of the nest of 10,000 dragons. It was too close to the ancient imperial family. If they wanted to approach it, they would most likely die. The ancient imperial family is in a deep sleep. We might have a chance to take it. The black dog's eyes flashed as he urged Yi Fan to go. Stupid dog, don't come up with bad ideas. Why don't you go? Tu Fei scolded. I'll go. Yi Fan made up his mind. Yi, you don't have to risk your life. It's too dangerous, Pang Bo advised. Yi Fan shook his head and said, it's okay. The chance of success is big. If we can't do it, I'll use the profound jade platform and run away immediately. Pang Bo insisted on going with him, but Yi Fan refused resolutely. In the end, he went forward alone. He wanted to try and see if he could take it. Otherwise, it would be too regretful to leave like this. Pang Bo, Tu Fei, and the black dog watched from afar, ready to help at any time. The draconic chi surged and attacked like a tide. Yi Fan withdrew his vitality and moved slowly like a piece of dead wood. At the same time, he used the myriad chi cauldron to protect his body. 1 step, 2 steps, this wasn't a short journey. He spent a long time and finally approached the nest of 10,000 dragons. The nest of 10,000 dragons was really huge. He could only see the tip of the iceberg through the dragon cave, but it was enough to shock him. He saw an ancient coffin floating in a pile of divine source, making him feel suffocated. His flesh and bones felt like they were about to crack. This was an extremely terrifying pressure. The pile of divine source fragments was 2 or 3 square meters, enough to submerge the ancient coffin. He turned slightly and saw a large piece of divine source that was almost 2 meters long. It was so dazzling that he couldn't open his eyes. There was a humanoid creature sealed inside. They were definitely the ancient imperial family. The nest of 10,000 dragons was really too big. What he saw was several miles away from the exit. Fortunately, it was so. Otherwise, he might not have been able to take a step forward. And all of this was just a part of what he saw. He didn't know what else was in the nest of 10,000 dragons. Finally, Yi Fan arrived at the exit of the nest of 10,000 dragons and approached the archaic divine medicine. The energy of 10,000 dragons flowed through this place. This was a divine object nurtured by the entire nest of 10,000 dragons. When he got closer, Yi Fan clearly saw its appearance. It was extremely mystical and was clearly a peerless divine object. Its value couldn't be measured. The energy of 10,000 dragons curled around it. This divine medicine was dazzling and golden. It was a foot tall and had 9 leaves. Every leaf was like a golden cloud, beautiful and dazzling. It was also a bit fleeting. At the top of this archaic divine medicine was a fruit. It was golden and dazzling, and its shape was very special. It was a palm-sized golden dragon. It was sparkling and translucent, vivid and lifelike, as if it was alive. And in that golden dragon's mouth, there was a golden bead that flickered with light. It was sparkling and translucent. The entire nest of 10,000 dragons had nurtured a single divine object like this. Its value was unimaginable. This was probably the only archaic divine medicine that could be plucked in this world. It was curled up by the energy of 10,000 dragons. The golden and translucent light flickered at the same time, and the fragrance almost made Yi Fan drunk. He felt as if he was floating in the air. He even wondered if he would ascend to the heavens after consuming this godly medicine. Yi Fan didn't waste any time. He quickly walked forward and prepared to pluck it. Suddenly, his spiritual perception throbbed as if he had fallen into hell. He sensed great danger. Should he continue forward? In this split second, he was faced with a difficult choice.